Lo, kita lanjut. Sekarang lagi banyak story. Side quest udah menipis. Menipis banget.
I better not forget about that council assembly.
Oh iya. Ada waktunya ini ya. Jadi, takutnya ada waktu.
I apologize.
Look what I have for you.
Minuman keras. Drinking gua udah ini. Ini buku apa nih? Punya si Rosa tapi nggak tahu tentang apa. Humoros. Lucu. Masih belum bisa anjir. Mesti level berapa nih? 15 kayaknya. Mesti ke sono. Jalan seperti biasa. Yap. Lockpick. Belum buka kan? Pagi. Aku cuci baju dulu.
Good to see you.
Dalam Rosas. Belum bisa. Ininya di sini ya. Ada suara nih tadi. Tempat duduk, tempat duduk. Ada tempat duduk, bro. Jelas. Dulu buku. Oh, saya bisa dong. Jam berapa baru buka nih, bro? Sangat congkel.
I don't know what you said to the Mint Master, but he left here looking like he'd met the Grim Reaper. May God be with you, Henry. Christ, damn it. Ugh.
I ought to go and see Rosa. She'll be expecting me. And I mustn't forget about the city council.
Nggak bisa masuk nih.
Huh? What the? Wait. Halt! Step away from the door. Surrender at once.
That's him. Get him.
I'm on the way.
Ih, capek banget. Apalah.
I said surrender.
Easy! I surrender!
Try to pick.
All right, I'll pay.
Now, show me.
All right.
All right, then. In that case.
To the stocks with him.
Jelas banget kalian buka jam berapa sih? Ah, orang nunggu lama banget gak dibuka-buka.
By the way, like you were saying about that book,
My favorite book? Pray tell, did you find it?
as I wandered through the fortress, I stumbled upon von Bergov's chambers, and there it lay. Red leather, gold inlay, just as you said.
You really found it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, did you have any time to leaf through it and see what it's about?
I read a bit of it.
What did you think?
Why don't you tell me what you find so compelling about it? It's your favorite book, right?
Well, Let's say that I identify with the author. We share a similar view of the world.
And who is the author? I didn't find a name in the book.
That's on purpose.
You wrote it, didn't you?
Look, you've never thought about writing something.
Me? And what would I write?
How should I know? Poetry, a novel, a treatise, or a whole book?
That's a tempting notion. Who knows? In another life, I might have become a writer.
Wouldn't you want to at least give it a try?
I suppose I'm not quite sure where you're going with this.
There are still a few blank pages left, so we could finish writing it together. You and me. What do you think?
That sounds great.
We'll have plenty of light and privacy in my chambers. Will you escort me?
Main mission gua gimana nih?
My pleasure.
How should I start?
You haven't thought of anything yet?
Now, I have many ideas, but we must contribute in equal parts.
Both? Well, fine. What should I do?
Just tell me what you'd like to read about. A tale of a man or a woman? I'll take careful notes of everything.
Well, being a man myself, a man, I suppose.
Why not? And what kind of a man is he?
You mean I have to think up a name?
You don't need to, but try to describe him so I can better imagine him. With a single word, even.
Now, there've already been enough heroes, saints, kings, and martyrs. So an ordinary person.
That's 2 words, but I'll forgive you. And do you want it to be an ordinary villain or an ordinary do-gooder?
Make him a do-gooder. But he can also have some bad traits to make it believable.
Very well. And what kind?
Apa ini? Prevensi, prevoid. Apa ini maksudnya anjir? Gak pernah dengar gua.
That sounds as if you've already thought of one.
Oh, my. And not just one. But I asked first.
Do you know anyone without faults?
Of course not. Whenever I thought that of someone, I was quickly disabused of my illusions.
Who, for example?
I don't need to look far. My father, and my brother as well, have taught me much in this vein.
What actually happened between them? I heard they had a falling out.
Venser was a hothead. He kept urging Father not to put up with insults and stand his ground. Father explained to him in vain that to respond to such provocations would give the king's people an excuse to take from us. Actually, Venser went to defend the city a bit, out of defiance. We didn't even have time to say goodbye.
Tell me more about Kunzlin. What's he like?
Father is the last Ruthard in Kuttenberg. After the death of his son, there remains only a daughter who will not bear the family name. He doesn't want to go down in history as the weak Ruthard who gave away his entire estate to Sigismund and ended the family line.
All right. But what's he like really? As a father?
Wise, caring, considerate, and strict. But it's hard to blame him.
Tell me more about your brother. What was he like?
I had always thought Venser was determined, brave and proud, except he was really more stubborn, short-tempered, and vain. And not a day goes by when I do not think of him. In spite of everything, he was my older brother, and I miss him.
Was he the one who taught you how to shoot a crossbow?
Yes, and also to ride a horse, curse in 3 languages, belch aloud, and other things every proper lady should know.
And Kunzlin certainly also mourns for Venser.
Naturally. As a father, he lost a son. As a Ruthard, he lost his future. There's 2 reasons for mourning.
You speak as if he didn't even have a heart.
If they hadn't quarrelled, Benson might still be here today. But there's no point in going on about it. Back to work. Which bad trait did you choose?
What does just Google dulu deh. Ini maksudnya apa nih kata-kata ini? Fancy. Trouble. Frivolity. Sembrono. Philandering. Philandering gak ada bahasa Indonya aja. The hell? Oh.
What if he were a bit of a womanizer? A decent fella otherwise.
And that strikes you as an excusable bad trait? I will engage in no such defense.
He could make fun of people, but not know when to stop. I know many people with the same bad habit.
Sure, why not? But in the end, his jesting should save him from punishment. So it ends well. I like those stories best anyways. Well, just about finished.
Well, let's have a look.
Not yet. Something's missing.
What?
A picture. I don't trust myself with proper illumination, but I think I can handle a sketch, especially if you'll be my model.
What? And what on earth do I have to do?
Have you ever seen a heron? Imitate one.
A heron? Well, maybe like this?
Well, now we're done.
Oh, finally. I'm sore all over.
Your suffering is over. Come take a look at what we've done. Your reward. So what about that story of ours? Tell me your impressions.
Aku gak baca.
That's nice. A bit didactic, but not to the point of boring moral bludgeoning. That's the way it should be. Sermons for ordinary people work in a similar way. They entertain and encourage, with a few lessons added in between.
You see, when I lead mass one of these days, I'll certainly think of you. And what about the sketch? For such a slapdash job, it's not bad, right?
I like it. Sure, it won't be adorning the walls of St. Barbara's, but who am I to judge?
I know I'm no master illuminator, but otherwise, I think we can be quite satisfied. And thank you for the help. I really enjoyed it.
Well, so did I. And for that matter, you're an interesting girl, and I'd like to get to know you a little better.
No beating around the bush. How about that? Please do stop by sometime. I wager it will be enlightening for both of us. Perhaps I can show you my collection of hunting trophies.
Hunting trophy.
your service, sir.
Apparently, the city council is organising a
Here you go.
collection for a
Take it.
fortification.
Are they out of their bloody minds? They had 2 collections just like it already. And there are still holes in the walls.
That's true.
Sekarang sini.
But what good are fortifications you can't defend?
I'll tell you.
No fucking good at all. See, I didn't
My
say I
God.
would. No, I'm not giving them a single
Rumah depan.
It has therefore decided to collect food supplies from the... I'm sorry!
The best wares on the market. Take a look.
I'm going to see the Mint Master. May I enter?
Any fool could say that. What do you want from him?
I have an appointment with him.
All right. Go ahead then. But don't waste too much of his time.
Min Master. Dimakan dia.
I'm glad to see you again.
You have the gall to show me your face again? I'll call the guards.
Hold your horses. I'll come in peace. Actually, I have a little offer for you.
You've come to blackmail me again?
Call it what you like. I need to get into the City Council Assembly. And I reckon you can help me.
The assembly? The one King Sigismund is supposed to attend in person?
Surely you wouldn't deny me a chance to meet the king?
Don't try that on me. This is connected with Ruthard, isn't it? And tell the truth.
I want to know what Sigismund tells the council. I hear it'll be important.
You want to spy? Do you know what you're risking? And what I'd be risking? Forget it.
Have you forgotten I have you over a barrel? If you want to keep your position and your head on your shoulders, you better shape up.
All right, all right. Maybe we can make a deal. If I get you into the council, you'll behave appropriately and you won't betray yourself, or especially me. And that will be the end of our business together.
All right. That seems like a fair deal.
You can get into the council assembly relatively easily. My cook's son will be serving there. He's roughly around your age. Maybe he can be persuaded to let you stand in for him. Although, not everyone would want to give up an opportunity to serve the King of Hungary.
Who's this boy?
Franta's his name. Franta
Franta.
He's an idler and a boozer, but he's proved his worth as a waiter. Which reminds me, you'll need his letter of permission to serve in the council. Otherwise, you won't be let inside.
What will I need to work as a waiter there?
Fast feet and good manners. And the livery of a royal waiter.
Excuse me?
Or do you think you can serve the king in a torn shirt and muddy hose?
Well, no. But I never heard about any livery before.
Our usual waiter had a brand new livery made specially for meeting the king. Don't even show up there without it.
Where can I find the cook's boy?
He's supposed to pick up his new clothes at the market today from Master Tailor Schneider. You'll almost certainly run into him there. That is, if he's up and about after his boozing bout. I swear that fellow practically lives at that Tin Hen.
At the what?
That German alehouse, the Iron Eagle. That is Zum Eisernen Adler.
What would work on him? How can I persuade him to give me his job?
Would you like me to give you a letter for him? I told you how to get to the assembly. Now do your part.
I'll be going then. See you at the council.
Just make sure we both come out of it alive.
Ding ding.
Bread and roll. We've got enough to go around. Anything you need.
Here they are. The best.
Greetings. I'd like to...
Surely you can wait a while. I have a customer here.
Here you are. The finest fabric. Intricate work. You won't find the likes anywhere else in this town.
No more than I'd expect after the amount they cost. Thanks. I'll gladly recommend you if anyone asks. And you impatient fella, what was it you wanted?
You must be Franta Cooldown.
I am. And who might you be?
I'm Henry. I heard you're supposed to serve at the City Council Assembly.
I am. What's it to you?
Supposing I took the job on for you. You can put your feet up, fill your belly, and I'll do all the work for you.
Look here. It's not like I'm all that keen on it, but it's well paid. Apart from that, it's a bit of a pain in the arse. Them councillors stuffing their faces and guzzling
Masalah duit
wine,
gampang,
while
bro.
I run around like a bugger with pictures so they don't run dry. Why would you want to stick your nose in there?
I want to see the king in the flesh.
Why's that?
Well, I heard a lot about him. How he won lots of battles, how he's courageous, just...
And as bad-tempered as the devil. He's got the councillors shitting themselves, fearing what's coming at this assembly. The more I think about it, the happier I am about not having to be there. To begin with, you'll need confirmation that you've worked as a waiter at the council and you're capable of serving even His Majesty. Look here. Do you have any idea what's expected of you? Can you tell different wines apart and that?
Different wine apart.
Well, to tell the truth, I'm not exactly an expert.
You're off to a great start, but whatever. If you make a mess of it and the king has you whipped, you've no one to blame but yourself. Show the confirmation to the head butler. Tell him I sent you and think up some good excuse. Clear?
That makes sense.
And you'll need a waiter's livery. I had a brand new one made. Here it is. I look like a prick in it. Hopefully it'll sit better on you. The main thing is, don't lose it before the assembly or get it covered in shit.
Thanks. I won't disgrace you, I promise.
You better not.
Hey, broadcloth.
Come and take your
Beautiful
colour.
colour.
Report duty. Ini. Pakai dulu.
Franta Cooldown sent me. I'm to stand in for him at the council assembly.
Franta's not coming? What's wrong with him?
Right.
He got as drunk as a lord. Totally pie-faced. Then he fell into a ditch, and now he's staggering around the streets, God knows where.
I might have expected. Once, he turned up with a hangover, and as soon as he smelt wine, he threw up all over the chapel door. I told him if that ever happened again, he was for the boot. Oh, well, you'll have to take his place for today. I've no time to find someone else. We can't be without a waiter here when the king himself will need waiting on. So, let's have a look at you. Have you got Franta's certificate?
Sure. There is.
everything's in order. Now, about your livery. You know a good waiter by his properly seated cap, and you don't have one at all. Without a tunic, you're no royal waiter, just a common alehouse boy. And have you forgotten your hose? I can't let you into the chamber without them. You can put your steel aside in front of the council chamber, along with your other stuff. You won't be needing it anyway. You don't want to be dragging a load if you're running around tables. The royal waiter's livery has strict rules. So get changed quick and come back on time.
Tadi cuma ini doang.
Here I am.
Let's have a look at you then. You've got a waiter's cap, a tunic you have. Hose are good. It's a good thing you've got no steel on you. You need to be light on your feet to run around tables. Everything as it should be. Glad to see it, lad. Do you know what your duties are? For an inexperienced greenhorn like you, it'll be a great responsibility.
Well, I'll happily listen to any advice. I wouldn't want to foul things up.
I should certainly hope not. Now listen. A good waiter should stand
In
in
a
a corner,
corner.
look willing and ready, and not get in anyone's way. In short, behave as if you're not there. But when one of the gentlemen calls for wine, you run and pour it for him on the double. You'll find the pitchers on a table by the door to the chapel. You take one and go to their table and pour for them. White Tokaid or red monastery wine.
White or red, by the door to the chapel. Got it.
But for Councillor Adam of Zarzhitz, you must not pour at all.
Adam.
When he drinks, he disrupts and makes trouble. So the assembly has to be interrupted, or otherwise it never reaches an end. We can't allow that to happen in the presence of the king.
All right. Sir Adam of Zarzhitz stays dry.
And if the king himself wants wine, you pour for him with lowered eyes. Don't look at him. And the most important thing?
To stay in the background and keep quiet until someone asks me something.
Correct. The councillors have a lot to discuss, and they certainly don't need any interruptions. And in general, a good waiter has to be invisible, blind, and deaf.
Oh? I thought I had to keep my ears pricked.
Well, yes, but only to what anyone wants from you. No excuses, and provide everything that anyone wants from you. Understood?
What if I make a mess of something, though?
Then I'll see to it that you won't get a job even mopping the floor in the hole in the wall. But I'm sure that's not going to happen. So, are you prepared?
Yes.
I know everything I need to. I can do it.
Excellent. Put away your things here. It's easier to serve with a lighter load. You can wait in the cubbyhole for the servants.
Gutenberg City Council. Morning.
There are the pictures of wine.
Our current
Hopefully I
Waffen
won't
arsenal
splash
is a
anyone's
joke.
shoes.
And on top of that, the army was requisitioning from it. Should the town reserve have worse weapons than any Räuber in the domain?
A full cup of monastery
What are you
wine.
getting at, Eldris?
I'm saying that the bandits who freed Hinnick, the Dry Devil, used that thing. That Hackenbücher.
I apologize, sir.
Hand cannon.
Which one?
Can you believe
Red.
it?
Am I
Where
speaking?
did they get them?
You're the one who should know where they got them, since you're a gunsmith.
What
I
are you
apologize.
implying, Friedrich? All I'm saying is that they had them, Herrgott. It is eine Schande when outlaws have better weapons than the city garrison. And Herr König
Come now,
surely knows
waiter.
this
I
too.
wanted red.
What is it, Eldris? You smell a deal?
What I smell is that your stubborn heads do not realize what
Guys, I've heard.
Schwierigkeiten this is.
Sir,
The Dry Devil is running
Di
free.
depan dia.
There are Raubräter everywhere in the region. We have the army bearing down, and you want to defend yourselves with a few rusty halberds.
And who is it you want to fight, exactly? The merciful King Sigismund is providing us with protection, isn't he?
Der König and his army will not
I'd like some
be
monastery
here
wine.
forever.
Refill my cup, boy.
Shut up! The king can arrive at any moment.
I'd like
What
to
have he heard you?
oblige, but
What
not
then?
allowed.
This
we're
is
sitting atop the
unbelievable.
biggest silver heap in the kingdom, and we're supposed to
Adam nggak
defend
boleh.
it with brooms?
You're right, Eldris. But where can we get the coin for better equipment?
We can always confiscate the property of the king's enemies.
I
fancy some Tokai.
We are more than familiar with the jämmerlich state
I apologize,
of our
sir.
armory.
Which
The
one?
king is surely aware
White.
of it as well.
Are you deaf?
Maybe if he waived some of the taxes.
The king fears that this town will rise against him. He'll take the arming of the city's militia as a preparation for war.
So you suggest we just wait with arms crossed for the Raubräter to wreak havoc all around?
We can always
Hey,
ask the
where's
king
my
to bring
white,
order
sir?
to the realm with his army.
But then the Dörfler will rise up.
I'm afraid I see no solution of the current situation. We shall wait and
Boleh
see
jalan di
what
tengah
His
gitu ya.
Majesty thinks about the matter. Maybe we can change his mind. Vielleicht.
I'd like to report to the Honorable Council on the cleanliness
Hey,
of the city
waiter.
and the
Pour me
state
some
of the
monastery
public
wine.
baths.
I'm sorry,
You mean
sir.
baths or brothels?
Orders from above.
This is unbelievable.
Isn't it the same thing?
Ibu juga datang.
So, the cleanliness of the city is not what it should be. The current baths in the city fall far short
More wine,
of covering
Master
all the
Bailiff.
citizens'
I
needs.
have enough.
But we have another
Come
bathhouse here,
closer.
on Hopring.
My friend Adam from the baths in Haradek district told me about it.
I need something from you. There is an item in my study that I confiscated from a female thief. She thought she could wriggle out of it by telling me who the item belongs to.
And what is it?
A silver goblet. She sneaked into Sir Ulrich's house and stole it. No one's noticed the theft yet. But if Ulrich finds out, he'll turn the city upside down to find the culprit. Go and get it. And don't you make a mess there, understand?
Where can I find this goblet?
Use your eyes and come right back with it, understood?
There for free as well. And while he's there, a man can shave and take a you-know-what.
So what? Going to the baths is neither a civic duty nor a right.
Have you forgotten the Black Death? A great many people died needlessly.
Are you questioning God's plan? The Black Death had nothing to do with the baths.
Nice.
Unless the Lord wishes
Whose
to punish
silver
the
might this be?
wickedness that's going on in there.
Keeping the city clean is...
So, did you find it?
I did, Master Bailiff. Here it is.
Not so loud. Show it here. That's it. And now go back to your job.
Oh, if you'd finally admit that it's a trifle, we wouldn't have to keep coming back to it.
A trifle?
Ada anjing
Do
tuh.
you ever walk the streets here? Sewage, rats, slop, and rubbish. The least we can do for the citizens is to provide them with a place to wash up.
What nonsense! Next, you'll want me to serve wine to everyone for free, too.
Why not? In Jerome Nas's earthly
Princess
paradise, everything would be free.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Gentlemen, let's agree to disagree. What if the king heard us?
I got word that Rutard has pulled off another deed.
That's nothing unusual. That old weasel will never accept that the city isn't run his way, at least until His Majesty honors us with his visit. And as we know, Gunslin absolutely hates him.
He can
I
hate
fancy
all he
some
wants,
Tokai.
as long as he does
Refill,
no
boy.
damage. Ulrich, what have you got to say about it?
Me? Well, I'm not sure what you're implying.
I'm speaking about the Rutard incident. You were there, weren't you?
Well,
That? Just a small misunderstanding. We've sorted it out and everything's settled.
My ears must be deceiving me. Are you defending Rutard? Besides,
Boy,
if his men
I'd like
attacked
some
yours,
white.
as I've heard, then we have a good reason to punish him.
What happened there? Leave nothing out.
I don't like Ruthard, true, but in this case it
Sir?
really was nothing.
Everyone in the city gossiped about it.
Thank you, waiter.
I heard there were several dead.
Did you? That's
Waiternya jalan di depan meja gini loh.
I don't think Ruthard will
Gak sesuai
cause
dengan
any trouble.
ekspektasi
He
gue.
is sensible
Biasa
enough
dari
not to
belakang,
draw attention to himself
atau nggak dari
while the
samping.
king is here.
Tidak boleh menghalangi
True.
pandangan.
Because if we don't do something about him, the king himself will put an end to him, and soon.
Unless he puts an end to us first. God knows
Sir?
what he wants to tell us.
If nothing happened, there's no point in
Well,
dwelling
thank
on
the
it.
Lord.
Let's move on.
Things have got out of order in the town. Some adventurers decided to take the law into their own hands and restore the tradition of duels. It's not only barbaric, but also illegal. If we tolerate this, the rabble in the city will go wild and do whatever they want. I suspect the
Boy,
gentleman from
I'd
the
like
city's
some
sword
white.
fighting school brought this custom to us. It's now run by the German Menhard. Who knows who
Sorry?
that fellow is?
Don't be ridiculous, Forsucker.
Don't hang
You act
around
like
me.
you've never been in a
Vanish,
fight
you hear me?
yourself. And to accuse a swordsmaster without a
Seperti dia
shred of
dia doang yang tahu.
We're not some old fishwives on the marketplace.
So you will just leave it be?
I'm sorry.
Prove an
Everything
offence
in order?
paying
punished
attention.
by the bailiff.
But I think
And
you might
that's
be able
that.
to help me. Come
There
here.
are more pressing matters to deal with.
What can I help you with, sir?
I left my gloves in the chapel. I took them off to pray, but then I rushed here and forgot to take them. I can't just get up and walk out now. But if you disappear for a little while,
All right. I'll get them.
I knew I could count on you. While you're at it, count how many figures on the mural have wings.
But why?
Because I'm bored, and because I told you. Get on with it.
Throw dirt on our work?
If I threw out everyone who complains over a beer, I'd soon be out of customers.
That was easy enough. And he wanted me to count the winged figures.
1, 2, 2.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
So, let's see what you've got for me.
I found your gloves, sir.
Really? Let's see them. And did you count those winged figures?
Semuanya ya?
I counted 16, sir.
And did you count all the monsters and animals?
Oh, I thought you meant only the angels.
Go back to serving wine, blockhead.
There is the eternal dispute over the cathedrals. The building of the church is dragging on, and in the meantime, they are calling diocesan pilgrimages to settlers. Right under our noses.
You there, lad.
Just a village with a
A cup of
monastery.
bread.
And they are
And
going to
don't
work a
you
oil mining
skimp
city.
on me.
Why can't we build faster? Hire more craftsmen, start with night shifts.
Haven't you noticed there's a war going
Sir?
on? Are the experts from far off supposed to work in the
You,
city under
lad.
siege?
Besides,
to me.
I get the feeling
Have we
there's
met?
something other than the welfare of the city
Are
behind
you-
your complaints.
Are
I
you
really
do?
couldn't say,
Do you?
sir.
And what would that
I
be?
have a feeling
Like,
I've
for
spoken
instance,
with you before
that
too.
you'd like to have your
Or
own
with
altar
someone
there?
who looks a
So what
hell
if
of
I
a lot
would?
like you.
Hold your horses, gentlemen. That space in the side nave is mine.
When hell freezes over, my friend.
Rafael interview yang
your
mana
place
ya?
is
Aku
at
nggak
least
ingat
2
ya.
steps behind mine.
A
Tapi ya,
swordsmith
pernah ngomong sama
dares
dia.
to insult me?
Boy,
Ah,
I'd like
I
some
think
white.
not.
Excuse me? You wanted to buy yourself an altar in the cathedral, just like you bought yourself a seat in this council.
How dare you?
Sir?
I acquired my seat for the services our guild provided and still provides to the crown.
Well, I hope you're not supplying equipment to the army. If that's all they have, they would be defeated by that bunch of ne'er-do-wells from the alehouse on Obrink.
What ne'er-do-wells?
Hey,
Those
boy,
wrestlers of
a
theirs,
full cup
of
of
course.
monastery wine.
People from the whole town go to watch them brawl.
Oh, this is news to me.
Because it has all been sorted out.
Sir?
Not long ago, the guards raided and threw them all
Thank
out.
you, waiter.
Ah, yes, I had forgotten. What do we have to discuss next?
Datang dia.
I'm telling you, something is being planned.
Oh, I doubt it. No one's gonna tackle Rootard.
Diri semua. Sigismund is coming. Ginger. Benar-benar ginger. Masa si yang di samping dia itu gak lihat, si Aulit ya namanya. Tak mengenali.
You have nothing to fear, not you.
Unlike this plan of fives!
Robert's Fortress. Timnya ini. Mereka udah kumpul di sini semua. Spirit Reinhardt ya namanya, atau Reinhardt, gue lupa namanya. Di sini ternyata bapaknya Rosa.
Come now, father. Put a little life into your dying. Seen more cheerful priests at funerals.
Mainin Godwin lagi.
I hoped I'd never see this fortress again in my life.
Unpleasant memories?
You have no idea. I didn't part ways with my father on entirely good terms. 20 years ago.
And now you're 2 decades older and wiser. At your Ujit's parish, you spread the word of God to your flock, and you saved my neck and Henry's too. I'd say your father should be proud of you.
None of that matters a damn to him.
Who knows? Maybe that 20 years has changed a thing or two.
You know what? Let's drop the subject. Do you know any of the guests here?
Most of them I'm seeing for the first time in my life. It's a pretty varied company. We've had bandits, nobles, burghers, a priest, and even a rabbi coming together here. It's like the start of some joke.
Wait a moment. Rabbi, you say? The Kuttenberg rabbi?
Yeah. He came with a retinue. But for now, they're keeping mostly to themselves. Maybe you should go and welcome some of them. After all, this used to be your home. And you're a spiritual man too, so you should have something in common.
I wouldn't be too sure. But I suppose I can try. Who's that French fellow you brought here from Malashov?
The great Baron Brabant.
Brabant.
Been everywhere, knows everything, and has the keys to half the kingdom. He's got more fairy tales than my old nanny.
Can he be trusted?
He's a blabbermouth, but a harmless one. Besides, he defended Kuttenberg, and you know how that went. If he were on Sigismund's side, he'd hardly have been locked up with me.
How does it feel to breathe free air again?
What can I say? You can never truly appreciate freedom until someone locks you up for a while.
Or until you become a priest.
No fear of that in my case. I intend to enjoy life to the full. Wine, women, and song.
What do you plan to do now you're a free man again?
What do you think? Get drunk, woo one of the local wenches, and wake up in the morning with no hose and a head like a church bell.
Have you perchance forgotten we're supposed to be deciding the future of the kingdom here?
I'll leave that to the older and wiser. And duller.
Dear me. I'd rather creep off into some corner with a full wineskin. But I suppose I'll have to introduce myself to the rest of the guests, eh?
Indeed you should. After all, you are one of the lords of Rabosh.
Oh, don't start with that. I'd like to steer clear of the old man as long as I can.
In that case, you should sound out Radzig and Hanush and find out what they're actually planning.
Who are you? Oh, John ada di sini. Jiska juga.
God bless. Grüß Gott.
Samuel. Oh, ini yang lindungi si John. Ini namanya gimana baca sih? Liechtenstein. Waduh, susah amat.
Such rare guests. One wouldn't expect to find among Christians representatives of your community. I'm Godwin. My greetings to you.
Peace be with you. Neither would one expect a priest here. And yet...
How do you know I'm a priest?
It's not difficult to tell. After all, we have much in common. And we are both a little on unfamiliar ground here. I'm Yehuda, leader of the rabbinical court in the sacred community of Gutenberg. And this is Samuel, my aide.
Who would rather not be here at all. Why did we have to come here, Sadie? Can you not see everyone is staring at us?
Because we all need to help each other in this time of need. And why would they not stare when you are frowning so?
Are you here to arrange some trade?
We have more serious matters to attend to here than gaining a few groschen. The situation in the town and the kingdom is unsustainable. The whole land is on the brink of destruction. You have men and weapons. We have the means to sustain them.
Why are you telling this to a Koimer? You wanted to deliver what we brought to the Margrave and quickly leave.
Everything in good time, Samuel. We have just arrived, after all.
Did you come to lend money to the lords?
Not to lend, but to give. Help given to the needy is repaid only by God.
You don't even know if you can trust them. With that money, we could have paid mercenaries ourselves.
You remind me of my young friend Henry. He's a bit of a hothead too.
Henry? That messenger of Radzig Copula?
You know each other. You're both around the same age.
That would be him. But we did not get off to a very good start.
Or maybe you'll get to know each other better. He should be coming here later, by the way. For a young stripling, he's been through plenty. It's not so long since his parents were killed in Skalitz. He was supposed to become a blacksmith, and instead, he's roaming the world, risking his neck at every turn.
Wait, a blacksmith, you say? From Skalitz?
Aye, that's right. Did you know anyone there?
I knew of someone. A blacksmith by the name of Martin.
My daughter knew him most, and that is why Samuel is in this world. For our numerous sins.
Maybe he was my father, but he certainly didn't act like one. Ma raised me on her own.
And that was all for the best.
Why? He should have taken care of me, but instead he fathered another bastard.
Don't make hasty judgments. As far as I know, Martin didn't have any other children.
At least, none of his own. He took in Henry and raised him as his own
Matiin
on the
bapaknya
orders of
Henry.
the Lord of Skalets,
Blacksmith
Sir
tuh.
Radzik Kobila, Henry's real father.
I don't care if he took care of 20 other Mamsas.
That boy's bloodfather denied him, just
Anaknya
like yours
Martin dia.
did to you.
A person can't choose their parents. And Henry only found out about it recently.
Enough. I'd rather have a drink. Will you have one too, Zayde?
For that, there will be more suitable times.
Excuse me. I'd better not drink.
Better communion wine than kosher, is it?
Even without an arm. And with one, this fella could give the king a lot of trouble.
Who are you?
And who would entrust him with it? Without a coat of arms and a noble house, all he can command is a band of mangy bandits. Jobst is right.
Karakter gak penting. Kasih noble dong.
I'm glad you finally accepted my invitation. I almost lost all hope.
Oh, Graf udah muncul.
But understand, that my absence from the city council would have serious consequences.
I understand. I appreciate your coming here all the more.
I'll have to justify myself before the council.
Braban.
Good health to you, sir. I'm Godwin, a friend of that lad you arrived with, Henry. We don't know each other.
Baron Vauquelin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo. The last of my line. I am a warrior, a traveler, a strategist, and also, à ma manière, a poet.
My word. Isn't that exhausting?
Mais non! And I'm glad to meet a new friend.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Baron. I knew right away we'd hit it off. How did you end up imprisoned in Malashov?
Ah, c'est une histoire compliquée. It was after I heroically led the defense of Gothenburg, and only lost it narrowly by an unfortunate turn of events.
That needs some explanation. What unfortunate turn of events?
Oh, misère. It is clear you have never been to war.
So, be so kind as to enlighten me.
When they broke through the defense, I ended up in captivity. It was only due to my acquaintances in a court that I escaped execution.
Oh. I thought it was Henry who saved your neck.
My neck was not at risk in Malashov. I may have still been a prisoner with my personal freedom restricted, but they never broke my spirit.
You say you're a poet? How about a verse or two to amuse us?
Jamais. Is poetry nothing but a fuss to you? Is a poet a gesture for amusement? I think not. To recite, I require the proper mood. And besides, few here would understand me.
How come almost nobody here knows you?
I am operating, as they say. Incognito. My great benefit is my strong connection with the French court. There, everyone knows my name. Here in Bohemia, I'm still building my reputation, slowly, but surely.
Where have you been on your travels? Have you seen the ocean?
But of course! I was born by the sea. If you are interested in my greatest journeys, then I have traveled with a merchant caravan all the way to the Ottoman Empire. And if you are interested in my greatest deed, then that was perhaps saving the life of the King of France.
And you wouldn't by any chance know the Pope, personally?
Which one do you mean?
Dua.
I spoke briefly with Boniface IX when I was sojourning in Rome. A pleasant fellow.
Ada bandit. Ada
Dear
Margaret.
friends and allies, in these troublesome times, you all know why we're here. The question remains, what to do next? Sigismund is facing troubles in Hungary.
Apa?
And here, too, he is up against resistance. He's a capable strategist, but a poor diplomat. Mark my words. If we wait him out until winter, he will leave of his own accord.
By winter, he'll have torched all our fortresses and carried off everything that we possess.
Are we seriously gonna wait and cower in a corner? Or are we gonna drive them out in shame? A few well-planned raids and we could have him in our fists!
At what price? Have you got men to spare? Has any of you got men and money to spare?
We don't have men out there.
Yes, we do.
We do not.
Jobst is right. That whole sun won't fall easily.
Only we can't wait.
Are we to get ourselves killed?
Or end with nothing?
Kelompok oposisi mendukung Wenceslas nih belum satu suara.
Friends, we'll get nowhere like this. Let's adjourn ourselves and try to think it through.
Well, that went just as expected. Good health.
And to yours. Could it have gone any other way when there's so many of us here?
I would have expected a bit more sense from Jobst, of all people. He made an amateur's mistake. But it's hard to be angry with him when he's trying to ingratiate himself with everyone. By the way, I'm John of Liechtenstein. And you must be Godwin, the son of...
That's not a thing I've ever boasted of. How do you know that?
I have my sources. From what I've heard about you, I'd judge you could be quite useful to me at today's gathering.
Is that so?
Indeed. And that's why I'd like to ask something of you.
It depends what it's all about.
A little delicate diplomacy. I expect we can agree that Jobst's plan has certain shortcomings.
That's a weak word.
And the way it stands at the moment, he'll never get the support of the council. But I have an idea how to change that.
Well, I'm curious how you hope to shut Zizka up and satisfy the ones who want peace.
We'll sit and wait quietly until Sigismund withdraws of his own volition, as Jobst proposes, but we'll be waiting in the military camp of our huge new army.
Terus pas dia mundur, mengejar dia gitu.
If Sigismund decides to mount an attack on the camp, it'd be a massacre.
Ah, but it won't. Sigismund's army is demoralized and weakened. And besides, he's running out of resources. He's able to tackle fortresses that aren't able to defend themselves, but he won't engage an equal force on the battlefield.
But he can't retreat either. That would be a disgrace.
And that's exactly why we'll wait until he's called back to Hungary by events there. For the plan to work, we need allies, their money and their determination. We've already set the ground for it. We just need negotiators who will push the right people in the right direction.
Are you saying you set everything in motion even before Jobst?
More like in parallel, but without his knowledge. If we find support and make it look like the whole thing was his idea, we'll all win.
Why are you doing all this anyway?
Because I want to put a stop to the senseless deaths, and also because I'm happier with Wenceslas on the Bohemian throne.
You've got an interesting way of approaching things.
You're certainly not the first to tell me that. I take it as a compliment.
I'll help you. What exactly should I do?
I'll give you 3 names. Botchek of Kunstadt, Hamann Alder, and Anna of Waldstein. If you can get those 3 on our side, we've won the day. Meanwhile, I'll take care of Jobst.
Tell me a bit more about those people, so I know who I'm dealing with.
Certainly.
Who do you want to start with?
Bocek of Kunststadt. I know the name, but I can't quite place him.
That's just the thing. He's got massive estates, great influence, but he holds back. He doesn't play the big game, because he doesn't like to take risks. He always goes for the sure thing. But once he's made his mind up, not even a pair of oxen will hold him back.
Alder the Alderman. Wasn't he a Kuttenberg councillor?
He still is. The only one who retained his position after the city was taken. Only he's here, instead of cozying up with Sigismund in Kuttenberg. So his days in the council are numbered. But he'll continue to have a strong influence on the guilds and the rich burghers. And that's why we need him.
Norman Alder.
Anna of Waldstein. The widow of that rich mine owner. What was his name?
Wenzel Bartosz. And I'm not surprised you forgot.
I was quite surprised to see her here. Assemblies like this are more of a...
A male affair? So far, Godwin, so far. Anna is holding back and behaving like an exemplary young widow. But don't trust appearances. She's got claws, she knows how to do her sums, and she certainly has no love lost for Sigismund.
And what use can she be to us? Apart from her late husband's money, of course.
She's as sharp as they come when it comes to trade. And she knows a thing or two about diplomacy. There are wicked tongues that claim Bartosz acquired most of his wealth thanks to her, and that it was thanks to her that he died, too.
What if it doesn't work?
I refuse to even consider that outcome, because it would mean slow but certain defeat for all of us.
Why me, of all people?
Because you've got a head on your shoulders. You know how to talk, and you're not just out for your own good. You and your friend Henry are similar in that respect. That's why I know I can count on you both. There aren't many like you two left.
I'll get on it then. Wish me luck.
I wish us both luck.
Wish
Before
me
the day
luck.
is over, the die will be cast.
Ini bakal mabuk gak sih dia?
Success to our plans.
Oh, takut mabuk aja nih. Oh, makasih lu tarik pesan lu ya. Gue mau baca masa depan soalnya. Ngomong sama 3 orang, tapi intinya tentang apa gue gak gitu perhatiin.
I'll tell you, nobody has the likes of these.
Not even Bocek?
Not even Bocek.
Sekarang gak bisa ngomong sama semua.
That's hard to believe.
Martin likes to exaggerate.
Gue stop per ordering.
Cheers!
Even when they belong to someone else.
Nags? What nags? These are the best thoroughbreds.
Orang dengan pemimpin paling tinggi, Pak, dengan posisi paling tinggi. Tapi gak direspek banyak orang.
Everything all right? You look a bit out of sorts.
I can't wait for it to end so we can get out of here.
Would you tell me something about your community? I haven't found out much so far.
What can I tell you? It was never exactly glorious. And now especially, everyone is quaking that what is still left to us will be taken away.
Surely it won't be that bad.
There are many fools who would rather take out their gall on us and start to fight among themselves. In times of uncertainty, it is always the sons of Israel who are the first to be stricken.
Di zaman itu emang Israel orang Yahudi emang diskriminasi. Gimana ya? Lu hidup di komunitas Kristen gitu, agama lu beda sendiri. Ditambah lagi punya stereotype gitu. Yahudi itu merchant dan merchant tuh licik. Stereotype kayak gitu.
I reckon you'd have to be pretty brave to come and mingle with the Kuttenberg lords.
Or pretty pissed off.
Or that.
We will leave as soon as we can. Anyway, all of these worthy gentlemen would be relieved when we are out of sight.
Rabi ya istilah pemimpin agamanya. Gua nggak perlu ngomong sama dia dulu kah? Dia suruh gua ngomong sama ini. Iya. Gak ada tandanya. Berarti terakhir kah?
You're my mate. But you used to be a
We're trying to forge an alliance against our common enemy.
They're trying to do one thing and one thing only.
You seem a bit out of sorts. Anything wrong?
Oh, these grand aristocratic assemblies are nothing for me. I'd be happier if they just told me in the morning how it all went and what my boys have to do next.
But then you'd miss all the grub and the booze. And the gossip.
Oh, and have you heard anything interesting here?
It seems Liechtenstein's looking for allies. For his own ends.
And how's he gonna do it? Didn't you see them all fighting tooth and nail here just a while ago?
Well, different approaches work with different people.
The only approach that'll work with Sigismund is open resistance. Maybe on the field of battle?
A lot of people think the wealthy burghers will stick with Sigismund, whether out of fear or convenience.
Well, that's to be expected. As long as Sigismund has the city council under his thumb, no one will rock the boat.
Well, at least there's a few individuals here, like Ruthard.
Sigismund confiscated his castle and half his estates. That'll be enough to make a man mad. Not to mention that his son was killed in the siege of the city.
Siapa? Anaknya Sigismund? Oh, si ini ya, si bapaknya Rosa.
Let's hope young Lord Capon manages to stay free for a while longer. Ever since leaving Rattay, he's gone from one pile of trouble to another.
That's one thing you can always count on him for. I'll gladly wager with you he'll end up in some other shit by evening.
God forbid. Henry's not here now to pull him out of it.
In that case, it'll be up to you. I'm sure you wouldn't leave him to disgrace himself in front of Hanush.
Best player win.
Sir Bocek, I need to speak with you for a moment.
A man hardly puts his cup to his lips and someone comes along to put a flea in his ear. Jobs comes up with a plan as full of holes as a beggar's shoes, and now you're all jostling to win me over for him.
On the contrary, I've come here with an idea how to improve it.
Does that improvement include a few thousand men at arms? If not, you can go to the devil with it.
A few thousand men at arms as a convincing argument. And 100 horsemen on top. Only in order to get them, we need coin.
You've got my attention, but not my money yet.
How can I persuade you?
I need guarantees of security. I don't want to end up like Ruthard.
Of course. Once it comes to protecting property, ideals go out the window.
You can talk, since you haven't got a pot to piss in yourself. If you were in my position, you'd think differently. I have a lot of property, lots of subjects to look after, and along with that, the Lord blessed me with a large family. I can't risk it all in a conflict with Sigismund.
So you need guarantees that you won't be left standing in the cold if you openly oppose Sigismund?
My guarantee is called Yitka. She's my niece. If I succeeded in marrying her off to another strong house, I'll have the certainty that I won't be left alone.
Maybe it's enough to find a suitable groom among the allies.
Perhaps someone of suitable standing who Yitka would also gladly accept. I don't want her to be unhappy.
Dia pengen dapat jaminan kalau gua udah mensupport kalian mengelawan Sigismund. Gua takutnya apa namanya? Dia takutnya kayak dicampakin gitu loh. Udah gak guna lagi gitu. Jadi dia pengen menikahin keponakan dia dengan salah satu leader atau anak leader di sini. Buat ada hubungan ibarat kayak lawyer marriage gitu. Halo. Ini pasti negatif reputasi nih. Godwin. Gua pengen milih ini nih. Pengen lihat reaksi dia gimana. Gak apa-apa, reputasi negatif.
I'd be honored to oblige. I'm in my prime.
Forget about it. Even if by some miracle you could manage to sire children, you'd die before you could raise them.
The truth doesn't offend, my lord. But I had to give it a try.
Ya, benar. Jason loss.
How about young Lord Capon?
He's a youngster still.
Huh? Ngomong sama orangnya dulu gak sih?
What's wrong with him? He's young, he's handsome, women are fighting over him. Yitka will like him, and he'll give her a whole bunch of children.
And to half the wenches in his domain too, eh? On the other hand, the lords of Lipa have a good reputation, and Hanush can always be relied on despite his temper. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
I'll convey your offer to Lord Capon. If he agrees, we can celebrate our alliance.
I don't care what the young lord thinks. Hanush is the one to decide. If he agrees, I'll be happy to support your plan.
Pushing a friend to tie the knot to save the kingdom. Things have come to a pretty pass.
The kingdom will not forget his sacrifice. Now stop dilly-dallying and go and tell Hanush.
Ngomong sama Hanus ya, nggak perlu nanya Capon. Nanya dulu dah.
God bless.
Lagian si Jiska ini gimana tuh?
I've got some good news and some bad news for you.
The bad news is there's hardly any females in this whole damned place. There's some old bat standing there with 2 young girls, but she watches over them like a mother hen. So at least tell me the good news.
You're going to get married.
Good one. Is she at least pretty?
I don't know. I've never seen her.
You're really a barrel of laughs, Godwin. Wait till Hanush hears this. Now, enough nonsense. Let's have a drink to your health and my freedom.
I'd better slow down, or I won't live to see the morning.
What can one expect from a man of the cloth?
Passionnya Godwin kalau dihitung ke Henry sih gue ada kurang banyak nih.
Take a look at that. A nightingale surrounded by hawks. Job's the...
Godwin, you wouldn't be avoiding me. We didn't have much time for conversation on the way here. Let's rectify that.
With pleasure, sir. As it happens, there's something I'd like to ask you. What are you expecting from today's gathering, my lord?
Well, I have no great expectations. But, all going well, we may be able to establish some joint steps towards the future. As long as we proceed without prior agreement and mutual support, we will be very unlikely to achieve any progress.
Where did you leave Sir Divish? Surely he's not too old to miss out on such an event.
Haven't you heard? Lady Stephanie is with child. No one even imagined Divish would produce an heir at his age.
As they say, doesn't matter who kneaded the dough, as long as there's a pie in the oven.
Godwin.
Well, it could be a miracle. Praise the Lord! I couldn't help but notice your son has a bit of a talent for getting into trouble.
To put it mildly, but not to do him an injustice, knowing young Lord Capon, he undoubtedly contributed to that more than a little. Although, if they didn't pull each other out of trouble, God knows where they'd be now.
Wise words. Still, Henry's come a long way on a thorny path. I trust you're rightfully proud of him.
You know, I am. And Martin would also be glad, even though Henry chose a different path than he.
May God grant him eternal rest.
Soal pernikahan.
Sir Hanush, I bring happy tidings.
You do? Let's hear it then.
Young Lord Capon is going to get married.
If he's got some impoverished noble's daughter pregnant, I'll have his hide. I'm not going to support some bastard.
You misunderstood my meaning. I was the one who arranged the betrothal. I mean, with your blessing.
You arranged a marriage for my ward? Just like that? With who?
With the niece of Sir Bochek, Lord of Kunstadt. Her name's Yitka.
Bochek of Kunstadt? The Bochek of Kunstadt? Godwin, you conniving old bastard.
Oh, fuck.
I don't believe it.
Oh, dia senang.
So, young Hans is to marry Kunstadt's daughter?
Niece.
If you're serious, I'll make sure that you get the Rattay parish.
Or you could make me the abbot of Sasa. Or what about a bishopric?
Forget it. Soon I'll be paying for a wedding. Not a word to Hans. I want to tell him myself. But let's
Gua ada
get to
ngomong.
it, shall we?
Cheers!
Cheers to you! And to your parlaying skills!
Dia mau tuh. Amannya setuju, bro.
Sir Bochek, your niece Yitka can start preparing for her wedding.
So Hanush agreed, without reservations.
Indeed.
Then I will fulfill my end of the bargain without reservation.
Thank you, Lord of Kunstadt.
Enough formality. We'll have a drink. What do you say?
Cheers to the beautiful Lady Yitka and the unhappy Lord Capon.
Here's to a good bargain.
Drunkennya naik terus tuh. Oke, satu udah dapat. Ini ada siapa lagi? Dasa. Ini guard semua ya. Table Master.
Sir, I don't believe I've had the honor.
Nor I, until now. I am Sir Conrad, Lord of Wächter. And you are the heir to the Lord of Rabosh, are you not?
Used to be. My father somewhat disowned me some time ago.
And I used to be the Royal Mint Master, until the King decided to replace me.
We've got quite a bit in common, wouldn't you say?
More than you think. If my memory doesn't deceive me, you serve as a parish priest. So I recollect, at least, from my recent discussions with Martin.
Served. That's in the past.
Even so. Before King Wenceslas appointed me his mint master, I was a priest. I was even being groomed to become a bishop.
And now look at us. We have cast off our robes and merrily hatched plots against Sigismund.
There's no point in waiting for divine intervention. On the contrary, the current state of affairs demands quite a secular approach.
Are you going to support the Margrave's proposal?
I haven't quite decided yet. It's true that displeasure against the king is noticeably growing in Kuttenberg, but if our rebellion were to come face to face with Sigismund's army, I'd be risking my future, if not my life.
Do you think you might get your position as Mint Master back again?
I doubt it. Half the town hates Vavak, but no one would even think of saying a word against him. And he knows that his security stands and falls with his function, so he clings to it, tooth and nail.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
Royal Master, Royal Mint Master. Yang urus uang, ngurus cetak uang.
Certainly. Have no fear.
I'd like to check your horses out and see if they're as good as you say.
Pah, even better. But you won't believe it until you see for yourself.
And you might not believe your eyes when you do see them. Well, well, we have a new guest.
I wanted to...
You wanted to apologize for crashing into my home without it by your leave. Or to harass my guests some more?
I want to have a word with Older.
Well, I'm having a word with you.
Ini Martin ini siapanya dia ya? Bapaknya udah meninggal kan ya harusnya? Paman dia kali ya? Nggak tahu ya, bapaknya udah meninggal tuh belum?
I apologize.
Oh ini bapaknya?
For interrupting our
Belum meninggal, oke.
Or just for being you.
Is that your...
Unfortunately. Speak up then. What are you doing here?
I came with a delegation from Sir Hanush of Lipa.
Is this a joke?
Why so strict, Martin?
20 years ago, he was nothing but a cheeky brat, only interested in wenches and booze. I got him a place at the Archbishopric to have some sense beaten into his head. Only it wasn't long before they kicked him out. And then I find out he's settled in some backwater parish in Sassau. But he took his boozing and whoring along with him, lost everything, and then came creeping home again. Huh?
Try saying it again a little louder. They might not have heard you in the outer courtyard.
You have the impertinence to show me your face after the way you disgraced our whole family?
You're exaggerating, like you've always done.
Me? Exaggerating? You're the one who turned my home into a house of ill repute. Your whores wandering around as if they owned the place.
Oh, actually, anything fun was strictly banned under your roof. But maybe you ought to try it yourself sometime. Then maybe you wouldn't be such a bitter old grouch.
Dishonoring your host.
I can't dishonor someone who has no honor. If you had any, you'd be...
That's enough.
Christopher.
You won't get away with those insults. I challenge you to a duel.
Ini adik dia kah?
I'm not happy about it, but I accept. This isn't how I imagined my first meeting with my brother.
Adik dia ya.
Make room for us. We'll just settle a very private matter. It's an honorable duel, man against man. Stay back.
Look in my eyes, not at my sword.
Did they teach you that in the seminary?
Come on.
Swing with your whole arm, not
Dia
just
aku
your...
mau. See.
Take that. Not bad for a priest.
Otherwise, the first strike will put you on your ass.
Wanker! That was sneaky.
Just like in Kosovo. Charge and no mercy. Just like in Kosovo. Charge and no mercy.
That was sneaky.
On your right side. You've got a gap there I can drive a car through.
Tiba ada orang.
What's wrong with your legs? You don't know which end of that thing is up. Left arm lower.
That will do.
That will do.
My God. Where did you learn to wield a sword like that? Father always said you were a good-for-nothing boozer. But you could teach sword fighting in a school.
I was in a war. Right after they kicked me out of the archbishopric. And you ought to know yourself. Not all the faults that Father sees are real.
Aye. Well, I apologize for going off like that.
Satunya keluar jalan-jalan petualangan di mana, satunya stay di sini.
I know. Only he'll never be satisfied. The sooner you realize that, the better.
I thought he was the way he was because his first son let him down. And he hoped at least his second would become something.
Not at all. I remember him the same since I was a nipper. When I was 6 years old, I fell off a horse and broke my leg. He wouldn't talk to me for a week because I'd let him down.
The first time he took me hunting, he let me starve for 3 days until I was able to shoot my first hare.
Wow.
Only 3 days. He got soft.
Keras, intinya bapak mereka
I
tuh
always
keras
wondered
banget.
who you were. There was never much talk about you at home.
Look, I really did fuck up everything I could. I brawled and boozed until they threw me out of my own parish.
Usianya tepat jauh
I
keduanya.
have a chance to put things
Adiknya
to
gak pernah
rights a
ketemu
little.
Lia.
And that's why you want to talk to Alder.
Aye. The outcome of this war depends on it.
That sounds very important, considering you and Alder are both pretty small players. After your encounter with Father, it won't be easy to get to Alder. Actually, I don't think you should even attempt it. Unless you want to anger Father even more.
What else can I do, though?
I'll talk to him myself. He'll hear me out for sure. But you'll have to trust me and tell me what it's all about.
All right then. You've heard Yob's plan, right? It's a nice idea, but we can't wait around without an army to back us up.
Only no one's going to pay for one, because that would be an outright admission of rebelling against Sigismund.
Alder's got some clout with the councillors and burghers who are loyal to Sigismund. If he agrees, they'll follow.
I expect Alder's not the only one you're after.
You got that right.
Leave Alder to me. The plan sounds sensible, and he's no fool.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can drag me to a
Yeah,
tavern
ngomong kah?
sometime. Pa doesn't need to know about it.
You're starting to sound like a brother.
Si Alder biar si Christopher yang ngomong. Air gak pengen cuci nih. Oh itu. Nggak perlu. Dibersihin sama game aja. Di plannya si John sama si Margrave itu sama, temanya sama itu. Garis besarnya sama tapi intinya beda. Si Margrave ngomongnya tunggu aja, nanti dia mundur sendiri si Sigismund. Si John tunggu benar, tapi kita kumpulin pasukan satu tempat sambil nunggu. Jangan tunggunya dengan tangan kosong.
God be with you, noble lady. There's something I'd like to ask of you.
God be with you. What would that be?
Your diplomatic support. And your money.
No beating around the bush, eh? I like that. But what do you want my money for?
Margrave Yob's plan has some gaps, milady. We need to gather enough resources to...
To muster an army that Margrave can't afford on his own?
Christ. Be praised. You're astute.
I should say so. All sorts of people have their eyes on my money, and divining their intentions is a necessity. Although, between the two of us, it isn't hard to figure out what Liechtenstein is after.
How do you know Liechtenstein is behind it?
I know most of the people here very well. Many of them certainly have doubts about the Margrave's plans. But they wouldn't dream of stating them aloud. While it seems that Lord Liechtenstein, on the contrary, sees his opportunity.
I'd say you have a better nose for people than most of this crowd.
Not only for people, but also for good food and wine, and beneficial deals.
Then you're in the right place. This occasion provides all of those things.
The wine here is average, the cooks lack imagination, and I have yet to hear any interesting offers. So, to the point. What is it that Liechtenstein wants from me?
Nothing more than support and resources for an army to parley more effectively with Sigismund.
Nothing more? I'd say that's plenty. And why ask me for help? Why should I, of all people, take the risk?
Oh, ini pasti dia agak senang jangan.
It's not only your money we're interested in. You're well able to negotiate and trade. And if you were to take part in our plan...
Then I'd be helpful to you on two fronts. If you want me to support you, you must give me a good reason. Perhaps a favor in return.
Do you have something in particular in mind?
Well, one of the guests here has something that shouldn't get into the wrong hands.
Who's that?
Harman Alder. Now, if you were to switch these papers for the ones he brought with him, I would support your proposal.
Maksudnya apa? If you were to switch this paper for the one we... Ada terus ikut sama siapa? Bukan Martin. Si ini ya. Si Bapak Rosa, lupa mulu namanya.
And these papers I'm supposed to switch, what do they concern?
My relatives somehow dug up some trade contracts between myself and certain undesirable parties.
You were dealing with the enemy.
They were not the enemy at the time. My conscience is clear, but I'll rest easier when those papers are in my hands.
Dia kayak punya bukti salah gitu di tangan si Alder. Semacam itu.
And the papers I'm supposed to plant on Alder?
Just insignificant documents. If the incriminating ones disappeared without a trace, it would arouse suspicion.
Have you fallen out with the town councillor?
No. Alder is innocent in the matter. My relatives from the House of Bartosz are behind it all. They're disappointed that I dared outlive my husband, and the fact that I'm handling his estates makes their hair stand on end.
All right, I'll help you. Or at least I'll give it a try.
Alder will surely have the papers in his saddlebags, which he left in the shed on the outer courtyard. Bring them to me, and put these there instead. But watch yourself. Odorim's groom has eyes everywhere.
Ordering groom.
Take a look at that. A night.
What brings you here? What brings you here?
God bless.
Aren't you a bit bored?
What's your problem? The horses are fed and watered. I'm not idle.
God forbid. But standing around here must be a pain in the arse, no? You might get thirsty.
Not really. What of it?
Shall we roll some dice? I'm sure you can take a little breather, eh?
Well, all right. But just for a little while. I'll wait at the table over there.
Tunggu. Mana? Yes, gua.
Come on then, show us what you can do. Unless you're
Harus
playing
main sama dia
first
kalau
time.
sus banget itu. Weh. Opening yang sangat bagus nih.
I hope you don't throw like that again.
Udah menang mah dia mah. $140. Ya kan. Pas aja. 50 lagi gua menang. Amat. Wow.
Like this.
Dia juga dapat full dice gitu. Wow.
Excellent! And the money goes to me.
Main. Tahu gitu gua berani dikit. Dan panggang. Ada orang lain lagi yang bisa gua ajak bicara sebelum gua sini.
forge an alliance against our common enemy.
They're trying to do one
I
thing.
know.
And one
You
thing
said
only.
that already.
Mind
But
their
why?
pockets.
They remember well the murders and rebellion here in the last.
He's nothing but a bloody fraud. I mean, who the hell doesn't think he is? He's not the one with...
Sir Kunzlan, I haven't yet had the pleasure.
You're Godwin, aren't you?
Rutat.
I've heard about you from Martin.
Oh dear.
Have no fear. I know
But-
Martin well, and I know he's prone to exaggeration. Anything I can do for you?
Ke mix mulu sama Richard. Rutat Richard. Mirip.
Will you support Margrave Yobst's plan?
That depends on what it is. If he decides to just wait, then no. I can't take that risk any longer.
Do you think we should look for help somewhere else?
I came here for one reason alone. To hear a plan of attack against Sigismund. If Jobst doesn't lay one out before me, I'll try and find someone more courageous.
I expect you know Lady Anna of Waldstein well.
Why wouldn't I? She's joined at the hip with my daughter Rosa.
I hope she doesn't feel unwelcome here. I've heard she's a bit of a thorn in the side for some of the gents here.
To her own relatives, certainly. But I'll tell you one thing. I knew her husband, Wenzel, and he married her out of love. And I cared for him devotedly till the day he died. And it wasn't a quick death.
So it's not true what they say? That his demise was convenient for her?
Vile slander. People just can't forgive her for coming into a fortune as a young widow.
What do you think of the rabbi's offer? The Kuttenberg Jewish community is large, and their support could change everything.
Or nothing. To be honest, I've no idea what to expect of the rabbi's offer.
He said he was interested in an alliance, though, didn't he?
Aye, but still he must be aware that whatever happens, it won't change the lot of his people.
So you don't trust him?
And isn't it natural? It's not just faith in the walls of their quarter that separates us. They live in our city, but they're more foreign than the Germans or the Hungarians. Be with you.
Ngomong sama Margaret.
Your Grace, may I disturb you for a moment?
Certainly.
Godwin, I came with the lords from Ratai.
Ah, now I remember. Forgive me, there are many guests and I only have one head.
Sama. Player yang main game ini memang harus ini sih. Harus berusaha tahu banyak karakter anjir. Belum lagi nama-nama ininya. Kayak contoh ya, bawah itu tulisan kuning. Margrave Jos of Luxembourg itu kayak teritori dia gitu. Kayak misalnya dia dapat gelar dikasih kota di mana gitu. Luxembourg kan ada di sekitar Belanda ya sama Prancis gitu. Lalu Margrave itu jabatan dia. Kayak semacam Perdana Menteri kayaknya deh, semacam itu. Cukup tinggi ya. Jobs itu nama dia atau marga dia. Dia punya nama lagi sih, kayak si John. Jobs itu marga kan? Ya, sama kan, dia sama si ini. Si John. Atau ya Jobs itu entah apa deh. Gak yakin. Ada yang kayak misalkan ini si pilihan ini si John Liechtenstein itu. John nama dia, Liechtenstein itu kayak wilayah deh. Sama kayak Luxembourg.
Lord Liechtenstein asked me for help, in our collective interest. But if you'll allow me, sir, I'd like to ask you a few questions, so I'm clear about what I can do to help.
Indeed. And what would you like to know?
Si Godwin tulisannya cuma Godwin doang karena dia udah di kick dari ini bapaknya si Martin of Rustboards ini ya, nama wilayah. Nama dia cuma Martin apa Godwin doang.
Your plan, if I may be so bold, has a few gaping holes. Sigismund may attack anywhere and any time, and we have no way to defend ourselves. You want to wait? Fine. But you should at least give some assurance to the lords that they'll live to see it through.
You amuse me, Godwin. A parish priest teaching the Margrave of Moravia about politics. I know you mean well, but try to look at it with cold reasoning.
I'd reason better with an army at my back.
Do you realize how much such an army costs? The gentlemen here have trouble agreeing about much lesser sums.
And if a way could be found, and the means...
Dia punya wilayah lagi ya di
Before that
Moravia.
happens, Sigismund will take his shoes off and head off to Rome barefoot.
Do you still think the lords will agree at the end of the day? I'm beginning to lose hope.
That's the way of politics. Some are persuaded by silver, some by a well-chosen word. Others are convinced by tempting promises.
And if none of that does the trick?
Such cases usually end in quarrels between former allies, while the enemy is laughing up his sleeve.
I wasn't expecting to meet the rabbi of Kuttenberg here.
Really? Half of Kuttenberg has accumulated debts with usurers that they cannot repay, or even do not intend to. The rabbi knows his people are under threat, and that Sigismund will not protect them if something should befall, similar to what happened in Prague.
So they naturally took a stance against Sigismund.
What's more, if
Menjadi
Wenceslas
Prague.
regains the throne, they can expect him to reward them.
Di Prague terjadi insiden yang melibatkan banyak korban dan targetnya Yahudi kayaknya.
On whose side do the wealthy burghers stand?
From the entire elite of Kuttenberg. Only Kunzelin Rutard and Haman Alder have come here. Not that I'm surprised. The king keeps a close eye on them through the city council, seeking the slightest pretext to confiscate their wealth.
But if Rutard and Alder can be persuaded...
We don't need to convince Rutard. And Martin is already working on Alder. But he might be pushing a little hard.
City Council apa? Orang penting di Gutenberg tuh ada datang dua, si Rutard sama Alder.
John of Liechtenstein is acting in your interest, isn't he?
That was the original agreement. And on the outside, it still looks that way, I trust.
But it was you who sent him to Kuttenberg, wasn't it?
True. But I certainly never told him to hole up in the Jewish quarter and pursue his own private plans there. And by doing so, he put both himself and our common interests in jeopardy.
I understood that he was on our side.
Yes, he is. Only he is slowly starting to act more and more on his own initiative.
Although, that doesn't have to be a bad thing, does it?
He still lacks the experience to be capable of evaluating some situations. But he is persuasive and easily wins people to his side. Unfortunately.
Keduanya punya hubungan apa sih? Dua orang ini.
I've got those papers from Alder for you.
Quiet! You don't have to announce it to everyone.
Lady, with all the clamor going on here, I can hardly hear my own thoughts. Here they are.
You're more capable than I expected. Thanks for the help.
You're welcome. And now you're part of the bargain.
As agreed. I will support Liechtenstein's proposal with both words and money.
Thank you, noble lady. God will...
Yes, quite. But let's drink to our bargain, Godwin.
How could I refuse a toast with such a fine lady? To your health, Lady Anna.
And to the success of our efforts.
Gentlemen, I think we can raise our goblets to the successful conclusion of the negotiations.
Is this supposed to be your secret weapon?
Like I said,
Dia belum masih
miracles
ngomong.
happen where you least expect
Belum
them.
nyampe orang.
Tell me,
So,
Godwin of the House of Odorin, what news do you bring
Odorin,
us?
ya.
I bring nothing from the House of Odorin. But the widow of Waldstein and Sir Bocek of Kunstadt will support our cause.
Both of them. Good heavens, what did you promise them?
This is going to be a long story, and I could use a drink. So if you'll excuse me, my lords?
New proposal.
It would seem that we have all benefited from the break in these proceedings. New alliances have been formed. And I have also changed my plans. We shall still wait for Sigismund to withdraw his troops of his own accord. But we will wait with an army at our backs.
Yes. And how are we to raise an army? Wasn't it made clear at the meeting that no one wants to take the risk?
The only thing made clear was that each of us alone is weak and that we could not find common ground. But that has now changed.
Komunitas Yahudi mendukung.
King Wenceslas is,
Banyak
by
duit.
the will of God, the Balbatim of all his subjects. Not only the Christians, our community, and not only ours, will give you coin.
The Kuttenberg houses are still loyal to King Wenceslas, and we stand with Lord Ruthard.
And if that's not enough, the houses of Leipa and Kunstadt will unite and march side by side.
Nikahan dua keluarga.
My niece, Yitka, will take young Lord Capon as her husband.
Apa reaksi kamu? Uh-oh. Ada dua pilihan sih, si John atau si dia.
Lords Kunstadt, Hanush, Radzig, and I will set out immediately. God willing, we will be back within 3 weeks, along with an army.
Now those are words worthy of a nobleman.
My friend, I still believe that words are more powerful than swords. And our words will ring in 1,000 voices to the glory of King Wenceslas.
Ini cutscene-nya sampai kayak gini loh. Mungkin pilihan yang lain gak bisa kali. Pilihan si John gak bisa ya. Jadi emang harus pilih dia. Gak tahu ya. Oh gak milih John. Harusnya sih gitu ya. Effort kalau dia bikin dua cutscene. Kembali ke Henry. Tidak jamuan.
After we conquered the city, you promised to restore order immediately.
And then I find out things are even more disordered than before.
Your Majesty, we are sorry. We will put it to rights.
You've already said that. I want to hear real solutions.
We will put more guards on the roads and toughen penalties. We can have a few captured bandits executed as an example to others.
We do not care about bandits. We care about rebellious nobles and burghers. What will you do with them? How will you solve the chaos in the town administration, the rebellious miners, and the dismal yields? And how is it even possible that a rebellion against the king is smoldering here in the city?
What do you mean, sire?
I hear the resistance is coming from the Jewish quarter, from right under your noses. Why haven't you done anything?
We don't know who is behind this. Without evidence, we cannot punish them.
Otto von Berghoff did not ask questions in Prague either. He acted. And I advise you to do the same. Find a couple of wretches in a hole somewhere, point them to the Jewish quarter, and give them free rein to do anything. The city's Jewish community was and still is on Wenceslas' side. They need a warning.
We do not even have enough men to...
Mau nangkap
Margaret, could you spare a few men for a while?
Of course, sire. I'll assign them to Eric. He'll take care of it.
So you see, all you have to do is make sure the city rebel get their share. You could at least manage that, couldn't you?
Okay,
and if the thought should cross your minds that you would get rid of the debts to the Jewish moneylenders this way, forget about it. Your debts will remain, up to the last groschen. Only now you owe us directly. And while we are on the subject of money, has the yield from the mines finally matched last year's?
Sire, the deposits are dwindling, and mining is becoming increasingly difficult. And to make matters worse, the miners started rebelling.
Don't take us for a fool. They'll stop rebelling when you pay them proper wages.
Your Majesty, we can't do that.
Silence! How dare you oppose the kingdom's protector? You're a bunch of incompetent sycophants. Chicken shits. Not any better than the scum hiding in the forest.
I apologize, sire. I'll do everything in my power to...
All I hear from you over and over again are excuses and prevarication. And results? None. I therefore placed the city council under the authority of Sir Marquardt von Aulitz, who is present here, with immediate effect. He will make sure you finally do your duty.
But, sire, that would be a violation of the privileges granted to us as a free mining town.
Silence! I am the only guarantor of your rights. You have to earn your privileges, not hide behind them. During my brother's reign, this idleness was perhaps tolerated. But that is over now. You were given a few simple tasks. But instead of working on them, you idled in the baths and lined your pockets. And let the traitors cast their nets undisturbed. But unlike my brother, I am capable of creating order. And I assure you, I do not distinguish between those who stand in my way. Be they beggars, noblemen, or city councillors. You have 2 weeks to restore order in the city and increase mining output. I want clear results, and you answer only to me and Sir Marquardt von Aulitz now. No one else. The council is dismissed. You, don't go anywhere, boy. Be so kind and remain here. Our throat has become rather dry. And we still wish to speak with our friend von Aulitz.
Yes, sire. As you wish, sire.
Between the two of us, Marquardt, was I not perhaps too harsh on them? And speak candidly, we have had enough of false flattery.
Sire, you were harsh, but rightfully so. These councillors, They need to be shown their place. You suffered their insolence for far too long.
Kita minta
The
wine
same
kan.
is true of the Jews.
We know. Otto repeated to us several times that it is time to strike against them. We are glad he's not here. He would be intolerably self-satisfied if he knew we had heeded him.
Boy, can't you see the king's cup is empty?
You tend to us as if we were infirm. Boy, pour us a monastic wine. The monks had a good year. We have concerns, friend. The Hungarians are rebelling. Our army is falling apart, and we have enemies here on all
Hungarian rebelling.
Would we had a proper army instead of human mercenaries? They cannot be relied upon. And we are no closer to our goal now than a few months ago. Thank you. It is a good year. If our father were still alive, he would have been astonished at that a few years of Wenceslas' reign brought to us. With a single word, he would have put the nobility in their place, and the country would flourish.
Ay, ngomongin King Charles.
We won't need much more time. We'll arrest the traitor Odorin, and the rest will fall in line.
You say the others will be brought into line, but what do you know of them? We know only a few of them. But there's a fortress
Leaderin yang
standing on
di
every
markas
damn
mereka.
hill here. What
Si
side is their
Martin,
lords on?
si Godwin, keluarga itu leadernya.
If only Wenceslas were not such a stubborn ass and relinquished that throne that he has no use for anyway. The nobility, on the other hand, found a ruler like him very useful. They made a puppet out of him.
Once you restore order, they'll join you. All you have to do is promise them the privileges they lost during Wenceslas' reign.
First, they'd have to be willing to make peace at least among themselves. Jobst does everything he can to sow chaos, so that he himself emerges victorious in the end. This business makes me thirsty. Pour me some of that red, boy.
I think Jobst is just waiting for the right moment. He'll switch sides when it suits him.
Maybe. But first I'll have to conquer a few more cities.
Dia sempat ngomong ini, menjanjikan hak istimewa dari nobility, atau nobility itu bangsawan yang kehilangan haknya pas Wenceslas itu berkuasa. Itu karena waktu Wenceslas jadi king, demi punya orang di sekeliling dia itu mengangkat banyak bangsawan baru. Si Rajik termasuk kalau nggak salah, yang jadinya orang-orang ini jadikan berterima kasih sama Wenceslas gitu. Sedangkan yang lama kan haknya jadi berkurang semacam itu.
And get a couple more lords on my side. Then they take the threat of war seriously. And Hungary. If Bohemia is a wasp's nest, then Hungary is a viper's lair.
You will follow in his footsteps, sire, as soon as you get the chance.
But the wine is good here. To your health, Marquardt. And to your health too, boy. May your children grow in a land ruled by a good king. You did a good job, waiter. You can be proud of yourself.
To your health, your majesty.
Si Aulik ini jenderal dia dari Hungari kan ya?
We need to crack down on
Bukan orang Bohemia dia.
We're working on it. While the consul was meeting, Otto van Beckhoff and his men set out for
Oh,
the bush.
apain?
Odorin
Nyerang.
won't give you any more trouble.
He and
Oh,
Ruthard
dia nyerang ya?
are in it together. Once we get Odorin, we can handle Ruthard easily.
Si Otto pergi ke pertemuan yang tadi.
After all, Otto has already got Malishov.
I appreciate your confidence, sire.
But the devil knows there are a lot more strongholds to conquer here.
For the king, red wine, boy.
No, we shall have white. We have had enough of red.
White it is. Quickly. If Rebush falls, others will follow. I think von Berger...
Kok nggak bisa drop ini, anjir?
We could use it to raise this town hall too. And I have some...
Ngebug nggak game ya? Kayaknya game ngebug deh. Banyak yang punya masalah sama anjir, stuck gitu.
Suggestions for other candidates.
Pulang deh. Ngebug.
Between the two of us, Marquardt, was I not perhaps too harsh on them? And speak candidly, we have had enough of false flattery.
Sire, you were harsh, but rightfully so.
Paksa ulang.
These
Ngebug nggak bisa ngambil.
They need to be shown their place. You suffered their insolence for far too long. And the same is true of the Jews.
We know. Otto repeated to us several times that it is time to strike against them. We are glad he is not here. He would be intolerably self-satisfied if he knew we had heeded him.
Boy, can't you see the king's cup is empty?
You tend to us as if we were infirm. Boy, pour us a monastic wine. The monks had a good year. We have concerns, friend. The Hungarians are rebelling. Our army is falling apart, and we have enemies here.
Ah, bisa kan?
Would we had a proper army instead?
Tadi ya nggak bisa, ada. Aman. Bugnya cuma sekali doang ya.
Be relied upon. And we are no closer to our goal now than a few months ago. Thank you. It is a good year. If our father were still alive, he would have been astonished by the mess that a few years of Wenceslas' reign brought to us. With a single word, he would have put the nobility in their place, and the country would flourish. God grant him eternal glory.
We won't need much more time. We'll arrest the traitor Odorin, and the rest will fall in line.
You say the others will be brought into line, but what do you know of them? We know only a few of them. But there's a fortress standing on every damn hill here. What side are their lords on?
We'll find out soon enough, sire.
If only Wenceslas were not such a stubborn ass, and
What?
relinquished...
Jatuhin dulu deh, takutnya ngebug lagi.
No use for anyone. The nobility, on the other hand, found a ruler like him very useful. They made a puppet out of him.
Once you restore order, they'll join you. All you have to do is promise them the privileges they lost during Wenceslas' reign.
First, they'd have to be willing to make peace at least among themselves. Jobst does everything he can to sow chaos, so that he himself emerges victorious in the end. This business makes me thirsty. Pour me some of that red, boy.
I think Jobst is just waiting for the right moment. He'll switch sides when it suits him.
Maybe. But first I'll have to conquer a few more cities, and get a couple more lords on my side. Then they take the threat of war seriously. And Hungary. If Bohemia is a wasp nest, then Hungary is a viper's lair.
You will follow in his footsteps, sire, as soon as you get the chance.
But the wine is good here. To your health, Margaret. And to your health too, boy. May your children grow in a land ruled by a good king. You did a good job, waiter. You can be proud of yourself.
To your health, your majesty.
First, we need to crack down on the biggest troublemakers.
We're working on it. While the consul was meeting, Otto von Berghoff and his men set out for Raposh. Alderin won't give you any more trouble.
He and Ruthard are in it together. Once we get Oderin, we can handle Ruthard easily. Rabosh will be yours. After all, Otto has already got Malishov.
Dia bakal dapat Rabosh.
Your confidence, sire.
Bakal kasih ke outlet.
There are a lot more strongholds to conquer here.
For the king, red wine.
No, we shall have white. We have had enough of red.
White it is. Quickly. If Raposh falls, others will follow.
I think von Berghoff's little contraption will find its use again.
If need be, we could use it to raise this town hall too. And I have some suggestions for other candidates.
Not so fast, my friend. It's a wondrous tool, but we can't rely on it forever.
But to bring it here to the square and point it at the city hall? Those sycophants would only benefit from a warning like that.
It's a splendid idea, but it won't be necessary. The councillors are quite fearful enough already that they can hide nothing from us.
There's been enough fretting, sire. You shall see. Soon we will drink to the conquest of another fortress.
You are right. So then, to victory. And you, boy, will you drink with us? So that you shall have something to tell your children and grandchildren.
To victory, sire.
To today's, and those of the future.
Serangan. Saya masih gak tahu si Otto bawa army ke sini. Mabuk.
Drink and stuff your craw anywhere, even at home.
About the girls?
Ya, biasa kayak gini kan. Si Godwin-nya jalan keluar terus mulai army gitu. Nanti gitu.
I am far too old for some sentimental courtship.
You're amusing. But you know my answer. I appreciate your friendship, but I'd rather run my own affairs.
I understand. Let's at least drink to your success.
And let's drink to the future of Lady Yitka. May her marriage to Lord Capon bring her happiness.
They're young. They'll have plenty of time to cultivate that happiness.
Well, the groom isn't looking too happy at the moment.
I wouldn't worry about it if I were you, my lady.
It's easy for you to say. You don't have to listen to it day in, day out.
A little gossip. You act like you don't know the world of the lords.
Lords and ladies. You either ignore us or slander us.
We do? Who do you mean?
Not you.
Have you...
How come you're still here, sir? Weren't you supposed to travel with Sir Hanush? Raise an army, prepare a wedding feast and all that?
All hail Jobst. He sorted out things here nicely. He got my money for a start, and that's more than I wanted to give him. But you know how it goes. Give them a finger. I explained to the Margrave that I'm not going anywhere, and I sent my captain with him. He's still young and full of piss and vinegar. I'm too old and fond of my comfort.
Did you at least discuss with Hanush where the wedding will take place?
Nothing to discuss. It'll be at our castle Potsdam, of course. It's the pride of our family. We can fit in 3 times more people than here, and that still wouldn't be much.
Ah, but there are 2 castles in Rattay. I'd bet my right arm old Hanush will want to have the wedding there.
What? In Rattay? Well, I ought to look into that then.
But deal with him yourself, though. I won't be your gent's messenger anymore.
No great loss. It wasn't that good anyway.
Nggak ada adegan begitu. Elena, apa?
Good evening, my esteemed lady. I haven't yet had the opportunity to make your acquaintance.
No matter. I know who you are. Although Martin hardly spoke of you, from what I heard, I could conjure up a pretty good picture.
Would you kindly introduce your 2 companions?
This is Lady Christina, second wife of Lord Binyik of Norsteds. She's standing in for him here today.
Nice to meet you, sir.
How come your husband didn't come?
Because he's been rotting for nearly a year in the king's captivity.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mom. I pray that God shall return him to you soon.
I've been praying for it since the day I got word of his captivity. Perhaps
Yan
worldly
ditahan nama
powers
si
will
Gisma.
come to our aid once the promised army turns up. One hopes.
What's your opinion of the outcome of today's assembly?
That it's about time. Although at the onset it looked like everyone here would carry on arguing like fishwives at the market. But in the end, it seems the agreement arrived at will bear fruit.
Jangan deh.
It's been a pleasure, my lady.
And this here is Lady Helena of Deliverance, my niece and ward.
God be with you, sir.
Please excuse her. This is her first time at such a large gathering.
Are you well acquainted with our hosts?
Only a little. Sir Martin Oderin and his son have been to visit at Lady Matilda's on several occasions.
They come to me for advice on selecting horses. If it hadn't been for me, that mule he's bragging about to everyone here would have cost him twice as much.
You're fortunate, miss. Your aunt sets you a good example. And I'm sure she won't leave you to the mercy of the gentleman present.
Yes, Lady Matilda has always kept a close eye on me.
And I know what I'm doing. Don't think I'm not aware of how some fellows look at you.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Mom. No offense, ma'am. But whatever picture you paint of me, I have reason enough to believe it's mistaken.
Indeed. So the stories of how in your youth you used to drag a different chambermaid to your bed every night is nothing but slander?
And I also heard that you once fell drunk into the trench in front of the fortress, horse and all.
All right, I confess to that one. But nothing happened to either me or the horse.
And is it not true that one of your paramours made off with your late mother's jewelry?
Mal?
We are all sinners, Mom. And besides, that was 20 years ago. A person can change a lot in that time.
Unquestionably. My husband is living proof of it. No more than I.
Is your husband here too? I don't believe I've had the honor.
You won't find him here. He stayed at home in our fortress. He suffers from gout and doesn't like long journeys.
Or any journeys for that matter. Even where the king goes on his own 2 feet, my husband has to be carried by 3 servants.
All his life he gorged himself on meat, pastries, and wine, and now he's paying for it.
It's been a pleasure, dear ladies.
The draft force. There are a few of those around my mines, too.
I beg your pardon?
What kind of name is Bruce Phallus, anyway? It's
Kita semua kumpul di sini.
Bucephalus.
Dry Devil.
Having a good time? It's a fucking bore. These old farts here have no idea what fun is. Well, what are you missing? There's wine, food.
Even a few females worth the same.
I'd rather have a game of dice. Or a good punch-up.
Well, let's have a game then. But for what?
For coin. What else?
10 groschen of my worldly wealth, then.
Quite rightly. Honor your vow of poverty and turn out your purse.
Efek mabuknya ini masih mending ya. Lah, di paling kelihatan tuh. 3, 4, 5, 6 dapat gak? Ada ya? Oh, ada angkanya di bawah ya, bener juga. Apa itu kentut oi? Wah, dia udah benang mah. Satu, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Tuh, 2. Oh. $1,200. Oh. 200 lagi dia menang. Gas, mantap. Tuh. $200. Oh. Menang. Di Kapon di mana?
What kind of name is Phallus anyway?
Couldn't you have run out when you started watching?
You're living in a dream world. There's only going to be a scarecrow taking singers for...
Mana si Hans Kapon? Di atas dia. Oh, ini dia.
You get it, Father. Please, call me Rabbi, or Lord King. Oh, whatever. Fuck it.
And how should I interpret this question?
In the simplest terms, I'm often
But I didn't ask for a wife. I wanted to prove that I was worthy of the name of my house. Earn a reputation. Travel the world. And maybe later, one day...
Then you might be dead, sir. Think about the future. You need an heir.
But they could have at least asked me. What if she's some ugly monster?
Then she will be a rich monster.
Rich
And
monster.
God willing, the children will take after you.
Anyway, I need more wine to wash down my pain. Will you drink with me?
I shall not, son. Intemperance is against God's commandments.
Ha! Told you. You're the same as our priests. But, to your credit, you actually practice what you preach.
And then you will wake up in a ditch somewhere with a mighty hangover. How'd you like our wine, Chevalier?
The art of winemaking has a long tradition in La Belle France.
Benar.
Recipes
Perancis
are
menghasilkan
passed on
banyak
from
wine.
father to son, and each
Banyak-
generation
banyak
brings them to
produksi wine.
perfection. I myself was practically raised on wine. How many I have tasted? Even the French royal court took note of my refined taste. The king himself had wine delivered for his table according to my advice.
I expect his lordship had the best barrels rolled out. Now, if you'd only known he had a real connoisseur here.
Best barrels! Mon ami, this wine would perhaps be suited to the infirmary, where it would suffice for cleaning wounds and easing pain. For that, the taste is of little consequence.
Baron Vacuum Voku.
Lost lagi, oi. Salah kah itu?
Right here.
John mana ini John? Dia gak minum ya? Oh ada. Kira dia gak minum.
You in need of something, my well-oiled friend?
I'd like to drink a toast with you to our joint success. As they say, all's well that ends well. So, to brighter tomorrows.
Touching.
Come now. What's become of your poetic soul?
I never had one.
Truly? Not even a little?
Well, maybe once. The older I get, the worse it is. Give me a few more years and I'll become a professional mourner.
See now. I'll gladly drink to that with you. Only there's nothing to drink. We've run dry.
Fuck. I've got a tongue like a slice of weak old bread after all that gabbing.
Well, get something wet for us then.
His lordship is so unsteady on his legs, he can't make it as far as the keg.
To hell with that keg slop. Your father surely has something better stored away. I had my eye on him all evening. He had pictures brought from somewhere for himself and his closest friends, and left the rest of us to drink cheap dregs. Try and find one of those pictures for us, eh? I'm sure you can manage that.
You can bet on it.
I've got a nose for booze.
I don't doubt it. Get sniffing quick.
If the Queen did this, there wouldn't be no war. Come on, someone will see us.
Hey, I won't. Who'd come here?
Ngapain ya? Buka nih. Ngapain?
Strong words.
I thought you had an argument.
What does it matter? We reached an agreement, and it's going to take time.
Di Maghreb tadi barang mereka kah? Oh, udah pergi ya. Hanus, Maghreb sama Ajik udah pergi duluan mereka. Terus nasib semua orang ini lagi mabuk semua nih. Nanti dapat serangan. Auto goodbye.
Everybody likes a drop of white.
Now there's a piece of horseflesh for you, Rootheart. Not like that nag of yours.
What the hell do you beat it with? It looks more like a damn bull.
Ya, kudanya berotot banget.
There's some horsemen right out front of the fortress.
Ah, that's Peter of Pisac. He wouldn't come to the council, but he is coming happily to the celebration, you old fox.
Come on in, sir. There's wine aplenty.
Semua jangan bilang semuanya mati loh.
Intruders! Enemies at the gates!
Seize the nobles! Kill the rest!
Nobelnya ditangkap. Udah gak mabuk ah.
Jesus! The surrounded Christian can't make it on his own.
I'll hack your ass off!
One of those fancy moves, for fuck's sake.
Ulang. Misi gua ngapain? Protect apa? Gua terlalu barbar. Ini Godwin gak sekuat ini. Gak sekuat Henry.
Surrounded Christian can't make it on his own.
I'll beat you to a blow.
That one's had it!
You damn good boy!
Bleeding like a fat pig! Oh, you let him on now! Let him have it! I like your eyes!
Waduh, mati dia. Harus protect dia lah ya. Yang lain kayaknya bisa selamat deh. Ikutin si Christopher aja deh.
The surrounded Christopher, he can't make it on his own.
Aku stop apa? Lah, kok nyerang Noble?
Bash him on the head. One step back. Stand your ground. Trying to trick. Come on then. Him up.
Wah, Godwin.
Jesus! The surrounded crowd! He can't make it on his own.
Slice him off. Stand your ground. Help me with him. Bleeding. Cover your. Slice him off. Are you gonna get to the task or not?
Si Godwin sih sangat luar biasa. Oh, Dap, ini enggak dia?
Help me. He won't work.
Nggak pakai armor, sekali kena langsung sakit banget. Yap. Si Henry. Keluar auto menuju ke sini, tapi telat udah.
Easy, easy. Nice and slow.
Ganti armor dulu. Kalau udah masuk battle nggak boleh ganti.
Go. Quick. Let him have it. You got him. You won't be able to take another one like that. Bleeding like a stuck pig.
Glory and carnage!
He's hitting at me. For the cross! That's it. Don't spare him.
No mercy!
Go to hell! I feel quite hungry! We can go home.
That was a close shave.
A little too close. Oh, fuck me. Did my eyes deceive me? Henry!
Godwin.
How did you get...
Damn. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you. You turned up at just the right moment.
Is everyone all right?
Well, some are, some aren't.
They captured Oder and Kunstad and Rutard. And they took Alder and Kunrad of
You got
Vector
Nova.
away too.
They wanted to slay the rest like
dogs.
What about my father? And Hanush?
They left with Yobs long before that. I'm sure they're all right, but not everyone was so lucky.
Mana si Hans?
Where did they go? Back to Ratoi?
They've got to raise an army for us. And I hope they fucking hurry.
So we have a plan to counter Sigismund?
More of a promise than a plan.
But, as you can see, our allies are getting scarce. We should lay low until Jobst gets back.
I'll gladly play dead for a while.
Be so kind. And don't speak of the dead.
I tried to come as soon as possible and warn you, but von Bergov's people beat me here.
You knew he was coming.
He wanted Odorin. He probably had no idea they'd find most of Sigismund's enemies here in one place.
I bet he couldn't believe his fucking luck.
And Sigismund will be moving at a gallop. We have to be really careful now. One wrong move, he'll hang the lords.
Is there anything we can do?
Definitely not right now. We'll treat the wounded, bury the dead, get the hell out of here. Then we'll hide in the Devil's Den and wait for Jobst and his army.
If I survive the journey... Oh, God's teeth. That stupid nag nearly broke me in half.
The king announced one more thing at the council. He asked the councillors to ransack the Jewish quarter. That is, he ordered it, more like.
Fuck! Liechtenstein's got his people there. They could reveal a lot.
The city rabbi is sitting upstairs in the hall. At least he's safe here.
They're our allies. We have to help them.
What do you mean by we? Everyone here is lucky to be still breathing. I can just see them all jumping to their feet and rush to save their poor Jews.
Maybe Samuel will figure something out. He wanted to talk to you anyway.
He's here too?
Aye, escorting the rabbi. You should go and see them as soon as possible. And tell Liechtenstein too.
Anyway, we've got work to do. Godwin?
Give me a moment. I'll go and see Christopher first. Guard the walls until morning. If anyone shows up, I want to know about it. I'll be with Christopher.
Bapak kandungnya Henry itu yang blacksmith. Bapak kandung tuh si Rajik. Blacksmith cuman bapak yang besarin dia doang. Salut. Oh, punya banyak duit. Makanan sih.
Look what I have for you.
Sini udah agak diproses waktu ya. Bisa santai dikit. Guys. Rame-rame. Aduh, oh untung. Kena overeat.
To knock down 3 like him. What about your horse? I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire. Maybe he survived.
We can only hope. Good doggy. Good boy.
Wah, si Ana mati ya. Waduh, sayang banget nih Widow.
What will happen to his lordship now? And to us?
We have to take care of young Sir Christopher. We hope his father comes back soon.
Yes. The best thing we can do is keep doing our work.
Yon.
When Jobs finds out about this.
Merah ya nih.
Or maybe the crows are feasting on them already. Didn't even spare the animals. My Tempest lost his life too. They put enough arrows in him to knock down 3 like him. What about your horse? I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire. Maybe he survived. Maybe he'll come back. Or maybe
Ini diambil air ya. Ngomong.
even spare the animals, the butchers. My Tempest lost his life too. They put enough arrows in
Tapi dapat kill.
down 3 like him. What about your horse? I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate.
Good to see you both. Alive.
Oh, come on. You know I've walked out of much worse scrapes laughing.
They could well have killed us all. If it hadn't been for you, Henry, von Berkhoff could have caused a lot more harm.
Even a man like you can't know everything. At least you're all alive.
Well, not all of us. They killed Lady Anna of Volstein and many other nobles. It was slaughter.
And they captured our closest and most influential allies. Without them, we can hardly get the burghers on our side. We're stuck.
We'll figure out a way to help them.
But how? Our plans are ruined.
Get a grip. Whining doesn't help anyone.
You're right. When I drink too
That's
much
so murah,
wine, I get overwhelmed with self-pity. Nevertheless, I have to admit it can't get much worse.
Actually, it might. And very soon. At Sigismund's council, an order was given to ransack the Jewish quarter.
God's wounds! We need to get back to the city and warn them.
I'm going with you.
Out of the question. Do you want to end up imprisoned again? You'll be more useful if you stay here and help Shishka. Henry, tell Samuel and the rabbi to get ready to travel. I'll try to get someone else to join. This is a nightmare.
Doing our work. What if the old lord
Young Sir Christopher came out of the cabin. But he lived.
Sakit apa, bro? Lu gak terluka atau? Pura-pura kau ya? Minta belas kasih ya? Yang lain berdarah. Cuma dia doang badannya paling bagus. Bersih. Lalu sakit perut.
you survived. Do you think you can make it to Sukdol?
I hope so.
All right. And Peter of Pisek is our ally. He'll surely let you...
Look what I have for you.
At least until you get back on your feet.
Maganda. Stuck.
Thank God for small mercies.
Sam, I need to have a word with you.
Uh-huh. That makes two of us.
Just tell him. You may not get another chance.
Gua adalah anak dari bapakmu.
I talked to Godwin. He said you know each other?
What did you talk about? Me?
We talked about your stepfather, Martin.
Why? Neither of you knew him.
It's true, I did not. But I tried many times. Remember how I stared at your sword when we first met? I recognized the Master's symbol engraved there. The thing is, I am Martin's son.
What? Pa's son? How did...
Yes, his son. That is, his bastard son.
Why are you even telling me this?
I thought you would want to know. Martin was raising you instead of being with Mother. And me.
I know what it's like. My real father rejected me too.
Bastard.
I learned the truth only after Pa's death.
You know, all my life, I thought if I did not give a shit about that man, it would be easier. But now that I know I will never see him, it troubles me that I did not get to know him.
I can tell you about him if you want. But now is not the right time. This is not the end. We have to go to Kuttenberg, now. Sigismund ordered confiscation of the property of people in the Jewish quarter.
The king has approved Xere.
He's no king to me. He's a fucking whoreson.
What's a Gezera?
That is hard to explain.
Nonsense. It is as clear as day. Christians set out to kill our people. Innocent and often defenseless. Ransack their houses and divide the loot. And all that with the king's blessing.
This is what we were afraid of. But we did not expect Sigismund to be in such a hurry. We need to get back into the city and get the people out, quick, before it begins. Will you come with us, Henry? Every man counts.
I'll come. And Liechtenstein already knows about it too.
Very well. We should get going right away.
Let's not waste time.
Thank God
Complete
you're all
most of
right.
the game content.
On the way here, I saw Sigismund horsemen and feared the worst.
Kubienka? What brings you here?
Well, I heard you were having some kind of a feast here, so I came to grab a bit of meat. And I see, instead of that, you have a massacre here.
Well, the real massacre is yet to come if we don't do something fast. We have to get to Kuttenberg. Can we borrow the wagon you arrived on?
But of course, I borrowed it too, if you know what I mean, but,
Could you stop blabbering already? We don't have the time.
Easy, Ingele. And you, sir, if you can, come with us and help us.
All right. But could you please tell me what the fuck is going on?
I'll explain to you on the way. Time is running out.
Are you coming too, Sir John?
Of course.
John dapat bantuan dari Samuel sih, kalau nggak dia udah lama game dak. dead gitu, dia sembunyi di bersama komunitas Yahudi.
Let's go then.
Gak bisa stopin dia juga sih.
Borekata Adonai Eloheinu, melech haolam.
Hey there, can we go any faster?
Settle down, son. If you must keep your tongue busy, then use it to pray.
Would you tell me what the fuck is going on already?
Sigismund ordered an attack on the Jewish quarter. We need to get everyone out of there fast.
Bloody hell. I just got ailed up so nicely today.
Oh, that is just great. My mother's life is in the hands of a drunkard.
Don't worry. We'll save your mother.
And everyone else too. Don't forget that.
You seem to care an awful lot about these people, sir.
Are you surprised? It's all my fault. If they weren't helping me...
That droid of Sigismund, may his name be erased, would have found some other excuse to get rid of us.
Look, it's not that I don't feel sorry for you, but don't you think maybe we could make the horses go a little faster? At this pace, we won't make it there in a week.
Samuel, how... What was the story with your mother and Martin?
Do you really want to talk about this right now?
It may be the last chance we get. We could both be dead in a while.
All right. But like I said, I never actually knew Martin. He once came to Kuttenberg and fell in love with my mother. But she is the daughter of a rabbi. Obviously, she could not marry a goy.
And tonight, you will see why.
If you want, Mummy will surely tell you more. If we can get there in time. What was he like? I mean, Martin.
He was a good man.
Seriously. Whip those fucking horses.
All right. Schnell! Schnell!
Nah ya kalau travel bini nggak ada waktu. Gua travel habisin waktu aja.
What's the matter? Why are we stopping?
We will walk from here. We cannot drive right into those murderers' arms.
But how do we get into the town then?
We will go through Sheol.
There are many abandoned mine shafts under the town. One of them ends...
Oh, ke toilet dulu. Bentar lagi bakal ketemu sama Eric. Siang. Eric duluan pergi ke Gutenberg. Terus Eric dibawa si ini apa? Si Aulich itu. Siapa namanya aku lupa ya. Cuma ingat belakangnya Von Aulich. Dia diperintahkan tuh membantai.
Won't it collapse on our heads?
We'll find out soon enough.
Follow me.
What a blessing it is to have found the passageway.
Ini lah, mau jalan biasa aja. Kalau itu kaku banget NPC-nya, jadi aneh banget jalan karakter gua.
You killed our savior.
What did you just say?
Oh, nothing. I'm just blabbering.
Dia gak bakal maju kah kalau kejauhan sama yang lain? Duluan deh, biar kita bakal lama. Nggak tahu belok mana. Lah. Hey. Cepat, usah nunggu mereka tuh. Aku nggak bisa lewat. Le. Yang benar lewat sana, benar gak?
Follow me. Hope.
Ini NPC-nya bikin apalah follow me.
Hopefully we'll find it quickly. I left a stack of my papers in the tavern. And if they fall into Sigismund's hands, people in other towns will die too.
Do you think we're going to make it in time? To find the papers? Save the people?
I pray we can, Henry. There's nothing more I can do. Hopefully everything will be all right at the tavern. My stash
Mereka
is
dua
locked away.
memang harus pisah
Samuel's
kah?
friends
Dua
are
tim.
guarding the place. But who knows what the situation is like in the streets now.
Are you afraid?
Me? Do you have any idea how many times I've had to run from a burning town or deal with a hired assassin?
More than once, I reckon.
A lot more, I can tell you. But I admit, I was afraid every single time. Damn it.
What's the matter?
The door leading up to the tavern is open. Samuel's men wouldn't have left it like this. Somebody else must have got in.
I think there's someone walking up there.
Go and check it out. If they took anything down here, they mustn't get out alive. I'll gather up my things in the meantime. I'll meet you outside the tavern.
Mos buru-buru. Murder. Oh ya, mau lihat barang. Walter Collier. Guys, benar-benar sangat banyak ya. Berbagai macam dice ada. Wow, ini makanan banyak amat. Makanan gue sih. Di sini, ke atas dulu.
Bugger this, not a damn thing here. If we go back empty-handed.
No chance! Do it!
Terciduk, aduh. Ih. Digantiin kok. Lantai semuanya. Makanan tuh kalau di steal ada tandanya. Nah, hubung ada yang steal makanan deh. Sangat tidak worth it. Sampai 13. Keeper nih ya. Ini ngapain? Wait Samuel outside the inn.
Baruch Hashem, Henry. You're all right.
Sam, you're back already? How does it look outside?
A few of the cutthroats got in over the walls, but we dealt with them. But there are more outside the gate.
4 of them were here in the tavern too.
Fortunately, they didn't take anything important. But your friends paid for it with their lives.
What?
I'm so sorry. If it's any consolation, Henry here has already taken care of those cutthroats.
But they didn't look like they just came to the tavern by chance. Eric must have sent them. What about your mother? Is she all right?
She is, thank God. I told her to get ready, and we would come for her right away.
I'm really sorry about your friends. We got here too late.
There was nothing you could do. Benavis Hamardes. This Eric is really pissing me off. I've never laid eyes on him, yet I cannot wait to wring his neck.
There'll be plenty of time for that later. We have to go now.
I'm sure Mama is waiting for us. We have to take her to the shul.
You go ahead. I'll lock the tavern and block the secret passageway so no one else can get in.
But sir, if any more of them come here,
I can take care of myself. Now go. God be with you.
Siapin armor.
Henry, my ma is waiting for us. Get her.
Get her. Oh, dalam. Get her.
What's the matter? Where's Sam?
Don't worry, ma'am. He sent me to take you to him.
Mein Gott, what happened to him?
Nothing. He's out on the street helping the wounded. Let's go now. We're out of time.
Wait! Who are you anyway?
My name is Henry. I'm, Do you remember Martin, the blacksmith?
Of course I do.
I'm his son.
Was sagst du?
Sam told me that...
Watch out! More are coming! Run to the back, it might be safer there.
What's going on?
Sam, are you all right?
I'm fine, but we will talk when you are safe. Now run!
We have to get to the synagogue. But how?
Through the backyard. Follow me.
Wah, gua harus protect ini nih. Sarah namanya.
Watch out, they're shooting at us! From the ramparts! Get rid of them!
Get rid of them? What? Tembakan gue sih sangat busuk. Astaga, di sini diuji kah? Mana gua pakai crossbow ini lagi. Crossbow gua ini super slow di reloadnya. Aduh. Habis lagi reload. Aduh. Matilah udah. Henry udah kena tancap berapa banyak nih? Gak kena pun itu. Bang. Itu kena gak sih? Kayak gak sakit anjir.
We have to keep going.
Finally.
Somebody help us. Leave us alone.
Sorry, emaknya dia.
Leave us alone.
Teleport emaknya.
Somebody help us.
Dia ada pilihan loh.
We cannot get past the wagon. We have to go this way. Through the house.
I sought you out nicely. Haters. Still not enough? Ignored. Are you all right?
I'm fine. But what about you, mein Kind?
I'm still alive. We can talk later. Now we have to go.
Baiki dulu armor saya ya. Kena arrow berapa kali itu. Ih. Bisa bantu main-main. John gimana?
Come on!
What the hell?
What is it, fuckers? Rather slaughter women and the defenseless? Let's go! What's going on up there?
Go inside. Quick.
Gak semuanya army, tau gak? Ada orang biasa juga. Atau bayar rendah gitu.
To the fucking task. Never been so glad to see you two.
Mereka itu
helping hand, are you? No. I just don't want to die here alone.
ya tau lah masalah headpad.
There they are. Well, now we're really fucked.
Mustn't get inside. We have to hold them back.
Ini baru resmi
As long as we need to.
army.
I feel quite hungry!
You just got to die! Come to me, someone!
My God's will! Die!
Come on! Everyone's inside!
Henry, come on! Let's go!
God, mohon mir.
Tinggal dia dari kecil.
Let's go. It's this way.
Damn. That was a close shave. I reckon I should go to Samuel's mother and talk to her about Martin. I won't get another chance.
There's nothing we can do now. We must get the wounded out of here first.
Are we just supposed to bury them by the side of the road?
I am sure the Lord will understand. And if you do not believe me, ask the rabbi. He will surely agree.
Kenapa nama-nama mereka sama
Where's
semua?
Miriam? Where is she?
I still hear it.
Where is Miriam?
Ada makna sih harusnya ya, nama-nama mereka ini. Mar.
Don't worry. Even if that happens, it will be able to pull the wagon. Look at him.
Yes, pull it will, but it will not.
Are you alright?
I'm fine, lad. I thank you for everything.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Mein Gott, Oi. Have you not helped us enough already? Now we have to manage on our own.
I know this might not be the best time, but do you think we could talk about Martin?
Right now? Well, all right then. How is Martin actually?
He died. It's only been a few months.
Oh,
Sigismund burned down my village. Pa went to help Ma and... well, they both died there.
I am sorry to hear that, lad. But that is the Martin I knew. He always put others first. At least you survived. That would make Martin happy.
I'm sorry I don't have better news to give you.
Do not worry about it. I am just sad he died before he could meet some well.
Is everything all right?
Yes, do not worry. We were just talking about Martin.
How did you meet Martin, if I may ask?
It was such a long time ago. He wanted to open a blacksmith shop in town, but there was no place among your people, so he tried his luck in our quarter.
And that's where he met you?
The rabbi gathered the good men so they could decide whether we wanted to have a goy blacksmith. And Martin wouldn't stop looking at me all night. Then it went schlag auf schlag.
So what happened that made Martin leave you?
My Martin would never leave me. My father found out we were seeing each other and did his best to drive him away. To marry a goy is isur deoraisa, forbidden. But Martin would not give in, and we kept seeing each other, until one day, I was ubore.
That means pregnant.
Yes. My father knew that if word got out, he would not be able to avoid the shame. So he did not miss a beat and took me out of town in secret. I did not even have time to tell Martin the news. I was gone for almost 4 years. In the meantime, my father told everyone that he had married me off. But my husband died. And he only let me come back when he was sure people had accepted it.
Segitunya ya. Lebih pentingin agama daripada kebahagiaan. Pintar.
Did Martin not go looking for you when you suddenly disappeared?
People said he did go looking for me, even as far as Colin, but he did not find out anything at all.
If only he had gone all the way to Prague.
Even if he went to the very edge of the world, it would not have been enough. Father would have hidden me somewhere else.
And what about you? Did you ever find another man after that?
No. My father called me a widow, so I stayed a widow.
And he didn't try to find anyone else for you?
You know he did, but it never worked out. I made sure of that.
And did you ever go looking for Martin?
I asked around, but no one remembered anything. Or they chose not to. That was probably my father's doing too. And I could not just leave and go looking for him around the world. I had to take care of someone. That was the most important thing.
All right. That's about it.
Before you go, tell me, what was Martin like as a father?
Well, he was strict with me, but not too much. Especially in the forge, he worked me hard. I dream about him quite often. About that last day and what he said to me while we were forging a sword together. He said a life of adventure can be over before it begins. And that blacksmithing might be a dull job, but I keep my head on my neck.
He was absolutely right.
Well, look at me now.
You saved all our lives. Martin would be proud of you. He raised you well.
I'm sorry to keep you this long, but... well, I never thought I'd have a brother, even if not related by blood.
Well, I did not expect that either. And thank you, my almost brother. If it was not for you, I do not know how today would have ended. What are your plans now?
I'll go back to the Devil's Den. To Zizka and the others. We need to figure out what to do next.
I will see you there then. But first, I have to escort everyone to Colin. I do not want anything to happen to them on the way.
Everything should be all right now.
Take care of yourselves, dear brother. I will see you this time tomorrow at the Devil's Den.
Have a safe journey.
Sei gesund.
Aku punya banyak yang pengen gua ngomong sih, tapi ku tahan.
Oh, we survived. For a while there, I thought we were gonna die.
Many have died, indeed. It is a hard trial to go through. So many lives lost, the shul in flames.
I'm so sorry. There was nothing more we could do.
You are right. It was too late. How happy I would be if we could get everyone out. But what is done is done.
What will you do now?
Now we must find help in some other community of believers. We will try our luck in Colin. Many of us have relatives there.
Do you think you'll be pursued?
Well, the mercenaries might follow us, but hopefully it will not come to that. Chas v'sholem. We will split up into smaller groups, so we don't attract much attention until we get farther away from the town. Besides, who would chase us when we have nothing? We left everything behind in the town.
Satu hal yang sama di komunitas Yahudi itu, mereka itu selalu tinggalnya barengan, kompleks gitu. Ya itu cara kayak gitu ya. Di orang yang nggak suka, sebutnya itu tidak suka berbaur dengan komunitas yang lain. Tapi sisi lain, itu cara mereka untuk saling melindungi mereka sendiri gitu. Karena di luar sana banyak orang punya pandangan negatif. Kita ngomong di zaman sekarang. Ini nggak cuma kejadian di Bohemia doang. Di Prancis, Rusia tuh sejarah mereka di ini terbantai itu sangat banyak.
So the agreement with the lords in Rabors no longer stands, eh?
What makes you think that? Do you not trust us?
No, I do, but you've lost everything. I don't think you'll be able to contribute to our army anymore.
It is true that the Gutenberg Kehile cannot pay for the army now, but others might, Be'ezras Hashem. Especially when they get word of what happened here.
Sarah told me you drove Martin the blacksmith out of town. Why would you do that?
I had my reasons.
But if you hadn't done it, he might still be alive.
Perhaps. But what about you? If he had not raised you, would you be here today helping us?
No. Probably not. Who knows what my mother would have done without him. God be with you, Rabbi.
Sei gesinnt, and please watch over Samuel.
Sarah berarti kakeknya Samuel ini. Sirap kayak semacam priest.
What are you doing here in Kuttenberg?
That's a good question. Jobst thinks I'm his spy.
You're not.
I gave him some information before I had to go into hiding, but it's complicated. Jobst thinks, quite foolishly I might say, that he'll be able to make a deal with Sigismund.
You don't believe Job's plan will work?
Trusting your own plan tends to be a big mistake. It's better to assume something will go wrong. That's why I always have at least 2 plans, and the backup includes all of Sigismund's opponents. The city is full to the brim with them. Nearly every noble house has lost some property to him. They can't do much on their own, but if they join forces, now that could make a difference.
Why are the Jews helping you?
Because I asked them to. Most Christians avoid Jews, and probably wouldn't even think of looking for something or someone here. Besides, the local Jewish community have no love for Sigismund or von Berkov, so I don't have to worry about someone ratting me out.
They know von Berkov?
Sadly, they do. Von Berkov instigated a pogrom in Prague. Not long ago, our new king gave him his blessing. Those who survived fled here or to Kolin.
Kejadian kayak gini terjadi di Prague dulu, ibu kotanya. Dan si von Berkov, si Otto, mulai atau yang ikut.
Why would he need convincing? You said he had had a serious quarrel with Sigismund.
Sigismund has made many enemies in Kuttenberg. He kicked off important burghers from the council, confiscated patrician property, and imposed taxes and duties on them. But he's not stupid. He hasn't completely beggared anyone, so they'd still have a lot to lose if they confronted him directly.
He just made them fear him.
I'd rather call it caution, but you're essentially right.
Ini cakapannya nggak penting.
You managed to get the documents?
Itu outdeck udah.
What's next for you? Will you go to Jobst or come with us to the Devil's Den?
I've been thinking about it, and the time for spying is over. There's no one to convince, no one to break, no one to blackmail.
So what then? You going home?
Not yet. Actually, I'll escort these people first. I feel responsible for what happened, and maybe I can at least make up for it a little bit.
Awalnya cuma kapan nama Henry pengen kasih surat ke Otto. Kenapa sampai ikutan perang panjang ini? Perang panjang emang sedang prepare dari Kingdom Come 1. Kan dua kubu udah emang lagi building gitu. Tapi emang iya mereka dua mutarnya kejauhan gitu memang. Mutarnya kejauhan. Sampai ketemu banyak komunitas, banyak orang, banyak grup, banyak Nobel gitu-gitu.
But we still have a lot of work to do. We could surely use a spy master.
A spy master is of no use without his network. Only a few of my people are still here, and I wouldn't bet my life on any of them.
Well, that doesn't matter. Maybe you could be useful in other ways.
No, Henry, I played and I lost. Now it's up to the rest of you.
All right. Have it your way. Have a safe journey, Sir John of Liechtenstein. God be with you.
And with you, Henry of Skalitz. Take care.
Ini orang udah keluar dari ini. Udah gak bakal ketemu dia lagi ya. Itu sisa ceritanya.
What will happen to us now?
Kita mau ke Colin. Colin mungkin di luar peta lah ya, nggak di sini. Yang kuning itu side quest. Kalau di sini, oh di sini ada 5 aja ya. Ya, ada side quest ini yang belum aku kerjain. Nah, story-nya pause dulu sampai sini. Gak mau kerjain side quest lagi. Kembali ke jalur side quest. Harusnya selesai side quest ini, kayak story-nya bakal tamat ya. Aku dapat achievement tadi. Achievement-nya ngomong menyelesaikan sebagian besar konten game ini. Keterangan achievement dia. Dan mendekati ending. Semua kipa Wenceslas yang kebanyakan lifekan pemabuk. Isi-isi semuanya babar gara-gara ambisi. Si Gismund tuh bukan cuma raja Hungari doang dia. Dia juga raja Kroasia. Raja Trans apa gitu, tapi di samping Hungari sih. Banyak negara yang gabungan gitu loh. Banyak negara tapi punya raja yang sama. Tuh Union. Kayak Inggris sama Skotlandia itu juga Union. Spanyol sama Kastil sama Aragon kemudian berdiri Spanyol kan dari situ. Pernikahan biasanya. Ya misalkan ratu negara A nikah dengan raja negara B. Jadi negaranya join.
Who are you? And what are you doing here, lad?
I'm Henry. I'm supposed to help you write a letter?
Oh, right. Kwiatoslav sent you, didn't he? And there's something you're supposed to tell us, though.
Justice is worth more than silver?
Untung gua masih ingat.
Great. You know the password. Let's get down to it right away, shall we?
First, tell me why there's all this secrecy around this letter. And why are we meeting here? It doesn't look like an office.
Well, that's the way it's done in Kuttenberg. There's a lot of coin at stake, so we take precautions. And secrets that everyone knows are no secrets.
But you don't mind getting a complete stranger to write the letter?
Of course we mind. But what choice do we have? If Kwiatoslav sent you, we'll take the risk.
All right. Let's get to it.
Right. A nice, polite beginning. Greetings, Master Markhold. I hope you are in good health. And good spirits. And likewise, your wife.
Never mind his old woman. Is he even married? A prick like that would bully a woman to death. Write this. You fucking arsehole. Release them and pay up, or we'll fuck you up.
We can't be so brutal. We have to be more polite. Markhold is a merchant. He's all about coin. We need to, sell it to him.
He ain't no merchant. He's a murderer. Or do you think Thomas went off to see the world in his old age? He got rid of him when we started getting suspicious.
So? Thomas was a bastard anyway.
I'm just saying we have to stick it to Markhold brutally, so he doesn't think we're afraid of him.
Bollocks. If we do that, he'll think there's no talking to us. We have to do it with a silver tongue.
Suit yourself. For all I care, you can just draw the fucking thing. It'll be shit anyway.
Well, do it like I said. So, dear Master Markhold, I hope this letter finds you in good spirits.
I'll make it sound a bit more refined. Greetings. I trust that this correspondence will find you in good health.
Nice, sampai dapat achievement gitu. Harusnya semua orang dapat.
Done. Next.
We are writing to you about a
achievement yang
serious
di-lock
matter
gitu.
concerning our deal.
That you fucked us over on, you cheating scum.
Would you please let me compose this letter?
All right, forget I spoke.
Now, where was I? I am writing to you in regards to a serious matter concerning our deal, which did not exactly go well.
We are writing to you in good faith that we can resolve.
Gak semua orang bisa menulis, apalagi gak semua orang bisa membaca, apalagi menulis di zaman ini. Di China juga gitu, sama. Hanya punya duit yang banyak baru sanggup sewa guru gitu.
To get to the point.
Why don't you get to the door?
Tapi kalau di Eropa biasa noble bisa.
If you keep sticking your nose in,
Paket
you'll
biasa
never
enggak.
get it written.
We'll never get it written if you don't get to the point. But suit yourself, I'll shut up.
So, it didn't end up well. We would like
Mama pun dah ratakan semua.
like this. We expect from you
Kalau ratakan
some
masuk lu
that will lead
yang
to improving
sesuai dengan
things for both
pasar di
sides.
sini
If
di
you
Kuttenberg
refuse, it will lead to some deep shit,
90%.
misfortune.
Patokan gua di pasar gitu, yang gua beli. Harus kak. Ini ngaruh. Oh ya. Improve.
We ask you to rectify the situation to the satisfaction of both sides in this dispute. Your refusal, on the contrary, would result in your own downfall. Written. Next.
All right. Write this. Let our mates go free. Otherwise, we'll go to the powers that be and they'll kick your arse for you. Or your backside, or something polite.
Finally.
Let our mates out of your shitty claws, or when we're finished with you, you'll wish Sigismund had put your arse on a spike and lit a fire under you. Carry on.
Aye. Once they return to us safe and sound, we'll clear off and you'll never see us again. And your secret will be safe.
Ha! You don't really believe he'll let us go just like that?
Why not? If we disappear, he'll be out of danger. Him and his silver.
He'll be safe as long as he kills us.
Shut up, you idiot.
You shut up, you fool.
Gak konsisten gue.
Once our brothers have returned to us safe and sound, we shall vanish from these parts, and you shall never hear from us again. Done.
Maybe some polite parting?
Like, go fuck yourself, shitbag.
We can't put that in the letter, surely. That's definitely not done. We'll do it politely. Yours trustingly in your wise decision, the Mining Brotherhood.
With regards and trust in your wisdom, yours, the trustworthy men of the honest brotherhood of miners. That's that. The letter is finished.
Great. Give it to me so I can seal it and have it delivered. We are grateful for your help.
We are. And we're sorry for what we have to do now.
Can't we just leave it be?
He knows too much. What if he goes to the bailiff?
Oh, it'd be no good to him anyway. Does he know about our camp on Sukov Hill? Kurva. Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
You must be the biggest idiot in the region. There's no way we can let him go now.
Fuck. Yeah. Sorry, lad. You're out of luck, I'm sad to say.
Look, that really isn't necessary. We can still help each other out, can't we?
How is that?
I may not understand exactly what went on between you and Markold, but I don't think you can just turn up at his house and knock on the door. You need someone to deliver the letter.
So what? We can just grab anyone off the road and they'll deliver it for us.
Well, maybe. But how can you be sure they won't just throw it in a ditch or give it to someone else?
Why would they?
Who knows? But that's not the point. What I mean is, I'm the best man for the job you've got.
Maybe. And what do you get out of it?
Well, I get to keep my head on my shoulders. And maybe a small reward?
Maybe.
You believe him?
Why not? Silver has a way of shutting mouths.
Sometimes forever, if you're not careful. All right then, we can do it your way.
Agreed. Take the letter and deliver it to Master Markold of Loney. He lives in a big stone house on the lower marketplace, next door to a tailor's. Got that?
Just make sure you don't tell him anything. Some miner gave you some coin to deliver a letter, and you did it, because you're a decent fella.
You don't have to wait for a reply, but watch how he reacts to the letter. If it goes well and Markold lets our mates go with them to Sukov. There'll be a nice pile of silver waiting there for you. Don't you worry.
But if you betray us... There'll be a nice sharp blade waiting for you instead.
And if we see you going to the bailiff instead of Markov's place, you're a dead man.
All right, all right. I'll hand it over. Keep my mouth shut. Mum's a word. Don't worry.
Bisnis apa ini orang? Anggota mereka ditahan, tapi gua gak tahu ditahannya kenapa gitu.
Here, Mutt.
At your service, sir.
I'm the miner over the bailiff. Salah ya? Salah arah deh. Cek kan ya. C itu buat jual mereka.
Just come and take a look.
You can avoid danger. Hear what I say about the greatest evil of all.
Just a matter of time. I keep hearing about people's houses.
Careful.
Up in the yard again today.
That old coot will outlive us all. No, it was Lian, the beanpole.
He was fit as a fiddle. What happened?
You've no business here.
Get moving.
Can I talk to you?
Guter Mann. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for Master Markold.
Das bin ich. What do you want? Spit it out. I have no time to waste.
I'm here to sell you a letter.
Some fella gave me this letter and said I should give it to you.
Was? What fella? What did he look like?
Heads, 2 arms, 2 legs. Looked like a miner.
Give me the letter. That sicher must be them. Interesting. I'd never expect any of them to be able to write. But whatever. The main thing is, what to do about it. Were you told to wait for a reply?
No. They said they'd know straight away if you'll listen to them or not.
Wirklich? If that is how it is, I should listen, no? And fast.
What should I do then?
You? Right. Right.
Gimana di atas?
Here's a few
Masa mau
groschen and
nunggu?
you can run along. By the way, do you know where Lowshed's Gate is?
Somewhere in the north of the city, isn't it? The vineyard's just beyond it.
Ausgezeichnet. Soon a couple of miners will turn up nearby, looking like they haven't seen daylight for God knows how long. Something tells me they'll be pleased if you tell them you brought me the letter.
Ayo diam dia. Habis ngomong sama bos langsung diam deh. Nggak diusir lagi.
Wirst du das tun, worüber wir gesprochen haben?
Mas apa? Oh, Jerman ya, Jerman. Aku nggak paham nih. Tanya apa? Ini gua bisa bebaskan sendiri kah? Berapa luas? Sekitar itu doang. Di atas. Jen banget main ini game. Kalau nonton live lu baru nyampe live yang ke-13. Lu ikutin kan? Oh. Ini story-nya udah 70-80 nih. Di atas juga nggak ada. Di bawah. Bawah yang kapal ini. Mana orang burung bro? Oh,
God grant you health.
Gua gak ngerti.
You must be Kviatoslav and Myslibors, mates, eh? You're free at last. I reckon you know where to go now, right?
Bebasin.
Well, we do, but who the hell are you?
A messenger and a good Christian.
Satu surat
I
itu
brought the
beneran
message that
dibebasin.
secured your freedom.
Surat kita berhasil.
I owe you one then, pal.
Well, you can thank me later. Now we should all vanish quick before Markol changes his mind about letting you go.
You're right. Are you going with us?
Sure.
Go.
I'll go right along with you. I was promised something anyway.
I'd say you've earned it. I was beginning to think we were done for. Let's go then.
Ngikutin terus di play live lu. Gue liat soalnya lu YouTuber yang paling lengkap explore nih game. Nikmati. Sangat slow pace gue mainnya.
Right, job done. Letter delivered. Markol didn't even get too angry.
I'm surprised. That fucker's a sneaky bastard who'd seize Jesus Christ himself if he thought he'd have something out of it.
Well, I'd never have thought it of him. He just sat there smiling.
Smiling? Christ, laddie. That sent shivers down my spine. Just when I thought we were in the clear.
Ah, come on. What are you afraid of? After all...
What was that?
Yang bilang,
Ausgezeichnet. I found you at last. For a while I was afraid you'd escape.
Fuck. How did you
Dia
find us, you bastard?
pancing.
Did you double
Dia
cross us,
ikutin.
lad?
What? No, this isn't my fault.
Dia lepasin dua,
Nobody
ikutin
had
dari
to
belakang
double-cross
bututi.
anyone. I just had to have you secretly followed.
What?
Naya, what else could I do? That letter made it clear to me you won't stop causing trouble.
So what now? Have you come to kill us all?
You're all long dead anyway, meine Brüder. You just don't know it yet.
Let me go. I have nothing to do with this. Nope.
Kindly
That's
shut your
fine.
mouth, Markhold. You're giving me a headache.
You won't have a head to ache soon. At them!
Bikin aku pusing. Sebentar lagi lu gak akan punya kepala untuk pusing.
By God's will!
Don't spare him!
We should have fucking...
Bleeding like a stuck pig!
I'm bleeding.
Good, I'm still alive. A bandage, quick!
Apa duluan mau lanjutin replay live ke 13 ya, biar bisa ngejar sampai yang lebar ini. Oke. Thank you. Oh guys, expect ada yang not apa replay Kingdom Come ini.
That was a close shave.
Damn right it was. That bastard, he followed us to the camp. Here, lad, your reward. You deserve it.
Oh, thanks. And next time, find someone else to write your letters.
So you have a weapon. Big deal. That's more like it. Verdammte Blutung. This should stop the bleeding.
Wih, 200. Ini key di rumah dia nih. Kalau mau menjara rumah dia bisa nih. Coba kalau gua masih ingat rumahnya yang mana. Wah, 4 orang.
Here you go. Take it.
Di rumahnya atau di ini sih. Tahu persisnya yang mana? Udah, next quest. Dengan travel aja.
Go, or there'll be trouble. No one gives a fuck about what you have to say.
Let's have fun.
Silly doggy.
Oh, Catherine the quest.
You said you needed some help with something. What's going on?
Something's happened. Oh, a real mess. And I need help from someone reliable.
What is it?
When I was fishing around for information about Liechtenstein, I cast the net a bit too wide. And one of the servant girls I questioned was just found dead.
You think she was killed because of you?
I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you for help.
I'll help you. Tell me all about it. Who was this dead girl?
Her name was Alice. She was an ordinary, pretty girl.
First nama Alice di game ini
Worked
muncul.
as a maid. I
Cukup
heard
unik
they
nama
found
Alice di
her
sini.
all hacked up, tossed somewhere by the town wall. Oh, folk in town are saying it was absolute slaughter. They took the body to the morgue by the St. Peter and St. Paul cemetery.
I'll go take a look at her. See if I can find anything.
I think that would be for the best. Though, I don't think it'll be a very pretty sight. You can ask the gravedigger for details. He'll know the most.
When did you last see the girl?
Around a week ago?
And did you notice anything suspicious about her?
Not at all. She was always cheerful, lively. She was looking forward to a dance. Though I'm afraid she won't be dancing ever again.
What was Alice trying to find out for you?
She always brought me the freshest gossip overheard from her master. And lately, what the other maids in town were saying.
And did you learn anything important from her? Something someone would kill her for?
That's the thing. All she brought me was gossip.
Gossip.
Who was cheating on who wasn't going to confession, those sorts of things. So you'll have to figure out the rest for yourself.
Ya, salah satu ini sih. Dia gosipin skandal apa pasti. Sampai bunuh orang ya, hebat juga.
What about your other girls? Are they alright?
Yes, fortunately. I'm careful enough to keep them pretty much in the dark about my plans. That's why Alice's death shocked me so much.
What are you gonna do next?
I'd like to ask the others if they noticed anything suspicious. If someone is following them and the like, but
But you don't want to scare them.
I'm scared myself. For them. Maybe nobody knows about them yet. If someone was to follow me, I could give them away. And I can't risk that. I don't want anyone else to die because of me.
What if I go and see them?
They don't know you, Henry. You'd only scare them. I'll figure something out. In the meantime, find out everything you can about Alice.
Itu yang keren sih kerjaannya, berat-berat sekalian OP juga jadi spy. Ya. Dia tipe yang gimana ya? Tipe spy yang grinding gitu. Lama. Kayak dia kerja di Trotsky Castle itu berapa lama tuh? Kayaknya mungkin bahkan lebih lama dari si Ispantot masuk apa? Memata-matai si Jiska. Kayaknya dia lebih lama deh. Nah, nggak tahu ya. Intinya di awal game dia udah spy buat si Jiska tuh. Tuh grinding berapa hari dari situ. Di Tavern ini juga sama.
Do you think there could be something bigger behind the murder?
I don't know. Maybe she just got caught up in something. But it's strange. Why would someone do her like that? That's the kind of thing you do when you want to send someone a message.
Why did you ask me in particular for help?
Because you're the only one I know here.
Aha.
But don't take it the wrong way. I'm actually glad it's you. You're pretty reliable. Not even Zhishka would be of much help to me here.
Aha. Thanks. I know everything I need.
Good. Go to that
Gak impress itu.
graveyard, talk to the gravedigger, and take a look at that poor girl's body. In the meantime, I'll try to find out more. Then we'll put it all together, and I'll be damned if we can't come up with something.
Belajar guys. Kalau misalkan lu minta tolong sama orang ya, orang itu nanya, kalau lu minta tolongnya sama gua, nah, lu jangan jawab, aku cuma kenal lu doang. Itu orangnya oke, berarti lu gak ada pilihan baru lu cari gua ya. Bukan karena gua punya kelebihan apa gitu. Lihat sini. Cuci. Berat nih, Rosa atau Catherine. Kalau aku mah jelas pilih ini Catherine dong. Air buat cuci. Ini bakal gali kubur juga sih. Bener juga.
Good day to you.
You must be the local gravedigger.
That's right. They call me František. At least them that can speak do.
Kalian udah saling kenal kok. Bahkan udah berantem. Tapi gak ke-record itu. Gua udah lakukan quest berantem sama dia. Udah saling kenal. Sekarang quest yang Catherine. Seolah-olah kayak orang baru lagi mereka.
I'm Henry.
Greetings, Henry. What do you need?
I hear there was a murder here recently. Some young girl?
True. She's lying in the morgue. But who the hell are you? Another Gawker?
Another? Why would anybody come to look at her?
People ain't got no respect. As soon as news spread about what was done to her,
Normal,
folk are always turning up to have a gawk. So if you ain't one of them Gawkers, you must be one of them other types. Well, no, you can't shave her. No thumb for a souvenir.
I don't want to take anything. I need to find something out.
Like what exactly?
Who killed her?
Why?
Lord Lepa. Ya dia kenal Lord Lepa aja.
I'm worried something might happen to my friend.
That's true. She wasn't the first, and we can only pray that she'll be the last. It's true that Lumiere ain't shown no interest in her yet. I wouldn't expect that from him no more.
Who's this Lumiere? Another one of those gawkers and collectors?
No. He actually tried to help.
Help? How?
Well, he was investigating them others.
Right. You said she wasn't the first.
Aye. We had a couple of similar cases. Lumiere said they was all killed by the same murderer.
Lumiere.
And who is this Lumiere?
He used to work for the local bailiff. I think he knew the first one what was killed, but that was a long time ago.
Ini pembunuhan berantai berarti ya. Terus pastiin semua side quest Catherine kalau semua bisa diakhiri. Bisa nganuin oh gitu kah? Pasti ku selesaikan semuanya.
Do you remember how many girls were killed?
You mean you don't know nothing about it? Here, even the sparrows are squawking about it.
I haven't been in Kuttenberg very long.
I see. There's been one every few weeks for the past year.
Tahun. Wow. Nggak tiap minggu ya. Setiap beberapa minggu ada yang mati. Berarti nggak tiap minggu.
Do you know where the last one got killed?
I heard some talk about it when they brought her here. But what do you want to do there?
Look for clues. Footprints, blood, anything.
That can help you?
That's worth a try.
I heard she was killed by the town walls, close to the hole in the wall, a dodgy tavern in the Hoprink neighborhood.
Thanks. What's this Lumiere got to do with this?
Well, like I told you, he used to work for the bailiff. I think he was a scribe.
A scribe keeps records in the Black Chronicle, though I've never heard of one doing his own investigations.
Well, the old bailiff wasn't all that interested in the common folk, but Lumiere, he was quite helpful. Folk heard about it and went to him with whatever was troubling them.
I'd like to speak with Lumiere. Do you know where I can find him?
At his home in Bohemia Street, that's near the church. You won't find him at the bailiff's no more. I don't know exactly why, though. Seems he had some quarrel with the bailiff.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
It's my pleasure, especially helping someone from the land of the living again. Actually, wait a mo. Speaking of the living, there's a girl what comes here and grieves over that dead maid. I think her name is Barbara.
And do you know where I could find her?
She said she serves in one of the burgers' houses. So either there or in the morgue with that poor dead girl.
Thanks again, Master Gravedigger.
Dia punya teman.
My God! Until we meet again.
My God, you full of blood.
I'd like to learn.
But before we get started, this is not...
I understand.
Great.
Step Master gak perlu, ini gak perlu, ini boleh lah. 35.000 Ditka.
Will you share some of your wrestling trick?
You know how... All right.
Nah, tuh 5.000 melayang. Oh. Linknya ini sih yang belum naik. Drinking skill. Nah, dia udah max. Vitality udah max.
How are things at home? Calm down.
My respect.
All right, the celebration is over.
Pertama-tama. Oh. Alice Friend dekat anjay.
Done with. Everything's going well. I'm in fine setting.
Di dalam mereka.
See, that's what bothers me.
Oh, ini.
So, let's see what we have here. My God! Someone really did a number on her. Oh, they ripped open her entire belly.
Terusnya
Didn't stop there.
keluarin
There
semua.
must have been buckets of blood. Jesus Christ. There's hardly any blood left in her. The place they
Dikeringin.
found her must look like a slaughterhouse. I should go there and take a look. These are more like chops than cuts. Somebody must have taken a sword to her. Knife wounds would be smaller, and an axe would have made a bigger mess. But it couldn't have been a long sword. That would have been clumsy. It was something shorter and nimbler.
Dagger.
That madman cut off both her breasts and bits of flesh. But what did he
Lo
do
harus
with
tahu
it all
pelakunya siapa.
afterwards?
Pelakunya tukang motong daging.
Did he really keep all the pieces? Nobody could be that sick, could they? Her face is a little bruised and cut, but nobody cut her there. But she has a dark ring around her neck. Was she strangled? The murderer must have had pretty strong hands, and her hair is all matted with blood and hacked off. I don't even know what colour it was.
Ini kalau beneran collect trofi sih. Ini quest paling fucked up nih. Bener ya.
The murderer must have wanted her to suffer, so he started ripping her hair out. Sick bastard. Just some scratches and bruises, that's all. The killer probably surprised her. She didn't even have time to defend herself. Her lips are bloody, but nothing more. Tongue's still in place. But if he killed her for blabbing, I reckon he'd have cut out her tongue or something, wouldn't he?
Ya. Kebetulannya sih.
So,
target.
the murderer must have
Bukan
awfully
nggak ada
strong
masalah sama
hands,
Catherine harusnya.
because he strangled her and left a dark ring around her neck. Then he took a short sword or saber and started hacking at her. She's missing parts of her torso, but they are by the body. He also cut off most of her hair. He cut off her breasts, but left her tongue, then left her lying there for all to see. To send a message, maybe? Or a warning? Only if it was a warning for telltales, he would have cut out her tongue or something, wouldn't he? I don't know why he killed her, but I don't think it's because of Catherine. Are you Barbara? I'm told you knew Alice.
Alice? She was almost like a sister to me. We served together for years, in the same house. Why'd you ask? Who are you?
I'm trying to find out who did this to her. I'm afraid the killer might want to go after my friend as well.
Ah, I understand.
Who did you serve?
Our master is a local merchant. He is trying his hand at trading wine.
How did Alice get along with your master?
Fine. Just like with everyone. Our master is a bit strict, but he's fair.
What's his name? Can I speak to him?
Why? But you can't see him anyway. He's on a trade trip to Prague.
It occurred to me that maybe he could have done it.
He couldn't. He was gone when it happened. He hadn't been home in several weeks. And besides, why would he kill them others too? He never even knew them.
I heard about that. And also about Lumir.
Well, if you're interested, go and see him. Maybe you'll catch him sober enough to talk sense.
Do you know of any suitors she might have had?
I know she was seeing someone. Why?
I'd like to talk to him as well.
But I don't know who it was. Alice said he was rich and dressed nicely, but she promised him she'd never tell anyone his name.
And you never saw him?
No, never. I don't even know where she met with him.
Do you know what exactly happened to Alice?
No. Nobody saw or heard nothing. One day,
Orang
she
kaya?
didn't come home. And then they found her. Like this.
It's awful what they did to her.
She was such a pretty girl. And that beautiful brown hair of hers. And it didn't even leave that untouched.
Wow.
Who could have cut off her hair like that? And why? None of it makes sense.
So, I'll leave you to mourn in peace now.
Coklat rambutnya. Oke. Crime scene dulu. Investigasi crime scene. Ini kasus apa? Quest pertama nih. Investigasi begini. Ini yang pembunuhan ya. Kalau yang quest kayak orang terbunuh di forest gitu-gitu sama bandit, nah itu udah biasa. Tapi yang di kota gini yang melibatkan tentang kriminal, first time. Sini kan? Lurus saja.
This is the place. There's a lot of blood and some footprints. I'm not sure how much more I'll be able to find. I can't make anything out of this. The whole town's been walking around here. There could have been one killer or a dozen. I'm surprised I haven't completely trampled out the blood. Christ, that's a lot of blood. But after seeing what they did to the girl, I'm not surprised. I'm not sure I'll be able to find any remains. I wonder what happened to them. It's hard to make out, but I think I see some slashing from a blade. So, there's still a lot of blood left, but I expected even more. I found some faint blade marks. Either the others were trampled out, or someone skilled was wielding it. It didn't look to me like any remains were left lying around. I've no idea what he did with them. Did he keep them or throw them away?
Banyak banget side questnya. Masih punya aku. Dia kalau lu proses story kan nanti spawn lagi yang baru gitu. Punya aku nih. Ini kurangin 3 biji. Di sini ada ini, ada 2. 3 biji itu battle yang kayak di lower summit. Ini ada 2, tapi ini kayak turnamen sih. Ya, satunya turnamen. 1. Masih banyak, kayak ada 5 atau lebih.
My humble respect.
Go to see Lumiere.
You silly doggy. Well, come to your senses yet? Oh, fuck you.
Oh, ini questnya nyari tulang mulu.
And I'm telling you, he doesn't stand a chance. Conrad wins every time. Just look at him. He could cut you in half without even pulling his sword from
Request yang tulang naga nggak tahu nyari di mana tuh sudahan besok lagi. Oh, itu ada waktunya nih. Itu ada waktunya. Quest tulang naga. Dia ada beberapa ending. Kalau mau garis besar ya 3 ending. Pilihannya juga ada 3. Ada waktu ya kalau lu mau dapat tulangnya. Waktunya dihitung dari ini. Waktunya dihitung dari lu ngomong sama siapa tuh? Abot ya. Ini gereja itu loh. Suruh anterin surat sampai si Abot. Abot ya atau Abed namanya. Nah, mulai dari situ hitung waktunya. Lu bisa ini sih, lu bisa nemukan dulu tulangnya. Nah, jadi lu hafal di mana lokasinya gitu. Jadi nanti selesai ngomong sama Abot tinggal nembak aja.
Lumiere?
Oh, Christ, my head. Not so loud.
I need to ask you something.
I said not so loud. I have a splitting headache.
That's some hangover. He's useless to me like this.
Ngomong tadi. Ya, tinggal reload gak masalah. Dia ada auto save di situ. Lu udah trigger ini belum? Trigger yang selesai ngomong sama Abot kan suruh balik lagi ke priest yang di desa itu. Lu udah ngomong sama priest yang di desa setelah sama Abot balik lagi ke dia. Ada 3 orang datang. Kalau lu udah trigger itu, jadi nanti endingnya lu gak kayak ini siapa gitu. Soalnya yang kulakukan ya, pertama-tama ya gua nggak tahu ada waktu kan, pergi tidur gitu. Belum ke priestnya. Oh, ya lu ke priestnya dulu. Ke priestnya lakukan kayak biasa yang disuruh lah. Kalau nggak sempat ya reload langsung ini. Biar lu tahu ada orang gitu loh. NPC biar nanti pas lu nemu tulangnya gak tiba-tiba dia nongol. Lu gak tahu dia siapa.
If I'm willing to wait for him to sleep it off, I'll have to get him some kind of cure or potion. This should sober him up.
Banyak juga. Nah, sediain potion kayak gini kadang membantu.
Here, drink up.
Ini gue bukan bikin sih, ambil tidur.
Better?
What? What are you doing here? Who are you?
My name is Henry.
And what do you want from me?
I'm trying to find out who killed a certain girl. And I was sent to you.
To me? What for?
Are you Lumiere from the Rat House? The scribe?
I used to be. Now I'm just Lumiere the Madman.
Oh, you don't look crazy.
Yeah. But I am. I see things in my head that aren't real. And then I point my finger at the wrong people. I'm the biggest madman in Gutenberg.
But I need your help.
If I were you, lad, I'd leave it be.
I'm back. Belum udahan. Lanjut nih. Startnya kambing. Saya udah benar. Udah. Tadi baru benar. Udah adem nih. Kira udah. Windows update nih kadang suka kayak gitu loh. Ini udah kedua kali gue lagi live nih. Bikin orang panik ya. Ada yang salah dengan sistemnya. Jadi dia bisa force shutdown kayak gitu loh. Bisa rasa sendiri. Oh, udah kedua kali kayak gini. Ya, Windows itu kan banyak ini ya, banyak filenya, registry segala macam gitu. Punya aku ada yang rusak harusnya. Kayak bisa sampai restart maksa gitu. Gak minta izin dulu. Kira setting. Belum gua dalami sih. Dia harusnya minta izin. Biasanya minta izin. Tapi 2 kali dia gak melakukan itu.
So what's it gonna be?
Asal lu mulai dari sini, Bang. Waduh. Autosave-nya sampai situ. Go to the crime scene. Ini beneran lu reload di sini. Ya. Save-nya gak ke save, gak auto. Mundur 10 menit kayaknya.
Good day to you.
Good day.
Just imagine. Another day, I was standing in the yard when I saw this cloud in the sky.
Good day. That's at least. Great.
I hear
Through
another
people of you.
I don't want
Like,
who.
wow.
Well, what?
That's Mr.
Who's
No.
help?
Well,
Right.
and
who?
he used.
Do you
mean
I haven't.
I
Do you know? Look for
that.
That's worth. Thanks. What's this?
Well,
A scroll.
well, the look
I'd like.
at his. I don't.
Thanks.
It's my actual speak. I think.
And you know.
She said.
Thanks. I'd like. I'm
Great.
Well,
You know. All right.
Fast forward.
Are you?
Alice, she...
I'm trying. Who? Do you know? I'd like.
I don't...
And you?
No.
How?
Fine, I'm not...
What's it?
Why?
Okay. I heard.
Well, maybe...
Do you?
One day...
What?
You have...
I haven't.
Then don't... Shit.
What do you? So.
Map yang dijual 100 G ternyata scam. Benar itu scam. Lu kena juga ya?
So. Let's see what we have.
Gak cuman Henry doang yang kena scam. Bandit juga kena scam.
My God. Oh, I must have. Jeez, play. These are the guys. What did he? Did he? Or was she out on a? Maybe there's something more to it. Just. Her lip, but if so, then he took yours. You can only.
Bali. Udah prosesnya udah masih dikejar. Oh, gua harus ke crime scene dulu ya. Ya. Biar sesuai dengan banditnya tertipu juga itu, makanya mereka bikin gali di situ. Mereka gali kan, bikin camp di luar. Kosong. Korbannya gak cuma 2 bahkan, lebih.
This is the place. I'm not. But what's the? I'm not. It's hard. So there's still. I found it didn't.
Ratus jam main baru sadar nutup helm harus manual. Lu gak tahu? Tapi yang itu emang nggak bisa lepas kan, yang lu dapat dari DLC itu nggak bisa diangkat gitu kan. C1 pastra weapon semuanya langsung otomatis. Oh.
Lumiere? This should. Here. Better? What? My name is.
And what are you
I'm trying
to me?
Are you?
Oh, you don't. Yeah, I'm the big. But if I were you, lad, I'd leave it be. You can't help that girl anymore, anyway. You'll just end up hurting yourself.
Come now, Lumiere.
Poor girls. Nobody was all that interested in it, except for me. We let it be in the end. We let a monster walk among us. No way. You can't solve this yourself.
Dia tuh jadi Bailiff tuh kayak polisi gitu. Tapi dia mulai down karena dia kasus ini harusnya sih ya. Dia udah investigasi kasus ini itu udah sempat nunjuk ini pelakunya, itu pelakunya. Ternyata salah. Jadi dianggap orang gila itu. Gak dipercaya lagi sama orang. DLC gak bisa dilepas, udah gak kepake lagi. Statusnya udah tertinggal. Tapi udah ini ya, udah membantu banget di awal.
I'm not doing it for myself. I'm afraid he might kill one of my friends.
A friend, eh? That's not good. Not good at all. I searched high and low. And what did I get out of it? Just mockery. What makes you think you can find out more than I did?
I can use my brain. Very hard.
Because I'm not stupid, and I notice things. I've successfully solved a murder before.
Is that so? A murder investigation under your belt. And educated and observant, too.
Well, I said I'm not stupid. Not that I'm educated. I can read and write, too. Sometimes even count.
If only more people knew the difference. All right. Talk to me. Who was this dead girl?
Her name was Alice. She worked as a maid.
A maid? That fits. Yarka was a maid, too. As were most of the other victims.
Oh,
What did
dia
she look
internet
like?
semua.
What did he do to her?
I think that he strangled her first, and then went at her with a longer blade and disemboweled her.
Did you notice the strangulation right away? It took me a while. Maybe you really will track him down.
Do you think it's the same murder?
Counting your girl, that makes six
Six.
victims who were first strangled and then mutilated. If it's not all the same person, they must be collaborating somehow.
This is the 6th one. How long has he been killing?
Probably about a year now. Sometimes it takes him months, sometimes weeks. But I'm including missing girls, Stanya and Zdena.
Oh, ada 2 yang missing ya. Oh, dia 4 yang sudah ditemukan pasti, tapi 2-nya lagi menghilang. Makanya 6.
Why are you counting the missing girls?
Because I think someone killed them, and we just haven't found them yet.
Did the dead girls have anything in common?
Aside from being pretty young girls with no proper family or background, no. I couldn't find much.
Do you think somebody is killing them because they're poor and nobody will miss them?
Certainly. If somebody killed the daughter of a local lord, no stone would be left unturned.
But why does he even kill in the first place?
I don't know. Maybe he hates women. Damn it. I feel like I'm going in circles and can't get out.
Tell me about Yarka.
What can you tell me about Yarka?
She wasn't the first. But thanks
Ye
to her,
baca ye.
people started taking an interest. She was a maid in a German family. By all accounts, she was a pious, polite girl. She was orphaned as a child. The priest from the church of St. Peter and Paul, Father Prokop, raised her. They found her body tossed behind a barn at the edge of town. She was cut all the way from her neck downwards. An awful sight to behold.
Did you have any suspects?
At first, I thought the son from that family did it. A murderer is usually someone close, you know. But then I changed my mind.
Why?
Well, for one, I remembered the 2 girls before her who ended up almost the same. Besides that, when I talked to the lad, he seemed he wasn't the least bit interested in Yarka. Then his mother told me that they threw her out a week before the murder because she was a harlot who stayed out till all hours of the night. That really surprised me, because Father Prokop had vouched for her good reputation. But who knows? Maybe he just didn't want to admit what had become of her.
Si Yarka ini katanya ya kerja jadi pembantu lah ya satu keluarga gitu. Awalnya dia curiga anak dari keluarga itu. Tapi enggak. Si Yarka udah di-kick sama keluarga itu berapa ya? Seminggu ya atau berapa sebelum kejadian pembunuhan gitu. Karena dia sering pulangnya malam.
What about Stanya?
She was an alehouse wench in a tavern of ill repute called the Hole in the Wall.
You said her body was never found. Maybe she just got out of town.
You have no idea how much I'd like to believe that. Only there was a lot of blood. Unfortunately, the investigation wasn't very successful. The Hole is a world of its own, and the people there aren't very forthcoming with information.
Did you suspect anybody?
You could suspect every second man there. Those people have nothing but thievery and deceit in their eyes. The innkeeper, Mole, definitely
The
knew
Gill.
Stanya.
What tahu
She
tuh.
worked for him.
Side quest gua di
He
sana.
isn't all that
Yang tadi
shabby
banyak
either.
banget itu.
So if I want to learn anything more, I have to ask this mole in the hole.
Yeah. He still runs the place.
And what about that Zdena? You said her body was never found.
Exactly. But to tell the truth, nobody spent much time looking for it. Besides Alice, Zdena was the most recent victim. It's only been a few weeks since she went missing, but I suppose nobody wanted to do any more digging.
But if her body was never found, how do you know she was killed?
Because she was the same type as the other girls. Maybe the prettiest of them all. Young, beautiful. A real live one. Lively as the devil. She was a thief. A pickpocket. I never could pin it on her, though. She always found some way to get out of it.
Maybe she robbed the wrong people and had to get out of town.
Maybe. She had a partner in crime by the name of Strunad. Quite a number. He's always sitting in the hole, boozing. When I asked him about Zdena, he told me he'd rather rip his own tongue out than talk.
Do you think he'd be more forthcoming with me?
He might be. You're not known all over town like a catchpole. It's worth a try.
Dia polisi
Besides,
sih.
it might
Jadi
still be
barang.
fresh in his memory.
Yang
That
kamu
would be
kerja
a
sama.
great help.
And what about the other two victims?
It all started with them, though nobody did much about it at the time. The first one worked as a bathhouse maid. They called her Chestnut. She'd only been in town for a short while, and nobody really knew her. So I couldn't find out anything more. But the other one, Libushka, she was from Loretz. She was a maidservant, too. I also talked to her mother. She said she was really cheerful and outgoing. There were lots of suitors circling around her, but she refused them all. She knew she was pretty and knew she could do better than some farmhand.
You mean she wanted someone higher up?
That's what it sounded like.
Sini
But
ini
her mother
udah
never found out who she had her eye on.
Interesting. I'll try to see what else I can find out from the mother. Where can I find her?
In the graveyard, lad. The poor woman died of grief. It's sad to say, but we can't help those two dead girls now. And they can't help us with our investigation either. There's nobody else left who could tell us anything about them.
ini Emerald keberapa? Oh, jadi ya banyak banget. Banyak banget. Mesti biasakan diri untuk gak usah terlalu mengganggu itu loh, terganggu sama itu. Walaupun masih gak terbiasa. Mukanya George sih yang paling susah untuk ini sih. Susah untuk serius. Dia muncul di story, bayangin aja. Side quest masih mending ya. Oke, kesimpulannya ada clear ya. Ada satu cowok, harusnya satu orang aja. Dia punya duit dan dia ganteng juga harusnya. Cewek-cewek ini tuh di apa? Mungkin pacaran atau gimana sama dia. Terus akhirnya dia psikopat gitu. Good looking, rich.
Why were you looking into it? Who were those dead girls to you?
I don't know what people told you about me, but for many long years I was a scribe for Kuttenberg's bailiff. Kuttenberg is a big city with a lot of people. Silver, silver, silver. Mining it, smelting it, stealing it. There's always something going on. The bailiff was always running from hell to Hades, from one rich man to another, settling their quarrels. Often trivial nonsense.
But there are more than just rich burghers and lords in the city.
Exactly. There are common folk, too. There's a lot more of them, and their troubles are usually more serious. So when one of them came to the bailiff's one time, and the bailiff was running around somewhere, I started to deal with it myself. I was pretty good at it, too.
Behind the bailiff's back?
Not really. Andreas supported my activities until recently.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it. Sorry.
Did you have any suspects back then?
You can always find some suspect. I always dragged the most suspicious ones to the body in the morgue by force. And they threw up at the sight. Or fainted.
Couldn't it have just been an act?
Fainting? Vomiting? That's hard to act. I'd swear none of them did it.
Wow, cara dia sangat simple ya. Gua curiga lu yang membunuh sini. Tarik ke TKP atau ke kuburan cewek itu. Terus semua yang melihat jasadnya itu semuanya muntah atau nggak pingsan. Soalnya kalau lu yang bunuh harusnya lu udah terbiasa dengan pemandangan kayak gitu kan, nggak bakal selemah itu.
Can you sum it all up for me?
We have 6 victims here, and I believe they were all murdered by the same killer. Unfortunately, we only know a little about the last 4, the most recent ones. By now, we won't learn anything about the first 2. Of the remaining 4, the first to be killed was the maidservant, Yarka. She was raised by Father Prokop from the Church of St. Peter and Paul. He should know the most about her. The next were Stanya and Zdena. Their bodies weren't found, but we assume they also became victims of the same murderer. They both hung around a tavern they called the Hole in the Wall. Stanya was an alehouse maid, and Zdena a pickpocket. And the last victim is Alice now, also a maid. What they all have in common is that they were young, beautiful, and brunette.
Good. I know everything I need to know.
When you learn something more, stop by and see me. You've aroused a bit of hope in me, lad. I hope you won't disappoint me.
Malah muntah, udah kasih lu potion lo anjir.
I apologize.
Yarka ini dekat sini nih. Gerejanya mana tadi? Father Prokop. Ini ada save belum? Ini dia besarin si Yarka.
My God, why are you all covered in blood?
Father, I need to ask you a few questions.
I don't have time for theological discussions, my son.
That's not why I'm here. My name's Henry, and I wanted to ask about the murder that happened recently. Someone killed and gutted a young maidservant and left her body lying by the city walls. And I hear it's not the first time this has happened.
Another one murdered. May the Lord grant her eternal rest. Why is it you ask?
I fear for my sister. She's also a maid.
Yes. Fear for those close to you is commendable. What would you like to hear?
One of the other victims was a girl named Yarka. But I reckon you know that, don't you? What can you tell me about her?
About Yarka? She was an ordinary girl. She served the von Groll family.
Where did you know Yarka from?
I knew her since she was a little girl. Knew her family.
And?
I was her uncle. When my brother and his wife died, I took care of her.
You raised her? A priest with a child?
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not the first of the clergy to have a child on the side.
Itu banyak. Pendeta punya keturunan. Zaman medieval tuh. Rahasia umum. Tidak dari apa yang gua tahu ya.
No offense, but how did you know what to do? Without a wife, without a family? I would have been lost.
I was a bit, when she was smaller, it was fine, but when she grew up a bit, maybe I was too hard on her.
Why do you think you were too hard on her?
Yarko was an orphan, with no family and no possessions. Her only chance of a good life was a good upbringing. And then, a husband. But the more I led her in that direction, the more she resisted me.
Emang gak boleh punya istri. Ya, gak boleh. Tapi banyak punya rahasia tuh. Banyak punya istri rahasia.
How did she rebel against you?
She wouldn't listen. She ran away. She ran around with all sorts. And how did it turn out? She died. And in sin. Such a disgrace.
Ini biasanya negatif loh ini. Oh, pilih ini biasa reputation loss.
You're well off though. Couldn't you provide for her?
I couldn't. Even if she had been my very own. More so since she was my brother's.
But how come?
The church's property always remains the church's. They keep a close eye on that.
How does that even work? Did you have her with you at the presbytery?
When she was small, I could. But when she grew up, she had to go. It wouldn't look right.
Disgrace? What the devil are you talking about?
She was pregnant! Even if she had lived, what then? Nobody would want to marry her anymore.
Bener kan, reputation loss. Tapi itu masih mengungkap sih.
Why don't you respect Lumiere?
That's my business. You needn't concern yourself about that. I won't tell you anything.
Come now, Father. I'm not just asking out of curiosity. This is about all the dead girls. Isn't it written in scripture? Speak up for those who have no voice.
A layman quotes the Bible to me. Fine. Lumiere accused me of her murder.
Oh.
What?
Yes. He slandered me in public.
And how... What happened then?
It turned out he was deranged. How could he even think such a thing? He's finished in Gutenberg.
Dia menuduh banyak orang. Lumiere. Nggak cuma dia doang. Banyak tuh. Di cerita dia tadi udah mention seorang juga.
Who do you think killed her?
William, that pig of Satan. He gambles in the tavern on All Saints' Day and leads the locals astray. Yarka always went there to listen to music. I'm sure he got her with child.
William.
Why do you think it was William? Do you have any evidence?
Evidence? He's a skirt chaser. A tool of Satan.
Skirt chaser.
He messes with poor girls' heads.
Skirt itu kan gaun kan ya. Chaser. Mengejar daun. Gaun, sorry. Daun. Intinya playboy lah.
And does anyone else come to mind? No other man spoke with her?
No. Absolutely not.
I've heard enough, Father.
William.
Son, I'll give you some good advice. Don't listen to Lumiere. That man has gone completely mad.
Dia mad karena dia juga terobsesi atau gimana ya? Dia pengen pecahin itu kasus. Apa akhirnya? dibenci sama semua orang. Ya salahnya juga sih dia terlalu sembarangan. Gua tuh dulu sini, ikut gua lihat mayat ini. Ketika aku ngomong sama mereka soal quest ini, apakah mereka bakal mengenali aku gitu? Ya enggak ya. Orang di sini tuh pada terima quest di sini kayak ada 4 kali ya.
If you're gonna yell at each other, do it somewhere else.
Ini tavern isinya kalau nggak pengemis, nggak maling, nggak ada yang benar di sini.
Why is this all sticky?
Here we are.
At your service, sir.
I don't feel much like moving, so...
Good day.
Tadi gua nanya siapa di sini? House.
Bless you. Oh well. Now just this.
Are you Sternad? The one that went with Zdena?
Who the fuck are you?
Just an ordinary bloke
Markas
who has some
mereka.
questions.
Well then, piss off. You won't get any answers here. All you're gonna get here is a kick in the teeth.
Why so rash? That kind of attitude will do you no favours. Let's make a deal. You tell me everything you know about Zdena, and I'll make sure you're no worse for wear.
Ah. You're the lord what that whore robbed. Don't worry about it. She weren't nothing but a lying bitch.
So, if I understand correctly, we can make a deal?
For the right price, I'll tell you all I know.
Is this the right price?
You fucking bet it is. Ask away and I'll tell you everything.
Where can I find Zdena?
Aye. That's what I like to fucking know too. Last time I saw her... Well, that'd be back when she managed to fleece you.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to find her.
I can well imagine. Well, she went to Rabstein Mill. It's quite a long ways away. She had some unfinished business with some bloke called Pint. Ain't nobody seen her since then.
Did she have any friends or lovers who'd know more? Did anybody come here to see her?
Who come to see that bitch? She was always off somewhere, seeing someone. Although, once...
Someone came to see her?
Well, aye. Some stuffed frock came here once. All old and decrepit. He said he had some job for her. That she should leave behind her sinful life and all that shit. But he left empty-handed. She told him to go to hell.
Do you know who that priest was?
Some fucking Prokop or Pravoslav or some such shit. But that reminds me. I saw her a couple of times with another bastard. That fucking bard, William.
Another William. Nama William udah muncul 2. Si Father Proskop muncul juga nih.
And could she have run away with this bard, William?
With that lily-livered fop? Well, he ain't been seen in town for some time, but I think someone was out to get him. He still don't come here no more. He plucks that loot of his in the miners' tavern. The wee shit.
What do you know about this priest?
Not much. Seems they knew each other from before. And he had some job for her somewhere. Serving as a maid or something. But she weren't stupid. She told him to fuck right off.
And did he go?
Aye, indeed. He didn't look like the kind of fella that would knock some sense into a woman. I think he just told her if she changed her mind to come and see him. Or some shit like that.
And could she have changed her mind and gone to him? And that's why nobody's seen her?
No, no. She took off. I'm sure about that.
Si Father Proskop pengen kayak ya mengubah atau memperbaiki kehidupan si Jet Dena ini, jangan jadi maling lagi. Nih, lu ada kerjaan di sini nih, jadi pembantu gitu.
What can you tell me about Zdena?
What do you want to hear? I try to keep her out of trouble, but there's just no helping some women.
So you were taking care of her?
Well, just in front of the others. Other than that, she did what she wanted. Always made her mind up and did things her own way.
So you weren't too fond of her?
Not really, no. But she did have a knack for making coin.
I've heard enough. Mutt! Come here.
You silly doggy.
Here you go. Take it.
Sekarang tinggal si L House. Satu yang nyediain tuang minuman buat tamu. Tahu kah? Oh, bisa ngomong sama dia sih. Oh enggak sih, L House itu yang tadi ya? Makan.
Greetings, my friend.
Did Estanya work here?
Stanya. Maybe. It depends on who's asking.
My name's Henry.
Names don't interest me. The main thing
Jadi
is
asing
whether it's
nih.
a good guest or a bad guest asking. What kind of guest are you, Henry?
Aku bahkan punya kamar di atas sini.
A bad guest.
So that means you're just going to badger me without even buying a drink. I don't tell nothing to fellas like that.
Oh. Kira
I know exactly what you want. Coin. Here you go. Enough?
Ask away then.
Did anybody see what actually happened when Stanya disappeared?
No, it was at night. Nobody saw or heard anything. The tavern tends to be empty at that hour. And you won't meet many people on the street, neither.
Tell me something else.
First, you'll have another beer. Or is it time to pay?
What?
If you want to ask, you have to drink. Didn't you get that?
You're quite the extortionist.
I prefer to be called an enterprising man of trade. So, what'll it be?
I'm getting tired of this. I'll give you the money up front, and that's all you'll get, whether I'm a good guest or bad. Got it? Now you're gonna spill it. Got it?
All right, all right.
I want to know if Stanya worked here.
She did. And she don't know more. What's it to you?
I heard she disappeared without a trace. So I'm trying to find out if anyone had anything to do with it.
It's possible. The chamber she was sleeping in here was totally ransacked. The door open. Everything emptied out. And Stanya was gone. All I found were bloody footprints.
How did Stanya's room look?
The door was wide open. Most of her things were gone, but some remained. And there was blood all over the place.
Blood? Was there a lot?
Not so much, really. More like hand or footprints. But they were near everywhere. If someone done her in, they definitely didn't do it in that chamber.
What was Stanya like? What can you tell me about her?
A bold woman. One has to be here. Everyone's ballsy here unless you nib it in the bud right away. She was hanging around a bard for a while. I don't know how close they were, but she also had another suitor.
Someone from the city?
No, a charcoal burner. I heard he was from somewhere in the Verchlitz Valley.
I think his name was Barton?
Mantap.
What do you know about that bard?
What about him? He's a minstrel, a skirt chaser. What more can I say? He called himself William. As far as I know, he plays in the Miners' Tavern in the evenings. But sometimes he shows up here, too.
You think he might have been the one who...
Now that you mention it, he cleared out of town for a while and only came back not long ago. It could be him, all right. I know he met with some odd people and talked about God knows what, like bloody spies. Besides, you know what minstrels are like. Lasses just flock to them. And like they say, opportunity makes the thief.
Or in this case, a murderer. Apart from those men, did anyone else know Stanya? I mean, more intimately.
Well, I've got bad news for you. She had 2 close friends, but you won't get much out of either of them.
Why?
One was hit by a cart, even before Stanya disappeared, and she died. And the other one got married and moved away.
Where can I find this Barton?
I already told you, in the Verchlitz Valley.
Could you be a bit more precise?
I don't know that bloke at all. All I know is he's a charcoal burner. So if I was you, I'd look somewhere around the charcoal kilns.
That's all I need to know.
What? Was that you? Ah, never mind then.
Is that today's special, or is it part of the decor?
To hell with it.
Aqua burner. Ini si William. Aku gak mau ke William dulu. William itu terakhir. Gitu ya. Barton tuh pacarnya si cewek ini. Lalu si ini di sini dia tuh jualan terima barang curian dari si cewek itu. Proses gitu. Udah malam nih. Sempat gak ya?
You have a kind master, eh, man?
What is it? Are you whistling just for fun?
Nah, juga aku lupa sama kuda ini. Udah gak butuh diangkat barang gitu loh. Jadi bisa aku ganti dengan skin.
Go!
Balik ke jalan besar dan lurus saja.
Quick, go! Go! Go!
Benar lu kuda. Bunuh orang.
Whoa!
Barton.
I need to ask you something. If you're here for charcoal, you'll have to wait. I'm not here about charcoal. I'm looking for Stanya, an alehouse maid from Kuttenberg. Aha. And why are you looking here? I heard she was consorting with some charcoal burner here. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Who goes with who?
Tidak, lu kasih tahu gua Barton di mana. Dan dia pun nggak nanya sih.
May God give you health.
I need to ask you something.
I don't have time for that. Ask the foreman. You'll find him around here somewhere.
Foreman.
Excuse me?
Nah, semuanya bisa ditanya.
I'm sorry.
Wah, ini dia.
I'm looking for someone named Stanya.
You're in a charcoal camp, fella. What would a woman be doing here?
But you know Stanya, don't you?
Aye. You could say that. Why?
I'm looking for the killer of a girl in town. And I heard that someone also tried to kill this Stanya.
That's true. She told me something like that. But that was a long time ago.
So you don't know what became of her?
I really don't know, mate. But even if I did know, how can I be sure you aren't that killer?
Lumir himself, the Kuttenberg bailiff's former scribe, gave me the task. He was looking into her disappearance, and he sent me to find her.
Well, I don't know. I remember Lumir. He was all right. That's all true, but...
But what? What are you still brooding over?
You seem like the right man for a job like that. Sorry, but after all that happened to Stanya, I like to be careful.
So Stanya is here?
Aye. She's hiding with us. Since that thing happened, she's afraid to even go outside.
Untung gua gak perlu ke
I
sana.
don't know what to
Gak
do with
perlu
her
ke yang
anymore.
jauh itu.
Can I speak to her?
If it'll help you. She's hiding in that cottage, but be nice to her. She's in a bad way. She used to be such a gutsy girl. Until we meet again.
Oh, hemat waktu gua, bro. Ya, berarti dia berhasil lolos dari pembunuhan.
God bless you, sir.
What are you doing here?
Apa telur?
Who are you? How did you find me? If you came here to finish what you started, I'm not afraid of you. I'll claw your eyes out.
Don't be afraid. Barton told me where to find you.
Barton sent you to me. What do you want from me?
Lumir thought you were dead. I was supposed to find out what happened to you.
Lumir? From the rat house? He sent you?
Exactly. Someone killed a girl in Kuttenberg. Lumir thought it might be connected with you, so maybe you could help us find out who did it.
How can I help you when I haven't been in Kuttenberg since... I don't even know when.
You disappeared from the hole in the wall without saying goodbye. Without a word. What happened?
Someone attacked me when I was coming home from the baths one night. I managed to get away, but I was so afraid. I decided to run away from Kuttenberg.
Did you see who it was?
Not at all. I didn't see anything until he jumped out of the shadows and grabbed me around the neck. And he was terribly strong. I nearly blacked out right away.
And how did you manage to break free?
I had an empty pitcher in my hand, and I hit him with it. He howled and let me go, and I ran away.
Here? To the charcoal burners?
No, first to my room in the hole. But I was so scared there. I took what I could and ran. Here, to Barton.
And your lover? What did he say?
At first he was horrified, because I had cut myself on a shard from the pitcher and was all bloody. He's been hiding me here since then.
Siapa itu apa? Pecahan kaca kah? Atau pisau?
You walked home from the baths at night?
What's so odd about that?
Well, at night, the baths are...
Ah, right. I went there after closing. I always brought the girls a pitcher of wine or ale and took a bath while they drank it.
Ah. So that's why you had the
Betul.
empty pitcher you hit him with?
Right. I went there regularly. Every week.
The same way every time?
Aye, always the same way. The shortest one. I didn't want to stay out too long at night.
And who knew that you went by yourself to the baths?
Well, everyone from the tavern, I reckon. I didn't hide it.
How are you now?
I'm still awful scared. I can't fall asleep knowing that, and I can't even really leave the house.
Do you remember anything important about the attacker? What he looked like? What he was wearing?
I don't know anything. It was at night. He grabbed me from behind, and then I ran and never turned back.
And what about when you hit him? What did he do?
He let me go and cursed.
Aha. And what did he say?
He said Scheisse in German.
Seems you're the only one to survive the killer's attack. I know it isn't easy for you to think about it, but try to remember something else about that moment, or when you were running away. Anything can help us, even if it seems insignificant.
I don't know. It's all like in a fog.
You were walking down the street. Did you notice anything before he attacked you?
No, nothing.
You didn't see anything or hear anything?
Actually, I knew the side street wasn't empty. I heard somebody talking, but when I looked, there was nobody there. So when somebody grabbed me, I completely froze.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Not at all. But there were two voices. Two of them waiting for me there.
It's difficult, I understand. But I need you to think hard one more time. Aside from those voices and the empty street, what else do you remember?
I didn't hear him at all. And then he grabbed me.
And nothing else? Did he grab your hair?
Well, no. He grabbed me by the throat right away and squeezed. Just for a moment, but I still had a big bruise round my neck for weeks. Barton said the man must have had a terribly strong grip, like a miner or swordsman.
What was it like working in the hole?
Well, I earned a few groschen, that I did, but I often had to grit my teeth.
How so?
Every single day I had to put up with their lewd remarks. Rich or poor, everyone wants to grope a girl. People, well, us girls have to watch out. We can't just put up with it, and sometimes we have to be tough, especially in a place like the hole. But you can't overdo it either. That's no good.
How so?
Because if you smile at them nicely,
Then sometimes they leave a groschen, or even two. You have to keep a balance. To look friendly, but unavailable.
Nanti terlalu friendly dikira, wah, lu bisa dibeli gitu.
You said that rich or poor, they all like to grope girls. Like who?
Truth be told, the hole isn't exactly a good place for a rich man, but young Von Groll used to go there for a while.
Is that so?
Von Groll.
Did he talk to you?
He smiled at me a lot, so I smiled back, but beyond a few groschen, there was nothing more to it. Then this thieving wench started hanging around him and... oh, it doesn't matter. But that servant of his didn't like it, tried to drive her away, and so the young lord stopped bringing him with him.
Von Groller had a servant with him?
Aye, a pudgy fella, well-dressed, but had a mean face. He never said a word or smiled, or even said thank you.
Couldn't it have been that innkeeper then? You yourself said he's a pig.
Aye, when he drinks, he turns into a total bastard. All lewd remarks and groping fingers. The lecher. Only when I got to my room, I could hear him snoring. It couldn't have been him.
Couldn't it have been Father Prokop?
Father Prokop? I don't know him.
No, he's pretty old. He preaches in the Church of St. Peter and St. Paul.
I don't know him. And if he's an old man, how strong could his grip really be?
I heard William liked pretending to be a spy. Do you know anything about that?
Aye, I thought it pretty silly. A stupid trick to make himself seem more interesting. Though I reckon he's more likely to attract an ass-kicking than a woman.
Why didn't you go back to the hole?
Just to get murdered there? Are you mad? I'm never going back there. Not until they catch him.
I reckon that'll be all.
I'm sorry I'm not able to help you more.
You don't need to apologise.
Thank you. Could I ask you for a favour?
If it's in my power.
When you catch that bastard, would you please let me know? So I can finally stop being afraid.
I'll stop by if I can.
Take care then.
Mas hafal lu di mana dulu nih? Oh, di tempat yang banyak beginian.
Can I help you?
Strong grip. Ada font Tahu pelakunya siapa? Kalau nggak ada orang baru muncul, pelakunya si font apa tadi itu? Kalau 2 orang itu Jerman ya. Kalau Jerman ya. Jadi clue-nya 3. Orang Jerman, tenaganya kuat. Satu lagi, pelakunya ada 2. Yang tadi di mention tuh pelakunya apa orang 2 cuma si font apa tadi yang muncul di tavern. Oh ya, beda ya. Sorry deh. Ini yang G ini beda sama yang stanya tuh. Beda. Berarti gua tetap harus ke sana. Tetap harus ke G. Ini udah malam, jadi harus istirahat di tempat yang bisa buat tidur. Ini ada gak sih? Oh ada ya? Oh ada kamar di situ. Ah, telepon.
You silly doggy. I'll believe you're still single.
A large beer for me.
Bearable, or I just face the lid and not go.
Buat cewek yang missing, satunya Selamat. Harus makan dulu deh. Ini bukan kamar, ini cuman tempat yang cukup untuk tidur. Safe. Man selalu pergi mabuk sedikit apa?
God bless you, sir.
Itu NPC itu yang suka nyapa kita kayak ngomong God bless you, happy to see you segala macam itu ya. Kalau reputasi kita jelek, sambutan mereka beda tuh. Cacian, makian. Katanya sih begitu.
Good job. Good boy.
God! Go! Ka!
Ka! Ka! Go! Ka!
Salah bro. Gak usah buru-buru, ini masih pagi. Nyampe belum tentu ada orangnya. Cuma dulu belum ada lampu gelap bang. Di hutan ya. Miller.
I know. It's always on my mind. I promise you'll have it back this time next week.
I'm not desperate, but... Here you go. Take it.
Please, me. It keeps me up at night. But I just can't give it back right now.
Look, why don't you drop by and we can talk about it?
You pervert.
What? No, that's not what I meant.
I know exactly what you meant. You'll get your money back. Don't worry.
All right, just don't take it the wrong way. I'll give you another week.
Lord be with you.
Are you Pine?
I am. Why?
I'm looking for his Denner.
I don't know any Stenner.
Stonard said something different.
You're a friend of Stonard's, are you?
Actually, I don't really know him that well. But he's the only one I know who knew Denner. He sent me to you.
Well, if he told you that, I reckon it's all right. He's not much of a traitorous rat, I reckon.
I wouldn't entirely count on that. So you knew Denner? Can you tell me something about her?
I know Denner all right, but she ain't been here in some time. Why are you looking for her? What do you want from her?
I'm looking for a... Back in the city, they think she's either dead or run off somewhere. And you're the last person to see her before she went missing.
Kurva.
I heard she wanted to sell you some valuables. Is that true?
Oh, aye. She had a good haul. No rubbish. Mostly jewelry, rings, one signet ring with a coat of arms and everything. She left it all here. I paid her a pretty sum of coin. It was a good thing she had a basket with her. Otherwise, she couldn't have carried it all.
And what about that signet ring? Do you still have it?
She didn't sell me the ring. She wanted to keep it. Said it'd bring her luck someday.
What can you tell me about Zdenna?
She always had it hard. She lost her parents and her home as a child. She had to learn to take care of herself.
And what about Sternad? How does he fit into this?
Sternad was her guardian angel, as she used to say. If she hadn't been thieving with him, she probably would have ended up a whore. But by sharing with him, she could do what she wanted.
Uh-huh. I'm surprised she stuck with him as long as she did.
That's because she had a hideout somewhere nearby. That's why she'd come to me with her loot, before they taxed her on the spot. And the last time she was here, she said one more haul like this, and she'd be able to go wherever she wanted. To Prague or Vienna.
Wow. Begitu banyak kah?
Do you know what kind of luck she meant? Did you recognize the signet on the ring?
No, I didn't recognize that signet. But all the while, Stena was giggling to herself. I reckon she had her eye on another mark.
Where did she go next from here? You said she had a lot of coin on her.
That she did. She also had a feeling someone was following her. Someone on a horse.
Someone followed her on a horse from Kuttenberg. Did she say what he looked like?
She didn't. At first, she thought it was some wealthy lord out for a ride. But he held back. Never passed by her and...
And did you see him? Did he come all the way here?
No. But Stena thought he would show. She even left her scarf here and paid some girl to walk around with it to make it look like she was still here.
And then where'd she go?
She wanted to go the back way, through the woods, so nobody could follow her. Past the woods is a road and a ford across a stream. Next to it is a huge boulder. When it rains, the water can rise fast. The road goes on to Kuttenberg.
Well, if it leads back to the road and there was really someone following her, I reckon if they saw she was long in returning, they could have waited for her at the ford, no?
Fuck! That's quite possible. I made a point of looking, but I didn't see any riders that day. So I forgot about it.
Good day.
Is Dennis' scarf? Do you still have it?
Aye. I wanted to give it back to her the next time she came.
Will you give it to me? I'll try having my dog track her down.
All the same to me. Here you go. But it's been a long time. I don't know if it will help.
And could it have been William?
And who would that be?
He's this bard she was seeing.
I don't know about that. I don't remember her mentioning nobody by that name.
And could it have been Father Prokop following her?
What do I know? If he has a horse and fancy clothes. But why would he do it?
I heard he wanted to find her an honest job, but she wasn't interested.
I don't know. She didn't say nothing about that.
Well, I'll go and check out that fort.
Noble ya, punya
Maybe
kuda.
I'll find something there.
Kuda itu mahal. Nggak semua orang punya kuda. Kecuali yang ngurus kuda yang jualan kuda. Dia pintar sih, harusnya dia masih hidup. Itu dia. Batu besar.
That has to be that ford Pike was talking about. I should take a look around here.
Track.
Barang-barang dia. Ah.
Poor thing. She didn't get very far. Ugh, she's been lying here a long time. At first glance, this body isn't as mutilated as the others. Unfortunately, I can't tell if somebody strangled her like the others. She's been lying here too long for that, but her head is smashed in. Either the murderer hit her with a rock or dashed her hard against the ground. She must have put up a fight. Or maybe he lost his patience. Oh, she's all stuck to her clothes. They're torn up, but I don't see any cuts. The rips are odd. Like someone was looking for something. Oh, I can't make much out by now. But it seems as if the fingers on her right hand are broken. Did the murderer torture her? Or was he trying to get something out of her hand? Oh, my God. Oh, something fell out of her. A signet ring. Oh, that must be the one she stole. How did it get inside her? Did she swallow it herself? Or did the murderer shove it in there? Was she trying to hide it? Or was it punishment for stealing? Well, that's enough. But what does it all mean? I'd say she put up a decent fight, and the killer had to improvise. And that's about all I can find out. She's probably been lying here a few weeks. But that ring is a good lead.
Well, Selamat cuma satu. Mau ke William dulu. Nanya William dulu. Bukan dia sih pelakunya sih, tapi siapa tahu dapat info tambahan. Si Fon ini nggak tahu tinggal di mana ya. Jerman.
You silly doggy.
Careful.
The celebration is over and done with.
Black on ya. Force apa ya? Ini dia William. Oke. Baru mau duduk.
It's William, right? I need to talk to you.
What is it? Do we know each other? Do I owe you money?
My name's Henry. And no, we don't know each other, and you don't owe me money. But we do have something in common. We have a lot of mutual friends.
What? What do you want of me? I don't have to talk to you.
Innkeeper, what's taking so long?
You don't need to. I can go and chat with the guards instead. Tell them you're the one hurting those girls.
What? I don't have anything to do with any girls.
Really? You? A notorious skirt chaser? Do you think anyone will believe you?
I just got back to the city. I don't know what you're trying to pin on me, but whatever it is, I didn't do it.
But everyone remembers you. You better spit it out before someone points the finger at you.
Come on. All right, then. Ask away.
Did you know Alice?
I know a lot of Alices. You have to be more specific.
The one they found dead somewhere below the town walls.
Oh, her. I didn't know her, but I heard about it.
They say she had a rich young suitor. Do you know anything about that?
Me? Do I look rich to you? I get paid in food.
But you could at least pass yourself off as wealthy.
Or I could claim to be the Virgin Mary, but I doubt anyone would believe me.
I heard she used to go to dances.
Yeah, and? I'm not the only musician in the city. I really didn't know her.
Dia tahu Yarka doang. Alice yang baru itu nggak kenal.
And did you ever meet Yarka? It was a long time ago, but I heard she used to hang around you a lot. And Father Prokop didn't like it.
Oh, that one. Aye, she was very keen on my company for a while, but then she stopped coming.
Because somebody killed her?
I know what happened was a tragedy, but it wasn't my fault. She stopped talking to me long before that. Honest.
And did you know she was pregnant?
What? Yarka was... That's horrible. Who would kill a pregnant woman?
That's what I'd like to find out. What about the unwilling father-to-be? It wouldn't happen to be yours, would it?
What? Mine? I never even got under her skirt. We just flirted a bit, and then she stopped coming by.
And can you tell me anything else about it?
I don't know anything. It was a long time ago. You said so yourself.
And I hear you knew Stanya.
Which one do you mean?
The alehouse wench from the hole. I heard you had something with her too.
Well, she batted her eyes at me a couple of times when I was still playing there. A nice girl, but I didn't know her much.
And the innkeeper Mole told me a different story. He said you were the one coming on to her.
Fine, we had a bit of fun together. But she was always the one who started it.
Before she gave you the boot for an ordinary charcoal burner.
That's not true. She'd been seeing that charcoal burner long before she met me.
And you didn't mind?
Why should I? I didn't want to marry her.
So what did you want from her then?
You're yanking my pizzle, right? Of course I wanted to fuck her, but no, we never got around to it.
Someone wanted to kill her.
What? Her? Yeah, but... What does that have to do with me? It wasn't me, and I don't know anybody who'd want to do that either.
And what about Zdena? You knew her, right?
Do I know Zdena? As wild as the wind and always full of life. And those nimble fingers. You always had to check your purse around her.
Did she steal something from you?
A travelling minstrel doesn't have much to steal, but she was well aware of that. She was on the lookout for some better prey.
Well, Zdena's days of stealing are over.
They caught her. I told her she'd be better off travelling the world with me.
And worse. Someone killed her. It's been a while now.
So her too? Jesus Christ.
I'm afraid so. I'm sorry.
Thanks. Though it should have occurred to me since you're asking about her.
You don't happen to know who she wanted to rob?
There were lots. Anyone she thought was rich enough who let her ply her charms for a while. Like young von Groller. When he started coming here, she got to him right away. Said she was gonna rob him blind.
And might she have stolen a ring from him?
I don't know. I had to disappear before she succeeded. Look, why are you asking me about all this? You don't seriously think I killed her, do you?
Well, you did know them all.
And? I'm surely not the only one.
That may be true. But everybody knows you're a skirt chaser, and they were all pretty girls. And now, they're dead.
But I had nothing to do with it!
So you didn't do anything to them?
No! Why would I? What would I get out of it? It doesn't make any sense. It goes against God.
You dare invoke God?
I admit, I'm no saint, but for Christ's sake, I'd never kill anybody.
Good. I believe you. But if any clue leads me back here to you, I won't give you a second chance.
You won't hear about me again, I swear to God.
Yang ngomong sama Lumir udah save belum? Belum. Sampai sana was save dulu.
Aw, you pooch.
Amen.
found out some interesting things about those murders. Just like you said.
That's wonderful news. But wait a while. I promised Catherine we'd wait for her.
You know Catherine?
She came to see me soon after you did, and started asking me questions. Just like you.
Will you send for her? So, we're all here.
I hope nobody else shows up. How did it go?
I reckon I've found out all I can.
And do you know who the murderer is?
Not exactly, but I have a few ideas.
I've asked around a bit, and I have my own suspicions.
Is that so? See, I was trying to recall some more details, and I had someone come to mind as well.
I didn't do all this for nothing, did I?
Well,
3 orang punya jawaban masing-masing.
Well, who do you suspect now?
Well, I'd say William did it. The minstrel.
You can't be serious. He's innocent.
Uh-huh. And who do you think it was?
Prokop. I'm sure of it.
No. Really? That's impossible. It couldn't have been him.
So I see we disagree. Too bad. We could have been done with it quickly.
Well, who do you think it was then?
I'm not entirely sure. First, I'll tell you what I found out, and then it might be easier for us.
Go on then. Starting with who?
Let's talk about Yarka, the one raised by Father Prokop.
What did you learn about her?
Yarka started working for the von Groller family, where she remained until her death.
I was there to ask whether she'd given them any trouble, but they said she was always thorough and reliable.
Ah, so what's the story with von Grolls?
A very wealthy and important family. The mother is quite devout, known to spend a lot of time in prayer. Old von Groller's been sick for years. Can't even get out of bed.
So, who runs affairs?
That would be young Hendel. They say he's quite successful.
Prokop also admitted that he didn't know how to handle her, and perhaps he was too strict.
What do you expect from a Bible thumper? Man punishes and God forgives. It never occurs to them that if man didn't punish, God wouldn't have to forgive.
Well, maybe I wouldn't hold it against him. He really tried to make sure she was well taken care of. He wanted to find her a husband, too.
And did you learn who he found?
No. I think it fell apart when Yarka started rebelling. And now, most importantly, Yarka was pregnant when they killed her.
I didn't know that. Do you know for sure? So they gutted her?
To make it impossible to tell she was pregnant? I wouldn't be surprised.
May God forgive us.
Do you know who she was pregnant with? Because if we know who the father is, we'll likely know who the killer is.
She didn't tell Prokop.
It had to be someone from those dances. Maybe William.
Harus kawat centang semuanya. Nggak perlu ini deh, mereka udah tahu. Coba.
Prokop didn't just raise her out of the goodness of his heart. He was actually her uncle.
Really? But he still could have killed
Pilih semua
her.
deh.
His own relative.
Why not? He's a priest. I'm sure he knows the story of Cain and Abel.
Before her death, I heard she often went to dances.
There's nothing wrong or surprising about that. But maybe she found someone there.
Maybe. Prokop was convinced that she went to see William. That was actually the only name he mentioned.
That doesn't mean anything.
It means she had some relationship with William, or at least knew him.
Prokop is convinced that she was murdered by that bard, William.
And I agree with him. I heard the daughters of important men come to see him. It even went so far he had to flee the city. And the moment he's back, there's another murder.
Really? But I found out you accused Prokop first, Lumir.
What? Why?
It doesn't matter. It was a mistake, and I paid for it.
And were you as sure then as you are now about William?
I don't think so. But he's a skirt chaser. If he got Yarka pregnant, then...
Perhaps. But why would he kill and mutilate her? He could have just run away.
But then he could never come back.
Why not? He could come back a year later, once things have died down, the child would be born, the shame forgotten, and nobody would bring it up again.
I suppose that makes sense. That's all I was able to find out.
You still found out more than I did.
But it's not enough. We still don't know who the killer is.
But we can agree that she was killed because of her pregnancy, can't we?
Agreed. Somebody got rid of her to make sure nobody found out she was pregnant.
I'm sure William wanted...
William isn't the only man with a prick.
Kasian
And he
banget
certainly didn't
si
use
William.
it to strangle her to death.
Such language. What are you trying to say?
That William isn't the only man in the city. It could have been anyone. And now we'll never find out.
I'm not saying it couldn't have been him, though I don't think it was. It just seems foolish to only focus on him.
I suppose you're right. Let's forget it.
I managed to find Stanya.
Alive? You found her alive?
I did. Alive and well. Hiding with the charcoal burners.
So, she's not one of our victims?
She is. She just managed to escape the killer. She said she was attacked on her way home from the baths. She heard somebody talking in a side street, but it was empty. But when she walked by, someone grabbed her by the throat and started strangling her.
And how did she manage to get away?
She was holding an empty pitcher, and she smashed the killer in the face with it. He either got startled or hurt, but he let her go.
Did she get a look at him? Did she take his eye out or something?
No, she didn't stop to find out. Just ran. Which is probably why she survived.
And what about the blood in the bedroom?
She cut her hand on the broken pitcher. She didn't stay in her room for long. She was still so scared that she grabbed her things and ran off to her beloved charcoal burner. She said she returned from the baths in the evening regularly, and somebody knew exactly which way she would take and where to wait for her.
You mean someone followed her beforehand to figure out where to ambush her?
Who knew that she went to the baths?
Apparently everyone in the tavern. She didn't hide the fact. She also said she was sure it wasn't Mole. He may be a pig, but the evening she ran home, he was in bed snoring. Well, according to Stanya, the murderer had a terribly strong grip. Her neck was bruised for almost a month.
Doesn't almost every man have a strong grip?
Depending on what they take in hand every day. A tankard, a quill, or a hammer.
Except none of our suspects are miners or blacksmiths, eh? According to Stanya, the murderer didn't say a word the entire time.
That's strange, right? I'd expect him to at least call her a whore.
The only word he uttered was when she smashed him in the face with the pitcher. He said Scheisse.
So, we're looking for a German?
Even I say Scheiße sometimes, and I'm not German.
Besides that, she also recalled hearing two voices in the alley. Someone was talking to the killer.
So we have a witness. Now, just to find him.
Or an accomplice. If I remember correctly, the other one must have seen the whole thing, right? And he didn't go to report it.
Yeah. Kelompok sekongkol.
I asked Stanya if she knew Prokop. She said no.
Maybe she just doesn't remember him. Or he gave a different name, or...
I don't think Father Prokop is the type to frequent the worst tavern in Kuttenberg.
Stanya admitted that she knows William. He flirted with her and tried to get to know her better, but nothing came of it.
And that's probably why I wanted to kill her. And likely rape her before that.
Well, perhaps, but Stanya doesn't think so. She's sure it wasn't William, and no matter what they say about him, in her eyes he's a good lad. And that's all that Stanya told me.
I'm so glad that girl is alive.
Me too. At least someone's had a little luck. Does she want to come back, or will she stay with the charcoal burners?
I don't think she'll come back. She's so scared now they'll come back for her, she doesn't even leave the house. I managed to find Zdena.
You found her? Is she alive too?
No. Unfortunately, she's dead.
And where did you find her?
Pretty far away. Near the mill she used to sell things at. Someone caught her in the forest when she was coming home with a load of coin and killed her. I reckon she put up a hell of a fight. So the killer got nervous and ended things quickly.
So he didn't strangle or mutilate her?
She'd been lying in the woods for a long time, so I couldn't really tell. But he definitely didn't hack her up like the others. Judging by what her accomplice said, she robbed someone good. She had so much jewellery on her, she could hardly carry it. And what's odd is when she was murdered, the killer left her basket of valuables behind.
So I reckon he didn't kill her for the money.
She said someone followed her on horseback from Kuttenberg. She tried to lose him, but apparently wasn't able to.
On horseback? I don't suppose she described him, did she?
Only as a wealthy type who never got too close.
That doesn't fit in with the previous murders.
Father Prokop came looking for Zdena and nearly cursed her on the spot.
What did he have in common with a thief?
He had also looked after her, but unlike Yarka, she ended up on the street, and he took it badly. Zdena tried to rob young von Grolle. It's possible she succeeded.
Von Grolle? Yarka worked for them, didn't she?
That whole family is suspicious.
Assumptions. Nothing more.
I'd say it's pretty obvious. Why else would I have found that ring on her?
They just left the ring by her body? That's odd, isn't it?
It wasn't by her body. It was inside of it. I don't know if she swallowed it herself or someone shoved it in her.
That's awful. But I can't say it surprises me.
My mouth is starting to hurt from all this blabbering.
So are my ears and head.
Come now, we're nearly there. We just need to find our suspect. So, Henry, who do you think did it?
I suspect one of the von Grolles.
What leads you to think that?
Are you sure it wasn't William?
Yarka was their maidservant until she started rebelling, right?
Yes. Do you think she was rebelling because of someone in particular?
Perhaps the young lord?
That's possible.
Alice had a young and wealthy suitor, and young von Grolle fits both descriptions.
True.
We could be getting somewhere.
Yarka was pregnant, and if the father was young von Grolle, it would make sense if he got rid of her.
Sakura, you're right.
But William could have fucked her too. Just saying.
Kenapa ngomong mesti to the point gitu? Suka ngakak.
Zdena was followed by someone on a horse. Von Grolle could afford a horse.
That's not so sure, is it? And maybe the horse was stolen or borrowed.
Oh ya bisa juga.
But it certainly worsens the case for him. That much is true.
Zdena robbed von Grolle.
That's true.
It's all coming together, isn't it?
And that's all I can pin on him.
So, do we agree that it was young von Groll?
Well, old von Grolle can't do much now, can he?
So do we really agree that our most likely suspect is young von Grolle?
Aye. I agree.
I don't have a problem with it. Little rich boys are capable of anything. But what are we gonna do about it? Our suspicions aren't enough.
They'll just laugh at us without something more tangible.
So, you want to search their house?
There's nothing else we can do. There must be a clever way to do it.
We have to find some evidence. None of our conjecture is enough. What will we do?
You could sneak in there.
Or break in.
Catherine, that's not necessary. The young lad wants to learn swordsmanship, and the old one is sick and always calling for a physician.
So I can either pretend to be a sawbones or a swordsman, or break in? That's a lot of options.
You're a clever lad. You'll figure it out.
Di mana? berapa? Jadi medik urusan sini ya. Tapi sebelum itu gua mau beli ini dulu. Lupa mulu. Beli skin buat kuda. Mana?
Most likely a poor scholar. He thought I wouldn't see him, but he doesn't know me.
Tried.
What will it be?
Show me.
Paling mahal. Iya aja deh. Beli 2. Putih dan hitam. Yang bisa jual.
Word about Aye. I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
Kayaknya kayak kusam gitu, kotor. Hitam lebih bagus sih. Beli warna lain dah.
Did you hear that noise last night?
Be careful. It's not safe here.
Jelek.
Thank you, sir. And come again. I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
Oh yang ini cuman ini doang ya. Nggak ketutup semuanya. Oh ini semua berat loh. 8 gini. Aku harus pilih satu aja sih. Dang, tidak bisa mengambil keputusan. Putih ada 2 nih. Nah, 1 putih lagi.
What would you like?
Show me.
Gua beli itu yang bukan yang ini kan.
I'm sorry.
Nggak jauh beda. Ada hitamnya gitu. Yaudah ini aja dah. Yang lain aku jual lagi.
Apples! Juicy apples! Yellow and red!
Do you have enough onions for the... What would you like?
What do you...
Here, Mutt.
Come and take your pick. New wares.
Delicious horseradish. Come and get some wonderful horseradish. Carrots, parsley, fresh vegetables. Come and take a look.
Women of virtue, gather round and listen. I have to warn you.
Good day to you.
Greetings.
The finest
Pots for sale. Big
Ini ya.
hard. Pumpkin. Come and take your pick. New wares.
Save dulu. Potion di luar harus gua ambil lagi. Ini kayak gua harus kosongin. Ada 40. 20 deh. Untung aja, ini gua sangat bersyukur deh. Hari itu gua offline gitu sambil nonton YouTube, gua sambil bikin banyak banget nih gua save. Lihat sampai sekarang gua udah gak perlu bikin lagi ya.
Can I help you?
Is this the house of the Von Grolle family?
Yes?
Ada.
I've come on account of old Von Grolle. I hear he's seriously ill, so I came to offer my services as a healer.
You aren't the first. Why do you think you might succeed?
I'm skilled in medicinal herbs and their healing effects.
Well, I don't know if I want to let some ordinary herbalist in to see the master.
Ordinary herbalist? I beg your pardon? What would apothecaries do without our herbs? How would they brew their decoctions? Monks in the oldest monasteries in Bohemia grow all kinds of medicinal plants.
That's true. I lived for quite some time in a monastery myself, and only the most experienced brothers took care of the herb garden there. My apologies. I shouldn't have doubted you.
That's all right. I expect you're concerned about your master's well-being.
Come inside. But before you begin your healing, speak to the mistress of the house. She can certainly tell you more about what ails the master. Farewell.
Hey. Oh, bisa sembuhin bapaknya.
Excuse me?
Maybe. Kedua. Ini anak dia.
That's nice.
M ya di atas ya.
I've come to treat your husband, ma'am.
Is that so? So Thaddeus has checked you out? Fine then. Perhaps God will finally have mercy on Gotslin. You'll find him on the floor above, in the bedchamber to the left of the stairs. But I suppose you'll first want to learn a bit more about his illness?
Yep. Oke, awal catat. Quest yang mengenai healing gini kadang tuh perlu. Kayak yang di Clara itu. Mesti catat aja gejala-gejala khas apa pasiennya. Tapi kadang ada yang enggak.
Tell me all you know.
It's been a long time since Gotslin fell ill. At first, he just lost his strength and tired easily. Nobody thought it might be an illness yet. Not until the trembling came.
What trembling? Like with chills?
Not at all. At first, his hands started shaking. But over time, the shaking got worse. And he got it in his legs. And the stronger it was, the weaker my husband got. Nowadays, he can't even get out of bed. He can't talk properly either. So he spends most of his time alone. If he'd at least ask God for mercy. But that sinner is not even capable of that.
How long has he been ill, exactly?
It must be years now that he's been this bad. But his hands started to shake earlier than that. God only knows if it isn't from all that endless drinking of his.
You say he drank? Did he drink a lot?
Uncontrollably. But if only that was all.
What else? Did he eat too much meat?
Yes. Yes, a lot of meat.
But that's not all, is it?
That's none of your business. You came to treat him, not to hear his confession.
If I'm to treat him, then I have to know everything.
Fine then. But if I ever hear that you told anyone, I'll have you clapped in the stocks and have your tongue pulled out. My husband's a heathen and an unbeliever who fornicated with every other maid and wench. He even stooped to those fallen women in the baths. Men are prone to that. I know all about that. Like father, like son. And I won't permit this demon seed to take my son too.
I'll cure your husband.
I don't know. In my opinion, you'll be wasting your effort with Gotslin. He's beyond help. It's natural and just that God punished him. But not even the greatest sinner deserves to suffer so long. So I hope you'll at least be able to relieve his pain.
What else is bothering him, besides the trembling?
I don't really like talking about it, but he can't defecate properly.
And how is his stool when he does defecate?
Check it yourself. You're the physician here.
Apa? Defecate itu? Ini kah? Liternya kah? Oh, buang air besar. Okay.
What does he get to eat now? If he's constipated, that might have something to do with it.
The cook prepares his meals. You can ask her.
Do you have any idea what caused his illness?
Am I a physician? Find out yourself.
Well, you might have some idea. Was he injured in the past? Did he lead an unhealthy life? You'll know more about these things than me.
I don't know about any old injuries, but Gotslin never lived in moderation. He drank a lot.
and he burdened his soul in other ways as well.
I'll go and take a look at him.
Aku murni obatin dulu. Nanti baru urusan quest. Si ini. Si cooknya mana? Mana dia? Banyak cook.
What was it I wanted?
Oh, dia ada teleport anjir. Wow. Oh, karena gua buka ini pintu ya. Buka pintu langsung dia teleport ke bawah dong. Mungkin udah save belum tadi? Sebelumnya di awal udah save. Gue beneran pengen obatin dia loh. Bentar. Cari cooknya nih.
Stay close to the others. It's not safe here.
Oh, dulu ya.
I came to heal your master, and I'd like to know what you cook for him.
But of course, sir. Mostly light meat, poultry and fish, and then lots of vegetables. One Sawbones already told us what the old gent should eat, but he don't eat much anyways, so it don't make no sense. He told us to give him some wine sparingly, but my mistress banned it.
Which physician treated him? Do you recall?
Some gent called Albeek from Moravia, I heard. He came, looked at the master, and then just told us what to cook for him.
And why doesn't he eat?
How should I know? He don't say a word as the day is long. He used to be very fond of chasing women and boozing, true, but at least he was always merry. Now he's just a grouch. I ain't surprised he don't like his food.
Why did she forbid him to drink?
Master used to drink a lot, and mistress weren't too pleased about it. She says drinking is a sin, and the devil's lure.
Thanks. That'll do me.
God be with you, sir.
Bapaknya suka main cewek dan pemabuk. Udah jelas itu. Jelas apa? Bukan dia itu. Paling si, kalaupun dia paling yang pertama doang korbannya. Coba ya, gue ambil barang-barang di sini, baru gue obatin dia. Oh, nggak bisa ya, ketahuan ya. Si Mat kayaknya deh, lagi diusir.
That's hair. All kinds of brown. I bet it belonged to those dead girls. If this isn't proof, nothing is. Come here. Come here. Look what I have for you.
Dikasih makanan baru mau. Lalu stuck ya? Gak bisa diambil lagi.
Heal.
Excuse me?
Mutt! Here you go. Take it. Sit. Stay.
Udahlah. Satu ikan melayang. Nah. Adanya rock. Wah. Coba ya. Sebelum gua trigger apa item itu, gua bisa obatin dia. Lama nih loadingnya. Tangan.
I'm a physician, and I've come to examine you, sir. Well, he really won't be telling me much, although it does seem he knows I'm here. At first glance, he's quite thin. I know he doesn't get around much, but this is too much. He's just skin and bones, but if he doesn't eat much, then it's no wonder. It's true. His arms and legs really are shaking. A lot. I don't know why he's shaking, but it has to be exhausting. And I'm sure he doesn't sleep very well because of it. Friend, that wife of yours is a dreadful hag, I tell you.
What?
Yeah. You know, if I lived with a shrew like that, I'd soon end up like you.
Ha! Ha!
You must feel lonely up here, eh? His wife said he suffered from constipation. I'd better take a look at it now. Where's his chamber pot? So, let's see what we have here. Well, that's not much. But his stool is fine otherwise. If he can't shit, the problem will be somewhere else. I'll come back to him in a bit.
Use
Just like the cook said, he hasn't eaten much at all. I won't find out anything more, and even if I can't cure him, at least I can bring him some relief. A decoction for the pain should alleviate that trembling. A digestive will help him with his constipation, at least for now. But he has to start eating more. I'm sure he's not eating because he's miserable here alone all the time. I'll try to cheer him up, though I doubt it'll be easy.
Apa?
I'll give you a digestion decoction. That should help with your constipation. But you have to start eating again. Drink up. It'll help you. I'll give you a decoction for the pain. It should relieve your trembling, though I can't guarantee it. Here. Sip it slowly, so you don't choke on it. You know what? I know what you need. Something to drink. Here's some wine. You're weak, so nothing too strong. And not a word to your wife. She'd have my hide.
Now, you.
Sure. I'd like to drink with you.
Good health.
And especially to yours.
Jangan mati loh ya.
I heard you didn't need to be asked twice in your day. Wine, women, and song. Am I right? I reckon you must really miss that. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing better than getting a skinful, eh?
Yes.
I knew it. I took one look at you and I said to myself, here lies a fellow who could teach me a thing or two. I bet that you know every tavern and every alehouse wench here in Kuttenberg. But don't worry. This'll all pass and you'll be back on your feet again. The alehouse wenches shriek when you pinch her arse. The sharp taste of the wine running over your tongue. The greasy smoke from the kitchen where meat is roasting. The bustle and shouts all around.
Digoda semua.
Like that.
Then you'll be enjoying it again. As soon as we get you fixed up. That's all I can do. So, how'd you feel?
Son.
What? You want to see your son? I don't know where he is. But I'll tell your wife, and she'll bring him. I see you're still shaking. Sorry about that. But you definitely look better.
Thank you. Son. Where's my son?
It happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
Be careful.
Your husband is feeling a bit better and would like to see his son.
Really? You healed him? Lord, you heard my prayers.
No, I didn't heal your husband, and I'm not even sure anybody can. But he's definitely in a better mood.
Of course. It would be arrogant of us to think we can bend God's will. We are all his instruments, after all. You should thank God, too, that you were able to make my husband feel better. Just so you don't think I don't appreciate your help. Here's a reward.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
And now, please excuse me. I'll go for my son as my husband wishes. I'd be glad if you would leave us now.
Certainly, ma'am. Rely on it.
Farewell, sir.
Gak pergi, gue gak bisa masuk kamar ini nih. Kumpul semua, kumpul. Siap kan? Siap deh, gue takut keciduk.
That's hair. All kinds of brown. I bet it belonged to those dead girls. If this isn't proof, nothing is.
Ya kan? Yang balik.
Excuse me? Salvation.
I need to discuss that visit to the Von Grollers.
Excellent. Let's find Catherine. You can tell us everything.
I think we were right. Something seriously fishy there.
Well, don't keep us in suspense. What did you find out?
You found something there, didn't you? Evidence?
I certainly did. In the young lord's room.
What was it?
This. He had it in a chest in his room. Locks of hair. All brown, but all a bit different. They're definitely from those murdered girls.
Hair? But that's not enough. That definitely won't suffice as proof.
Why wouldn't it? He took them as a keepsake from the dead girls, as a trophy. It was him!
But nobody will believe us. We need more than just hair. A bloody dress or the murder weapon.
And to be honest, I don't think we're going to find anything like that. They're pretty careful to cover their tracks.
Damn it. We're fucked. If we at least had a witness.
And what about 3 witnesses at once?
Where are you going to find 3 witnesses when you don't even have one?
I don't yet, but... Look, we're almost certain young Hendel did it. So what if we set a trap and catch him in the act?
And how do you want to do that? I mean, we don't know who he's planning to murder next.
We'll set someone up. Some brunette.
You want to sacrifice some poor girl?
No, nobody's going to get hurt. We'll be keeping our eye on her the whole time.
The only one I can think of is Stanya. And I highly doubt that she'd want to risk her life again.
She won't have to. I'll do it.
But you haven't had anything to do with him. He'll see through it immediately. It'll fail.
We'll wait until the lad's out of the house. Maybe we'll dress Catherine up a bit, and she'll go asking for the young lord, father of her child. When Hendel comes home and hears what happened, he'll come looking for her to fix things up.
I'll cause such a scene, they'll be talking about it for years. Then we'll tell them where he can find me, and we've got him.
If you say so. But where can we do it? We can't do it here. They'd figure it out pretty quick.
We can use one of the rooms here in the tavern. It has only one way out. You'll be hiding across the way, and jump out at the right moment. I repeat, at the right moment.
Don't worry, we won't take our eyes off you.
Mancing.
Where's Hendel? I need to talk to him! Do you hear me? I have to talk to him about our wedding. I won't be left alone with his child.
What are you screeching about, you ninny? There's no Hendel here. Certainly not for the likes of you.
Do you hear that, folks? He fucks me from all sides. Gets me with child, and now he doesn't want
Disgrace! Oh, so a poor woman has to suffer because of a man's lust. As if it wasn't already bad enough before.
What lies are you spouting, you strumpet? Goodman Handel never laid eyes on you. Besides, you're too old for him. Nobody will believe your lies.
Old am I? He came to me himself because he wanted a mature woman to breed with. And he never even pulled it out. And he filled me up like a wineskin.
Vulgar banget anjir.
Yourself? I'll give you some time to think it over. But either you come up with an offer of marriage by evening, or first thing in the morning I'll go to the bailiff. And I'll be damn sure to get justice from him.
Iya.
It's open.
I've come to talk with you.
Where's Handel?
Handel? You wanton whore! Debauching my son! A nanny goat like you! The others were at least young, but you! Christ, the trials I have to endure! A husband with both feet in the grave and a son who'll fuck anything with a hole in it. Slice her up so no one will recognize her, and in case
Wow,
what she says
ibunya.
is true, gut her too.
That's it.
Ibunya.
I can help you with that.
Get that bitch, you fool!
Ibunya tahu ya. Ini ngebug ya? Gak bisa keluar anjay. NPC yang harusnya gua lawan juga hilang. Capek banget. Oke. Game ngebug kan. Ya, ngebug. Loadingnya lama sih. Aku reload dulu deh. Ngebug itu. Sama kayak turnamen Gutenberg. Loading lama itu udah gak bener. Mau loading selesai tapi gak berani ini. Stopin dia. aja. Sama saja. Ya save filenya sih.
Excellent. I think we.
Well,
You found
what was
this? Locks
hair? Why would
nobody to be attacked? Where are you? I don't.
And how
We'll
you want to
know?
The only
she will?
but you have
Well, when hen.
Ha! Then
If you-
we can use. You'll be.
Don't worry. There's no escape.
I'll show you.
Oh. Makasih lu udah buka pintu Gua gak bisa buka. Makasih udah dibuka. Oh gak bisa keluar. Wah NPC-nya membantunya.
What should I wait for? I'm gonna cut that bitch's throat.
How dare you? Hands off, you heretical scum.
Shut up.
Let her speak. I still don't understand what actually went on here. I have some questions for you.
I'll tell you nothing, you serpent. Nothing. You can't keep me here. Let me go. I'm a woman of worth.
If you won't speak now, then the executioner will loosen your tongue when your feet start burning. But why wait, right? I'll cut your ear off. Maybe both of them. All you need to talk is a tongue.
No! Let me go!
Why did you do it, for Christ's sake?
Don't blaspheme, you heathen.
Come on, answer him or it's gonna hurt.
My husband, he drank a lot, ran around with whores and didn't pray enough. And God punished him for it. I couldn't allow the same thing to happen to Hendel.
And why kill those girls? Why not just talk to him about it?
I tried, but he wouldn't listen to me. He told me he wanted to sow his wild oats before finding a wife.
So your own son didn't listen to you? And you started killing the girls
who seduced him and emboldened him with their brazenness? If they wanted to
Bodyguardnya itu
hold
mata-mata
themselves
dia
out,
sih.
they'll pay for it
Tadi
in
gua
hell.
bunuh itu.
But there's no way they were
Mata-mata
going to
ibunya.
drag my Hendel
Makanya dia
out
tahu
with
terus, ibunya tahu terus cewek mana yang deketin anaknya gitu.
And what about Hendel? Did he know what you were doing?
That I was taking care of his immortal soul and eliminating his temptation? Of course not. But one day he'll be grateful to me for it.
He's going to jump for joy. His mother a mad woman, and his servant a murderer.
Speak politely to me, you whore.
Henry, if you have any more questions, you'd better ask them quickly. I'm sorely tempted to finish this here and now.
And what about the hair in Hendel's chest? You're trying to tell me he wasn't involved, but he was keeping their hair?
Well, he kept asking about those whores of his. So we always brought him a lock of hair. We told him it was from them, as a parting gift.
Well, he didn't find that strange?
Out of sight, out of mind. He always found some new harlot anyway.
Ya gitu percaya.
There was no blood where Alice was found. Where did you kill them?
That was up to Thaddeus. He told me something about an abandoned barn. I only told him to cut them up thoroughly.
Why?
Why? As a warning. So those whores knew what awaited them. To put the fear of God in them.
Do you realize you also killed girls who had nothing to do with Hendel?
That's not possible. I saw them all with my own 2 eyes, chatting with him and giggling.
And what about that alehouse wench?
That strumpet. I saw how she treated him. It's a damned shame she got away.
But she really had nothing to do with Hendel.
She wouldn't have smiled at him the way she did if she didn't want to fornicate with him.
Astaga,
They
cuma
all deserved
senyuman
it.
doang.
Every single one. And better sooner than later. That trollop in our service even got herself a child. And she wanted to keep it. The slut.
And what about Zdena? All she did was rob him, and you killed her anyway.
She fawned over him like all the others. He even gave her a ring, which she probably sold immediately. She deserved it. She was a thief, and stealing is a mortal sin.
I'd better stop asking questions.
Burn in hell, all of you.
What'll we do with her now?
Let's take her to the bailiff. She'll get justice there.
We don't have to go anywhere. I'll give her justice right here, right now.
But we can't do that. She has to go before the court. The law must be upheld.
Did you hear her? I mean, she hasn't got her head on straight. And what judgment will there be? She's from a wealthy family. Nothing will happen to her.
Don't you dare judge me. Only God can do that.
Shut your mouth, you sow. You judged and punished some random girls, and now you'll blaspheme like that?
Our Lord directed me. I did it through His will.
Do you hear that? And you want to let her live?
But that's not justice. It's murder. Henry, won't you say something?
I told you, don't you dare judge me. I am a servant of God.
Gue pengen publikasikan ini. Bikin rame.
Put away that knife, Catherine. We'll hand her over to the law.
Don't tell me you'd let her get away with it.
She's not going to get away with anything. She killed so many people. If she's lucky, they'll just hang her. If not, she'll be buried alive.
That's right. We caught her in the act, and she's confessed to us. They can't just let her go.
Of course they can. It's I scratch your back, you scratch mine. You'll see that all these rich burgher and lords have their own justice.
That won't happen. I guarantee you she...
You can't guarantee a thing. You're not the bailiff and you won't be judging her.
She's right, though. We can't just let her out into the streets. She must be punished. And if not, then you can always go and pay her a visit, right? You know very well who she is.
All right then, you last of the righteous. Take that viper away and may God protect you if they set her free.
Don't worry. I'll take her away.
Well, this was a lot stranger than I expected. Do you think we did the right thing?
I'm not sure of anything anymore. Not even myself. Can we just be quiet for a while?
As you wish. But still, it was damned odd.
Aye, that it was. Let's go and see Lumia. I wonder how he fared.
Lumia. Siapa namanya Lumia, bro?
Tell us, Lumir.
Lumir.
How did it turn out?
Did it end well? Oh, we're not going to get into trouble now, are we?
It ended well, and I didn't even tell anyone about you.
And how did it go? Did she try to blame it all on her dead servant?
Not at all. She started screaming how she hadn't done anything wrong. That those Czech whores deserved it.
Fucking shameless bitch. The nerve.
I think it's more likely she's gone mad from it all. No sane person would consider that a defense of their actions.
A sane person doesn't kill random women walking by.
Exactly. And what do they plan to do with her?
They're discussing it, and will surely continue to do so. Maybe they'll execute her, but more likely they'll lock her up somewhere and let her fester.
I told you so.
She won't escape punishment, and won't hurt anyone else again. Maybe she'll live, but now they can't pretend nothing happened.
And what will you do now? Will you go back to the town hall, Lumiere?
It's true I've made amends in the eyes of the law, but I probably won't go back now. Maybe better to write something about it. Who knows?
Won't you go back to drinking?
No, it didn't help anything, did it? If I had just persevered instead, I should have pitied those girls, and not myself.
Don't fret. It was a terrible mess, and all three of us had to put our heads together.
Yes. You helped me when I was in need, and didn't even know it. Maybe I'll just keep helping as long as I can.
Helping others is the best thing a person can do in this world.
And what will you do, Catherine? Will you stay here?
My work isn't done yet. I have to work in the tavern here, and then we'll see. Maybe I'll find work elsewhere.
Do you think we could have done better?
Everything can always be done better. But most important is to do it well and quickly.
Catherine is right. I'll still be kicking myself. Maybe to my dying day. But none of us did anything bad.
That's not entirely true.
I'm talking about innocent people. No more girls died because of you. And that's good.
Well, let's go our separate ways.
Thank you, lad.
Tahu si
You prevented future
siapa
murders.
Senya ya?
And you also
Apa namanya?
saved me. And for that, I will be eternally grateful.
I thank you both. Without you, the devil knows how it would have turned out.
Here you are, as a keepsake. And perhaps as a reward. And if you ever pass by, look us up.
Yes, here is a reward, Henry. And Lumiere, we shall certainly meet again.
Cucumber night shirt. Nggak pakai shirt. Lebih jelek pun daripada shirt yang gue punya.
I don't understand how you always get people to tell you anything you want.
We women have it in our blood.
What, spying?
No, you rogue. Knowing how to listen. And also how to size people up.
It'd be good to learn a few tricks from you.
I can't now. Come back later.
Lumiere. Catherine nggak mau pulang kah? Wih, dan dua ngapain?
Here, Mutt.
Lagi. Pulang. Temenin dia. Lanjut sama Catherine. Besok kalau ada lagi.
If you want to be outside after sunset, you need a lit torch. That's the law. And lo, there was light. And he saw that it was good. Now move along.
Marahin. Malam harus pakai torch. Itu aturan di kota. Apanya udah ditangkap ya si Rosa gimana ya? Gue bisa kunjungi dia sih besok.
Don't think I can't see you.
Greetings. I'm glad we have people like you keeping watch after dusk. My respects.
Sama si bapak tua itu gimana ya? Gua obati, apakah dia masih hidup atau cuma ujungnya mati juga? Yang di kota cenderung lebih aman sih, gak niat keliaran gitu daripada di hutan. Di besok ke Rosa sama ke siapa itu cewek yang sembunyi di kakual pacarnya itu. Telepon buka sampai malam banget ya.
Be careful. God is punishing us.
Mong ini. Kenapa dia?
What?
Bukan ini ya? Lupa tempat dia kerja.
Here it comes. Shouldn't be out here alone like this.
Bisa sewa kamar gak? Innkeeper, mana innkeeper? Ada tidur lah.
It happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
Slow today. Hey, where's that beer?
Ini nggak ada innkeeper.
Beer for me.
No.
What do you want?
Where can I find my...
Udah ya?
Easy. You just go up.
Udah. Saya istirahat di sini ternyata. Itu kastilnya si Rosa itu jam 9 pun belum buka. Jam 10 kayaknya belum buka juga. Oke, kalau ada ya. Kalau nggak tembak ke cewek itu ya, yang selamat itu. Makanan sudah berkurang banyak. Ikan kalau udah ditaruh nggak bisa ambil aja ya. Sini ya. Lebih dekat ke sini sih. Ini nggak usah lah, nggak apa-apa. Sedikit tempuh. Jalan ini. Nyebrang di sini.
You're a master, eh, Mutt?
Easy, good horse. Whoa. Go! Quick! Go! Quick! Ja!
Nyebrang.
Go! Ja!
Quick!
Good morning to you.
Stanya, I have good news for you. We caught the murderer.
What? Really? Who was it?
It was the von Groller's servant. He was ordered to do so by the young lord's mother.
What kind of nonsense is that? I don't even know her.
That doesn't matter. She thought you were consorting with her son and decided to kill you.
But I hardly even talked to him. But thank you. Now maybe I'll feel better. I won't wake up at night thinking I hurt someone. I won't feel those fingers around my neck. That's right.
Oke. Wah, masih pagi ya. 3. Cek ini.
Mutt!
Ini kalian ada yang nonton One Piece gak? Ini kayaknya Easter egg One Piece deh. Topinya Luffy gitu. Luffy makan buah apa gitu ya? Makanya jadi manusia karet. Gini ya. Oh, ada banyak Easter egg soalnya di game ini. Easter egg Hobbit juga ada. Ada lubang pintu gitu. Jika cat mungkin di sini nggak ada tanda quest. Wow, mantap, mau butuh daging pas. Kuda. Ada smoke. Lupa icon smoke. Smoke house. Ada. Yang dekat ada gak? Ya di rumah orang pun. Biasa deh. Fast travel. Yang ada fast travel banyak. Gak di smoke cepat busuk soalnya. Saya beli sih. Di belakang dari rumah ini.
Listen, I have to warn you about the greatest evil and danger on God's earth. Men's cruelty and wickedness. You may say...
Terus baru Catherine belum ada. Muncul lagi. Di proses story lagi. Ada. Itu quest baru kayaknya. Gua mesti mana? Jalan atas lah ya.
Henry, over here. Over here, friend. Come on.
Oh, you.
What is it you want?
You must be Henry.
Yes, I am.
I've got a message from Master Chenyak for you. Go and see him in the Ole as soon as you can.
What does he want?
Well, I don't know. I was just told to find you and give you the message.
Lama tuh gua mau ngomong sama dia tapi nggak bisa. Udah ada icon di map gitu. Sekarang baru dikasih quest. Mungkin di quest terakhir dari dia. Di sini gua langsung tembak kanan ya. Banyak hutan. Takut sama hutan kalau naik kuda.
Go. Quick. Go. Go! Go! Quick! Ja! Ja! Go!
Miner itu ya. Jatuh. Opsi. Kalau kencang nggak bisa kendalin. Ini orang yang sama nih.
Whoa!
Dari sini mau ke Rosa. Lurus. Ini kan.
Come and let the Gutenberg sword fighting brothers. Keep close to us.
Iya bangunan. Bisa masuk. Bisa. Tidak bisa masuk. Tempat dia ini kan ya, bukan sebelah kan? Ya, bisa masuk. Hitwin juga kosong kan? Cenyek lagi. Dan tergantung ini quest ya. Kalau ini questnya bisa selesai, wah stopin sampai sini.
Are you going to do laundry today?
Aye, of course.
Good up. Have a nice day, Henry.
I'm here. I'm sure you have another job for me.
I do, but not just any job. Dies Irae is upon us. We'll finally hit Sigismund where it hurts the most. We'll cut off the flow of silver into his purse.
It sounds like you want to shut down his mines.
Aye, that's exactly what I'm planning to do. Well, what we're planning. And you'll be the most important figure on the board.
What do you mean?
As you already found out, the flow of silver is the reason why Sigismund laid siege to the city. If we take that reason away from him, he'll have no choice but to leave.
If you put it simply like that, I reckon you're right.
Can I count on you?
How do you want to do it?
With the combination of modern science and some good old hellfire.
Could you be a little less cryptic?
We're going to blow the place sky high.
Hah? Ledakin tambang.
Why me of all people?
You're reliable, Henry. You've proven yourself. Besides, I've heard you've been down in a mine already. It won't be anything new to you.
How do you know I've been down in the mines?
You can find brothers and sisters of the guild even in places where you'd least expect them. Like in a mine.
Why don't you send one of them then?
They're simple miners. You've been in the war. You can work independently and you're reliable.
I still don't exactly know what it is you want me to do.
Do you know what black powder is?
Yes.
I've had the pleasure. A lot of smell, smoke, and noise.
1 barrel should be more than enough for our purposes.
A whole barrel?
We need to collapse the adits, and to be sure it'll work. Your job will be to get your hands on the powder and bring it to the mine.
You can count on me. Do you know where I could start?
I know exactly where. Ask the gun forger, Eldris. He's one of the Kuttenberg councillors, and one of Sigismund's men. If there's anyone that knows where to get black powder, it'd be him. Wouldn't it be the irony of fate that the one behind Sigismund's fall will be one of his allies?
Getting the information out of him won't be easy, but we'll see.
I'm sure you'll figure it out. And remember, I don't want to see any needless violence and bloodshed. We're trying to overthrow a tyrant, but not stain ourselves with mortal sin.
Don't worry. I'm no butcher.
As soon as you have the barrel, head straight to the mine. Goliath and Hog will be waiting for you at the camp near the entrance. Oh, and before I forget, here's a few groschen. Hopefully they'll make your search a bit easier.
Lalu mau ledakin tambang. Ya, untuk jangka pendek memang Sigismund yang rugi sih. Jangka panjang semuanya rugi. Ada proposal apa lagi kali ini?
Well, I reckon you got a better offer for me again.
You're damn right. And not just any offer. So keep your voice down, in case anyone's listening.
Tell me, then.
You've been here for some time now, so I'm sure you've noticed Shenyek is, well, you know.
A good leader?
Yeah, right. Shenyek is a weakling, and too careful for his own good. Always babbling about his ideals, telling our fellas they can't do this and that's not appropriate.
The guild isn't supposed to be a band of killers and thieves. It's about a greater purpose.
Bullshit! Shenyek's the only one that cares about noble causes. The rest of us are here because we'd die on our own. Unless we start bringing in a lot more money, we'll all starve to death anyway. Shenyek is dragging us down.
I don't like where you're going with this. You better stop before it's too late.
Easy now, friend. I was just kidding. You didn't really think I meant it, did you? Let's just go our separate ways and forget this ever happened, eh?
You better not fuck with me, Knuckles.
Farewell.
Chenyek, I've got something important to tell you. And it's not good.
The innkeep's got into the wine again? You've got to be kidding.
This is serious. It's about Knuckles.
Oh, what did he come up with this time?
He wants you dead. He even asked if I'd be the one to do it.
And? Will you?
What's the hold-up, innkeeper?
Of course not.
I'm glad that you told me, and that you didn't actually consider doing it.
What are you gonna do?
Me and the fellas will go and have a serious talk with Knuckles, then show him the way out of the city. I'm not a traitor like he is, so I'll let him leave on his own.
Oh, udah 2 kali nih. 2 kali, 2 apa 3 kali. Seberang doang aja.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Master Prokop Eldris. Prokop.
Grüß dich. Was wünschst du?
I'd like to learn something.
What do you want to know?
Mimi.
Greetings, Eldris. Sure you remember me?
Ah, you're the waiter from the court. Was würden Sie brauchen?
A barrel of black powder.
My. Might I know wofür you need it?
Di sini terang-terangan jual ya, nggak disembunyiin jadi teknologi yang dimiliki satu pihak doang. Bebas jual aja.
I'm here on behalf of the great King Sigismund of Luxembourg himself.
Good. Do you have a letter of assignment?
Of course I do. Stop wasting my time. You wouldn't want to keep Sigismund waiting, would you?
Nicht das, no. I would be happy to oblige the king if I could, but even my supply is not infinite. Unfortunately, I don't have any black powder right now. The last shipment went to the royal encampment near the city.
Isn't there anyone else who makes black powder?
Definitely not here in the city. Es gäbe dann einen Weg, but you cannot tell anyone I told you.
Go on then. My lips are sealed.
My business rival, Whisker of Colin, also supplies black powder to the camp. Ist ein glitschige Schlange, aber that is of no importance to you. More importantly, Whisker drives his wagon north from Colin through Bohunowitz towards the military encampment with a powder in tow. If he were to lose it, he would be in großen Schwierigkeiten.
And I'd have my powder.
Exactly. But like I said, you didn't hear it from me.
You can count on me. Thanks for the help.
Colin. Ya, Colin tuh yang atas berarti ya. Nggak bisa didatangin gitu. Di jalur ini. Halo. Kiana ya.
My humble respects.
Jalan. Oh, dari atas dulu search berarti. Jalur mana? Cross ini kah? Jarak kah? Harapan dia.
Oh. Quick. You silly dog.
Itu ada kuda. Itu banyak orang. Oh, nggak boleh bunuh orang. Teleponnya jatuh itu. Ini nggak bisa bantu. Siapa bro?
My humble respects. So you're in a bit of a pickle, eh?
These damned horses, they got spooked in the forest and this is how it ended up.
You wouldn't happen to be a certain Whisker, would you?
What? Why? Who's asking?
That doesn't matter. What I'm interested in is your cargo. 1 whole barrel, to be exact.
My God. How did you know about that? Speak up or I'll call for help.
They heard you were having trouble back at camp. So they sent me here to get that barrel before everyone in the region hears about it.
Huh. I had no idea they had such good spies at the camp. All right, Ben, here's the key. Take one of the barrels from the chest in the wagon. Apologize for me back at the camp. I'll come as soon as we get this fixed.
Over there would have worked.
Just like that.
You know what they say about Heinz?
Oh. Terus udah ada yang nungguin di situ. Lurus belokkan belok kiri. Ya, belokannya udah lewat. Oh, belum.
Whoa!
Hell.
Oh, Satan.
For Christ's sake, shut your mouth.
He doesn't give a damn anyway.
Ah. Dia.
What do you think about our job in the mine?
I've never been more excited, my friend. It'll be a bang, the likes of which the world has never seen. And finally something that'll hit that ginger fucker right where it hurts.
Don't you think it's too dangerous?
What isn't dangerous these days? Don't worry, we can handle it.
I'm here. I've got to say, that barrel sure gets heavy.
Great work. We're all ready and waiting for you.
I came as fast as I could. Getting your hands on something like this isn't easy. They guard it closer than silver.
But you did it. Now we just have to wait for nightfall.
What's the plan?
As soon as darkness falls, I'll send out some fellas to cause a commotion on the other side of the mine. Then we'll carry the barrel inside, and bang!
I've got a feeling that carrying the barrel down into the mine will be my job, won't it?
Exactly. Chenyek said you've come across it before, so you know what kind of damage it can cause. But don't worry, we'll mark the exact spot for you. But I'll tell you about that later.
What do you mean by commotion?
We need to lure away the workers and guards. The fellas on the other side will start a fire, so that everyone wants to put it out.
I'll wait until the evening here with you.
Make yourself comfortable. Have a cup of wine.
It's time. While we were waiting, Hog went to prepare that little surprise of ours. If I'm not mistaken, he did it. The others are stirring up a panic in the meantime. The miners have already gone to put out the fire with the guards, so we'll have the whole mine to ourselves.
Great. So what am I supposed to
Dia
do?
ada yang di
You're
dalam.
in charge of the best part. You'll carry the barrel into the mine shaft, to where the main supports are. There should be a red rag hanging from one of the beams. That's exactly where the best spot is.
Christ, how the hell am I supposed to find that?
Head straight, then right at the wheelbarrow. You'll manage. Then you'll light the barrel and run for your life. The whole thing will collapse like a house of cards.
What'll happen if I don't make it in time?
You'll save on a coffin and a gravedigger. You've just got to make it.
Jesus, can't someone else blow it up? Like the fella who put up the rag?
He's busy putting out the fire. Do you know how suspicious it would be if he just got up and left all of a sudden? You can do it. Besides, you've been there already.
All right. Well, wish me luck. I've got a feeling I'm gonna need it.
Just don't dawdle. Everyone's in a panic for now because nobody knows what's actually on fire, but it won't last for long. I'll come with you to the adit and keep an eye out, just in case. Come on now, let's move. With me! Move it! They won't be putting out the fire forever.
Lu aja tegelet. Emang lu ajak gua kah? Enggak kok, lu tegeletak gitu, bro.
You ever came master aim up?
Stupid banget di quest. Bug-bugnya suka bikin ngakak deh. Mana orangnya? Deh, hilang dia.
I'm sorry.
Tiba-tiba dia spawn. Apalah ini?
There's no time for chit-chat, lad. Move it.
Emang gua udah ambil ini kah? Di gua kan?
Where now?
Gue juga tak tahu, bro.
I've definitely been this way already. Wasn't I supposed to go a different way? I've definitely been this way already. Wasn't I supposed to go a different way?
Kah? Iya sih, orang hilang aja.
There's the beam with the rag on it. Now to get out of here, quick.
Cabut. Gak bisa use torch weh. Terus kok mana? Hilang. Astaga, jadi nyalainnya pakai torch gua ya. Weh, ini gelap nih. Wah, konyol ah. Wah,
should get a move on.
Stop. Okay. Naik hook.
It'll blow any moment now.
I know. Gak sempat. Wup. Waduh. Mati kah?
Damn, that was some banging. You got all your limbs?
Ears are ringing like hell. I'm alright otherwise, I think.
You were real fucking lucky to make it out on time. I'd say you cut it damn close. Good thing I was there and dragged you back to camp.
You owe me an ale. Each and every one of you.
You've got it. Just as soon as we get back to the hold. Now what's all this?
Uh-oh.
In the name of His Majesty King Wenceslas, you're all under arrest for crimes against the crown.
You say Wenceslas, but mean Sigismund, you dirty rat. It's too late. It's all over.
We got held up by the fire. It's a miracle nobody lost their life. But as I can see, there were much worse things going on. Now hand over your weapons and surrender.
Are you fucking shitting me? Surrender? Never!
This is your last chance. Surrender or die.
Not with them.
If you value your lives, you'll pack up and leave. We've got more of those powder barrels. One more step, and we'll all blow up sooner than you could say amen.
Kurva! Are you out of your mind?
Try me.
To hell with all of you! This isn't over! Let's go, fellas.
My God, Henry. I didn't expect that of you. You saved our bacon.
We probably shouldn't stay here for much longer.
You're right. Let's get out of here.
Konyol.
Take care!
Please!
Stop! You fucker!
Help!
Show yourself!
Useless! You wanna try?
MVP lu.
Here, Matt.
Thank you. Really thank you.
I was happy to help.
You did more than help. You're my guardian angel. Here, take this. A keepsake. And thank you again.
Nggak tidur ya. Gua harus beli torch gak tuh, lucu aja. Naik Hulk. Masih terang sekali. Aduh. Mata kalau lihat api.
You shouldn't be walking around without a light. My friend, you have no idea how glad I am to see you. Have a seat over here. Let's drink to our success. It's on me.
I'd be a fool to refuse that.
Cheers, Henry. Oh, we couldn't have done it without you.
Don't mention it. We've all got the same goals.
But not all of us are willing to sacrifice something to achieve them. If it wasn't for you, I'd never have discovered that snake that's been hiding in our guild for so long. I'm sure Knuckles would have tried to tilt the whole operation in his favor.
What happened to him?
Our brothers and sisters took care of him. The guild has been cleansed, and all thanks to you.
Jadi kok masih lihat dia tuh di jalan.
Thankfully, nothing happened.
But it could have. If you hadn't managed to convince those guards, you might not have lived to tell the tale. To your health, and to the Guild of Kuttenberg.
To the health of good King Wenceslas, and all those faithful to him.
May all traitors burn in hell, and the world be brought together once more under the banner of unity. May the rotten church burn down, along with all its gluttonous prelates. May the peasants rise up like a storm and wash away all that should have been washed away long ago. May the kingdom of Christ arise and last 1,000 years.
What'll happen with the guild now?
We'll hold off on any major operations for a few weeks, until all the buzz surrounding the mines dies down. Smaller actions against Sigismund's people in the city will carry on, because they continue to be disgustingly rich. But it'd be best to wait before we do anything bigger again.
Aren't you worried we'll be followed now? Sigismund will surely want revenge for the collapsed mine.
Where there's no evidence, there's no culprit. Eldris would put himself at risk if he talked about where he got the powder. And besides Knuckles, I vouch for every one of the guildsmen.
Even on the torture rack?
Hopefully it won't come to that. And besides, Sigismund has plenty of other things to worry about.
What now? Will you continue doing what you've done until now?
Once I celebrate what we accomplished here, I'll leave to the countryside for a few weeks. I'd like to spread the word of God among the farmers there.
Aren't there priests enough?
Fuck the priests! What good ever came from them? I want to spread the true word of God, just as our Lord did before the Pharisees had him crucified.
Thank you, Chenyak, but I have to get going.
This isn't farewell for long. Until Sigismund and his army leave this place, we'll continue to make plans against him. We just have to lay low for a while.
Of course. Keep your heads down. But my task isn't over yet.
And I wish you the best of luck, Henry. You're capable of great things.
Okay. Waduh. Cuma makanan kita. Baik, gue main sampai sini. Gue sudah menonton. Punya pamit. Ada suara kucing berantem. Iya, di game aja. Orang kucing berantem di game, the hell. Bye-bye. Ada jam 4. Ini udah kerjaan banyak. Story, banyak side quest.